Live with RimWorld. So hello YouTube and all that good stuff. I'm going to check all our mods should be turned off. Yeah, so just showing here, we have all our mods turning off because they're all angry because we just got 1.6 update, so they haven't had a chance to update. So we have all of the DLC. Those are going to stay on. We're going to be making a new colony today. Yeah, all of these are like, these require mods you don't have. So, weirdly, it has been a long time since I just grabbed the default thing where I haven't set up stuff. The intent here is that I am going to be doing an all endings challenge run. For those not familiar with the all endings challenge, you do all the endings. So there's Anomaly, Ship to the Stars, Build the Ship Yourself, Royalty ending, and the Arco Nexus. You can do the first four in any order you want or simultaneously. Arco Nexus you have to do last, because Arco Nexus is the only ending that is a true the game is done ending, you may not continue. So, I mean, unless 1.6 changed something. Now, generally speaking, my preferred start is the Lost Tribe. I like the research penalty that you get in the Lost Tribe. Crash Land is your kind of your neutral, vanilla, normal ending. Rich Explorer, you get one person, but they're decked out. Naked Brutality is like your hardest mode, you know, start, which basically you just start with nothing and build up from there. I couldn't tell you the last time I've done the Mechanator run, but it starts with one Mechanator with a couple of robots. Sanguiphage starts with two people. A Sanguiphage, which is effectively a vampire, and their thrall. And then Anomaly is the Anomaly one, where you get stuff to start your Anomaly stuff. Anomaly will be turned on, but I'm going to go ahead and do Lost Tribe. We're not going to change anything about that. Strive to Survive, Commitment Mode. We'll leave Anomaly on default. We're going to be on Cassandra. I prefer playing on Cassandra because she at least keeps a nice cadence of things going on. Randy can be fun for the memes, but I've had way too many times with Randy that I go to do a playthrough and Randy just goes, you know, goes on vacation for like 2 in-game years. You're like, Randy, I need you to do something, friend. My combat skills are atrophying by a lack of enemies. And then Randy shows up and hits you with like absolutely everything and just buries you. So we're supposed to have a whole bunch of performance stuff. I am going to make the world fully stuff. So, no... Oh, no modding. And before I forget, let me go ahead and do this. We're going to start the queue. So if people want to have a colonist named after you, you can do !join. I do just take your screen name from Twitch. I don't usually I won't have a bunch of people be like, I want to be named this or whatever. It just gets to be too much to manage. And on top of that, as a reminder, this is RimWorld. Bad things are going to probably happen to you if you join the colony. Just as a heads up, it is RimWorld. It is a world of sadness and pain. We're going to leave all the factions on their defaults. We're going to leave all this stuff on its defaults. What's in the advanced settings? Okay, the advanced settings here are the same. Alright. Odyssey non-stalled, but I want it. I want it. It's not out for a month, but I want it now. I want to go play in the magma. That's the one that sounds the most terrifying, is that supposedly you'll have magma flows on the one Odyssey tile, and you have to use walls and that to, like, divert the magma. I'm like, okay, that sounds awful. I do look forward to a raid showing up and then a magma flow happening and being like, well, that raid's resolved. That is... They did change the world generation. Huh. That is a really big one giant continent. Alright. I don't think we're going to start with Ice Sheet for what we're doing. I'm going to start somewhere probably middle of the map. I'm thinking about doing this a very different approach to the way we did last time. Let's actually go and deliberately try and put ourselves near a road. So, the last time I did an all endings run, I went to try and do it in like just the one after the other. I do think I want to see how many endings I can stack at the same time and how miserable I can make it. I mean, have fun. Yeah, that's the one. Alright, so I'm just gonna choose a random spot here. Alright. So, we're gonna do a fluid ideology. I don't really care about this part. Now, we do have a... Yeah. Well, to be fair, it actually won't be that bad. I think for this one right now, we'll start with Prolicizer. I'm going to eventually get rid of that. The reason I like to start with Prolicizer is at least early on, you can basically harass people into joining your ideology with little effort. And you gain ideology points for doing that. Usually the only changes I tend to make is I take off the clothing requirements because I find them utterly obnoxious. That's all fine. Ostrich will be our venerated animal, apparently. I'm going to make it so free and approved love. I'm just going to go ahead and do that right now. Normally, I don't even bother setting that. It shows the cube for our thing. I'm going to try to not be too picky. I'm just going to try and, well... Okay, well, what do we have? So we need medical and intelligence. What do we got here? So you're a construction mining person. That'll be fine. You have a very... So you're just literally melee, so you're going to get re-rolled. You can be a crafter. Except you're a misogynist, I don't want to deal with it. Okay, so that's... Gourmand sucks. But in this particular case, they kind of can do... Oh, no dumb labor. I'm only trying to be a little bit pickier this one because I don't want to deal with people exploding on each other. Honestly, ugly I can live with. That's fine. Wonder why we're getting everyone being undergrounders so heavily. Yeah. So this one is interesting that they have an addiction, which is bad, but sanguine is really good. So I think I actually will accept that. I mostly want to get away from anything that's going to be like jealous. Oh, I should check ages as well. 50's pretty high, 67's too high. In RimWorld, like, once you pass the late 50s, you basically are already in the grave. I do specifically want to get someone who's trigger happy. They did buff the minigun, and so I'm a little curious about how much I can abuse that. So we do have passions for literally everything, so we got a nice balance. Weirdly, I have... Oh, wait. Yeah. I don't really care. Okay. I was say I don't really care, I just want something useful. Yeah. So we still get a good person with animals. We get a brawler who's iron-willed sanguine. Sure, why not? Absolutely. So we gave up our person that had... Well, actually, we still have someone as a passion on intent. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then these ones, I don't really care what they are. Weirdly, they're cannibals, but that's fine. Alright, let's go ahead and get in here. Because for some reason, tribal pawns roll underground or a ton and it drives you insane. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I don't even notice that often in the past when I've done tribal. But this one, I don't know if it's a new thing now. Alright, so looking at our map and what we got here. There's the ancient danger. Like right smack in the middle of the map. That'll actually be pretty good for me to abuse later. So the map generation has changed. These are much more interesting rock areas. Yeah, no, they're definitely going to be doing a lot of the recruitment. Yeah, so I think we actually set up here for our base, because then we'll be able to easily pull the Ancient Danger into our base, and when we get a trade caravan, we can just pop the door and get that for free. We got a geothermal down there. Alright, so this geothermal's in a really good position. The anima tree is straight up awful. Oh, okay. I'm gonna cut it down though because that position is unusable. We meditated that tree and we're dead. Alright, so let's go ahead and figure out who's got our best thing. So you're gonna be melee. You're probably melee. You're gonna be a shooter probably. You're gonna be a shooter probably. You are definitely a shooter. Okay. Yeah, so weirdly, everyone here has a passion for melee, except for Finch. Like, literally everyone but Finch has a passion for melee. Clearly, I'm not taking that many people to be melee. So you're gonna get a bow. Oh, wait, one of you had, that's right, you had a gun because you were, Alright, we grabbed that. You can grab the Equa. You can grab the knife. Actually, that uranium knife is going to be way better than your jade knife. Alright, so now we're going to go orders. Allow all. The animals they gave us is they gave us a warg. And it's bonded. Sure, we'll try and keep the animals. Alright, so with that, we've got our immediate setup. I haven't played in a while, so I'm a bit rusty. Okay, so we got some really good soil down here, so I'm going to start by going, alright, let's say 10 by 10, that you're going to start planting rice there. We need to go to our schedules. We didn't have any night owls, so we can just go like that. Work. I tick everything with all the passions first, and then we do cleanup. Alright, switch everything over. One thing they did also change is if you're set to melee and you have hunt flagged, it won't give you a notification. It'll only give you a notification if, you know, no one can hunt. Alright, so you're gonna be my researcher. You're gonna be a crafter. You are gonna be my construction person. No. You're gonna be my planter. You're gonna be my construction person. And honestly, you could just fill in wherever. That's probably fine. Okay. So we got that going. So while they get their stuff started, let's start naming people. So we got our melee person here. And the first from the list is going to be Kalaria Star. And then we got our second melee person here. It was going to be Lilypad. We've got our super immune pawn here. That'll be Scrap Code. And we've got Luxray here as our Sanguine. And hey, Dream, thank you so much for the raid. For those who didn't check out, Dream was playing some After Ink Revival, which we were actually talking about. I literally kind of popped over on your stream for just a second to be like, there was a game I was looking at, I couldn't remember the name. But yeah, definitely check out Starver Dream. Plays a lot of fun games, similar to stuff here. Hey, Lollip, how's it going? It's good to see you as well. We'll get you a shout out as well once the cooldown's done. But yeah, so definitely check out Starver Dream. Really fantastic time over there. Plays a lot of the similar games to what we play on this channel. So definitely recommend. If you'd like to get your name into the pool, we've got one person here who's not been named. You just do !join. But definitely really good times. But yeah, time to poke the bear and get the plague. Yeah. Yep. As a reminder, this is RimWorld, so if you do join the colony, expect tragedy and sadness to be in your future. It's RimWorld. There's not much more to say about it. It's RimWorld. We'll tear apart all those ruins for all the goodies with whenever our construct... Why are you... That was weird. For some reason, for a minute there, I couldn't make it do... Huh? A lot of ruins on this map, like a lot of ruins on this map. Yeah, weirdly, it seems like I can't make that happen today. But this is 1.6, so expect to be some bugs, which we're finding already. Yeah. Now, so you liked After Ink a lot. It's very simple and a bit easy, but you liked it. You also checked out All Will Fall, Water Park Simulator, and Construction Builder 2. Was a big Friday. Yeah, so I caught you. I was lurking your channel when you were playing All Will Fall. I didn't get a chance to see Water Park Simulator, Construction Builder 2 because I had other stuff going on. But yeah, so excellent. Of the games, like, is there one you'd be like, this is the game that I really recommend, or is like this is a game that maybe not? But yeah, so with all that, so let me go ahead and we should be good now to do a shout out for Lollip. Never mind, we already got people there. Who I also lurked playing Construction Simulator. I didn't see exactly what you were doing. I saw that you had like the big backhoe and there's like a big hole in what looked like the middle of the street. Because I was lurking there for a bit. So I didn't see exactly what was going on, just that you were digging a big hole in the middle of the street. But yeah, so playing some Construction Simulator. Lollip's another absolutely fantastic content creator. A lot of fun and a lot of chaos over there. Definitely recommend. A lot of overlap games between the two channels as well. So definitely recommend checking out Lollip as well. And Very Last Lardine getting their 480 stream streak. Catching a stream or two in the past. Thank you so much, Lardine. That's ridiculous. Water Park Simulator was your favorite. Then All Will Fall, then After Ink? Interesting. So I haven't seen Water Park Simulator. I can guess what it is. No, that's not true. Did I see that on Keymailer? I haven't checked it out, like actually looked at it. I assumed it was going to be... Thank you for... Well... Yeah, no, Lollip is just the nickname that I've heard a lot of people say. So I just go, that's easy, I can work with that. But yeah. Which of course is the point where Lollip is like, that's not how you say my name. Because that does happen. Yeah, so Water Park Simulator, when I was looking at Keymailer, I was like, oh, that's probably some like low effort sim game that's probably no good. Like, you know, well, I shouldn't say no good. It's probably janky and all that. So hearing that you speak highly of it, it's like, all right, I need to give that one a better look. Was he also Lollip and Lollipop giant without the lollipop key? But yeah. You only met them. You haven't heard many times yet. Gotcha. Oh, that's the whole thing. Like, I had the pleasure of bumping into Lollip a couple of times at TwitchCon San Diego. That was really fun. Speaking of which, are either of you going to TwitchCon San Diego this year? It's totally fine for like, hey, I don't want to talk about that right now. Not trying to out you or whatever. But if you are, it'd be cool to cross paths because we're planning going. Let's see. Water Park Sim is another one of those crappy sim games, but it's one of the better ones. Actually, gameplay. Yeah, there's definitely some of those like really janky sim games that like the physics are all buggy and all awful, but are actual gems. You're like, okay, you're actually doing fun and interesting things. And then there's ones you get in there like, oh, this is Supermarket Simulator at home. I understand. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and draw that last name so we can go ahead and get that going. And Moriarty.
Very Last Lardine for gifting a sub to Lollipoppy.
And thank you, was that Very Last Lardine for gifting a tier 1 sub to Lollip. So Lollip, you have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. And thank you, Lardine, for also gifting a sub to So Ever Dream. That way everyone can have the emotes and advertisement-free viewing. And it was Moriarty that got this, right? Yeah, Moriarty. So that'll be our starting team. But yeah, so we are checking out today the new update in the unstable branch of RimWorld 1.6, which has tons and tons of quality of life. The single most important feature that has ever been is I can now see that their favorite color is dark purple, and I don't have to go and be like, what the hell is their favorite color? Here, let me look at that. Okay, Now let me go over here and say I want to paint the floor. Okay, which of the purples is it? Which seems like a little thing, and it seems like I'm memeing, but also genuinely, I have a thing in my colonies where I will paint each person's bedroom their favorite color, and it actually is a very frustrating thing to me when I'm trying to find the right color. All right, you enjoy your dinner. And thank you again for that raid, and I really do appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and get started, because the only thing I've got right now, we literally just began, is I've just got a rice field set up. We are going to need to get some kind of structure going. I'm planning on building right next to this ancient danger. So for starting, we're not going to do anything too fancy. It's been a little while, so I'm a little rusty. Let's go ahead and make that. I'm going to make 2 doors, which I usually don't. We'll need 5 beds in there, so they sleep predictably. We will want to put in an oven. And a research bench, and a butcher spot. And that'll be what we start with. So you do this in Dwarf Fortress, you have to save microline just in case the blacksmith likes the shade of blue on their furniture. Yeah, so usually when I start, I just make a production room and I just toss some beds in there and very quickly get going with other things. One thing we're also going to run to, don't care about the fallen monolith right now. One thing that is going to be happening is this donkey right here, Cruiser. I would zoom in more because I'm used to having the camera mod that lets me zoom in more. We're eating it. Because I don't have... Did you hear about the barracks nerf? Yes. And I'm glad. Like, very, very genuinely,
What's the worst that could happen?
the meta of mashing your rec room and your barracks and your everything into one super room, and then eventually separating out the rec room so you don't get the woke up thing. I actually really didn't like that meta, because it kind of felt like it punished you for making an actual nice place. So I'm glad they're rewarding us for making bigger things. And also, on top of that, if you didn't see, they've nerfed research benches, where if you don't have them in, like, a research room, they take, I think it's a 10% penalty to their research speed. And I think that's good. Like, I know it'll be a little annoying for a lot of people. But I think it's a good thing to have that, just because it gives you a reason to actually make your base more involved, bigger, more interesting. What do you want? Like, whatever you want to say with it. Whereas before, there was just a lot of things. It does suck that we've got a wild warg right there. But yeah, so first we're going to try and get this rice down, then we're going to get some potatoes, then I'm going to start trying to get some other stuff. I'm a little far away from the fields down here, so more than likely when I get raided, those are going to be burnt a lot. But yeah, I like the idea of deliberately choosing to set up right next to the ancient danger, so when we get our first big trade caravan, we're just going to pop that open immediately and get some really strong early game goodies. A lot of times my luck is the ancient danger will be like way over here on the edge, where it's really hard to do that kind of thing. Yep, ancient danger, that's fine. Okay, you're wandering. I was getting a little nervous when you're standing there. It's like, I didn't accidentally cue you to take that apart, did I? Because that would be bad. Alright. There's a change of needing more of the beds to be medical to count as a hospital, so you can't just have one medical bed to negate the barrack penalties. Yep. See, you do not dislike the nerf of the barracks. You wish they would have given some kind of buff to crafting jobs and designated room instead of just making crafting station in barracks worse. But you're very happy to see the buff for the bedrooms. Yeah. No, I'm really excited, because I pretty much always run where I have bedrooms anyways. Like, I'll do the barracks just at the start, because you gotta start somewhere. But it's usually very early game I start going for that. Speaking of which, we'll probably go for stone cutting first. And then complex clothing. And then complex furniture. and get that all up and running. Okay, so you're getting that taken care of to get enough steel in here so we can build this. There's also a bunch of penalties for... I know they added a penalty for lights recently. I don't remember what the new penalty was. There was something else that was penalized from lights that was new, because it's like not having light penalizes medical. You take a movement speed penalty in the dark. There's a mood penalty from being in the dark, but they added something else with the nature of how rooms worked. Oh, a buff they gave us is, if we look at the attractiveness of stuff, you know, dirt in that inside has a pretty strong beauty penalty. They have made it so outdoors, you no longer get those severe penalties from a lot of that stuff. So that people don't get pissed off by walking around in an open field being like, this open field with the flowers is ugly. It's terrible. It looks like a field with flowers. They also made it for Undergrounder. You can get the full Undergrounder mood bonus without having to be under mountain. You can be just indoors, and that's satisfactory now. Okay, so we got you set up. So let's get the next one. So I'm going to do 10 by 10 is here. That'll be potatoes, so I don't need to change anything. We're going to go down here. And that's going to be corn. I don't need to be doing that, but I'm doing it anyways. We're going to do 5 by 10 here. And that will be heel root. We're going to do 5 by 10 here. And that'll probably be cotton for right now. We'll do a 10 by 10 here. That'll be strawberries. I'll put a 5 by 10 there. That'll be dye. And I don't need to be doing all that. It's actually a bad idea for me to make a farm that big, but I also don't care. So there's that. Let's go ahead and make this into a stockpile. It's going to be awful. It's going to hurt everyone's mood because we got junk piled up in the room. And I'll put a dumping stockpile right... What? Okay. Some of the art things they did that's really good is when it comes to your planning. The plan tool, it used to be you could just make straight lines like that and stuff. But now I can go in here and we can do a bunch of different changes with that. There's also ways to go in a lot of this. So they've done a lot to clean up the plan tool. That's going to be fantastic. Didn't see no reason, just does me. Which have your map as a mount, it's not really a reason to build a base. Let's see. Not really to build a base through the entire mountain. Yeah, no, I always like that. They also they did a major rework on the AI of the Sorry, they did a major rework on the AI of insects so that they won't just randomly drop target nearly as much and all that. Still have some pemmican. Probably gonna have to harvest those. Once we get the stove built, the donkey dies. Yeah, I know. So there's a lot of stuff we are getting that with the correct mods you could have accomplished as is. But I've always been someone who was of the mind that, like, just because a mod covers the need, I still want people to, like, bake it into the game. Goodbye, donkey. Yeah, we do have someone prioritizing cooking. Because we want to get the food happening. We get stuff hauled in. We're going to need to get cleaning prioritized in someone as well. We're going to train the animals. One thing we can also do, we actually have a couple of dangerous animals on here. We'll definitely want to queue up some of that, because one of the things is the warg is a meat eater. I'll either have to feed it meat, or I will have to feed it meals. You can also make kibble. And it is a thing now that your pawns are supposed to prioritize when feeding animals. They'll prioritize using kibble over other things, which is good because they used to tended to grab like luxurious meals. So you'd have the pile of kibble and then, you know, your pawn would go grab this like meal for royalty to give to your ward. You're agree entirely. The fact that devs are looking at the mods and making the base game are great. RimWorld always is a pretty polished experience, and you don't have too many complaints. When there are mods that add more quality of life, but in other games they rely on mods to really do the work, and that's not been a problem. I mean, RimWorld actually does have a reputation of the mods carrying a lot of the weight. That actually is a thing. We've had mods around for ages to cover some pretty basic needs. Take the blocks off there, put them in here. Do we still waste glitter on a single bruise? I believe so. Like, the fact that it's taken this long for caravanning to get a proper look at is pretty bad. The caravanning's always been a pain point. How long it took them for, like, to deal with Blight, and even then Blight is still dodgy where you often have to zone people in and all that. That's not to be a thing. It's just very, very much RimWorld has historically depended on the people making the mods to carry a lot of stuff. But I am glad they're baking it in. It's the same thing actually with 1.5 and Anomaly, that they did a lot better about bringing a lot more of the things kind of into the base game. Like, we still need a cleaning zone kind of thing versus your home zone being where you repair, where you clean, and where you do fire. Because you end up with the weird thing where you have, like, this in your home zone, and your people are running out and, like, cleaning up the dirt in your dirt field. When you're like, I just want you to put out the fire, I don't want you to clean the dirt off the field that's made out of dirt. Because the console edition Discord channel frequently is getting people popping in, asking if mods are on console, and then getting pissy when they're told no, they're a security risk and the console makers don't want. I mean, yeah, like even outside of RimWorld, that's always been a thing. If it's a game that has a heavy modding scene, you just accept the console version doesn't get to partake. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. It's just the nature of the beast with console that they don't really let you get in on the modding. Alright. So I've got you taking care of that. We're doing okay with the production here. I wouldn't sit there and argue that necessarily PC is better. I definitely prefer PC personally. But very, very genuinely there's arguments to be made for a lot of the games. Okay, so hunting wise, Moriarty is set to high priority, the hunting. Because we do want to bring back the occasional thing. Yeah, I have Moriarty hunt just the one. But see, honestly, mods in this day and age really put PC gaming ahead of most consoles. You mod so many games lately. Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like I said, that's my preference. But there's also something very much to be said for it just works. Is console edition gonna get biotech? Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of limitations that come with console. Like, it's good to be aware of those limitations. You tend to not get stuff as fast. They tend to be restricted in a lot of the settings and all that because they're stuck with, you know, whatever hardware they can do it. The big advantage you get with console is you can press play and it just works. Like that. And if a game doesn't deliver that, then what's even the point? Alright. Now, I am planning pretty early on, we'll probably make the run to Ship to the Stars. Because we are doing the all endings. And Ship to the Stars is going to be the ones that has... Well, actually, it depends on where the Ship to the Stars, before I say that. It depends on where it lands and what happens with a lot of that. Now, we are starting to get some block and all that. I didn't check. What type of... Oh, here's another change, is if we look at our icon, it's now super easy to figure out where you are. It has this big glow around it, so versus when you get zoomed out down here, like, where the hell am I? Now, the moment you turn up there, it just stands out. Because I can't tell you the number of times they got stuck. Plus, you can also jump straight to location of your home base by just clicking on that. What I want to check is we have sandstone and slate. Well, that's terrible, actually. That's fine. So we're going to build our place out of slate. That's what we're going to do. So structures, slate. Because they did add a whole thing where now I'm supposed to be able to just straight up replace my walls. Live. Without needing to redo it all. Gotcha, so they'll tear it down. So I'm glad I left the corners, because I had heard rumblings that they can collapse the ceiling on you. So by leaving the corners, we've got that. And Prison Targeting was I hadn't let them port RimWorld. They had experience with a similar style of game. Gotcha. So you're upset due to alcohol withdrawal. Now, I am going to want Luxray to not be addicted. We did take Luxray with an addiction because they were sanguine undergrounder with lots of passions. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, okay, they've got an addiction, which starting with addiction is pretty rough. But on the other hand, they're a really solid pawn and we can get past addiction. Yeah, not some. I would be someone who personally would not want to play RimWorld on console. And that's more not even about, you know, console itself so much as controller. Generally speaking, this style of game on controller is usually a pretty rough time. Not that it can't work, it's just usually a thing. Alright. So we want to go ahead and get all this built. We're getting our farm online. We still got some food on standby. I'll go ahead and put another one of the deer on the hunt list. Alright. Minor break risk on Luxray. Right, and we did cut down the psychic tree because the psychic tree on this one is like right here. And I'm like, yeah, if I use it, we're just gonna straight up die. So I went ahead and just ate the penalty right away while I got the mood bonus in hopes that we roll a better location for the psychic tree. Thoughts of the DLC announcement? You're way more excited about the new biomes and animals than the space stuff? I'm looking forward to both. I liked the idea of Save Our Ship 2 more than I liked the actual thing, but that kind of came down to when you are doing a modded thing and you have to like build it on top of the existing game. You have a lot more limitations. You usually have performance and resource implications and yada yada. So it wasn't even like actual failures on the DLC or anything like that, so much as just the unfortunate nature of how all of that ends up working. Gonna move that outside. And as a result of that, you know, it does causes headaches. by having it all baked in, there shouldn't be nearly as much of those issues. Yeah, your message is right. You didn't read the stock part. Gotcha. Yeah. Like I said, for me personally, when it comes to like city builders, settlement builders, colony builders, those kind of like Tycoon, that entire range of games, generally speaking. Alright, well we already got Shamblers approaching as our very first event. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and engage them because it looks like 3 of them. So I'm gonna rally up and just do this. Between the warg, the monkey, and everything else, you can probably manage it. And honestly, if the monkey dies, it wouldn't be that big of a loss for me. It's not a particularly good animal for fighting, or utility, or nuzzling, or anything. Aw, man. Kudos on you if you enjoy caravanning. Oh, it's 4 of them. I still think that's fine. I find caravanning extremely frustrating. But that's kind of what I'm most excited about the 1.6 update. Not even the whole the rest of things. Okay, so just gotta go a little ways farther forward. Keep the animals in reserve for as long as we can. Get in there, warg. Alright, let's move up since we accidentally shot our own warg immediately. And how bad you get? You got a couple of scratches on you. Okay, and we'll go orders, allow all. Yep, so we got ourselves a shard. Because I didn't want to wait and have to, like, hide indoors or whatever while I waited for them. That's fine. Yeah, about the only time I caravan is when you have, like, an off threat. It's just always been one of those things that I've just not been much of a fan of caravanning. Like, I like the idea, but in the actual game when it comes to caravanning... Alright, here, 1 second, I don't want... I don't want you to sit there untreated this whole time if I can help it. Okay. What did you lose a leg to? A gazelle. Timberwolf picked the fight with a gazelle and lost. Okay, and you're all treated up? Cool, so hopefully we don't get an infection. There's a good chance of it. We are laying in the dirt outside, which is certainly not the greatest for one's medical health and all that, but also beggars can't be choosers, so you know, it is what it is. Where are you going? Oh. You're treating the monkey. That's fine. For the moment, we can go ahead and set ourselves some animal sleeping spots. Was the tribal start once where 2 of the pawns start with bolt action rifle and a pump action? Yeah. When you get stuff like trigger happy, that's what happened with Moriarty here, is Moriarty has trigger happy. Yeah, so that'll drop off soon. Don't worry about the trees and all that later. Oh, we're already at refrigerated? That's concerning. Alright, so hopefully this rice will be ready soon. And then that'll basically make food not an issue because I way overcommitted how much we're growing. There you go, furniture. You can put the torch back on the wall. I obviously don't have the stone cutting set up yet. I'm actually kind of depending on them continuing to tear down all the ruins around here for stuff. Which is, again, not really a good plan. But I kind of don't want to rebuild things again and again. Okay. Cool, so you're about to have that. Apparently you hit on Luxray and it didn't work out. Oh, right, you're all undergrounders just about, so you're all technically outdoors and getting super pissed off about it. That's fair and valid, I guess. Okay. Now the good news is we are working on researching the stone cutting. I chose that first. Yeah, so we're gonna keep the meals coming. Animals-wise, yeah, we did get both of our animals trained to be able to fight. Over complex furniture? Yeah, in this particular case, because the big thing is I like to try and get it as early as we can. Because if I can get the, if we get it as early as possible, then we have the benefit of not have to worry about stuff later. So we're gonna go here, we're gonna choose clear, low importance, and corpses, human-like. Gonna put that there, so that's low priority. And go up here and say, hey, no human-like. We need to go down here and remove this from being a home zone, because I really don't care about that spot. But that way they haul these bodies out of here. Okay, so we need to name the faction as well as the colony. Factions-wise, right now we're just Prolicizer because it just makes it easier to deal with ideology early game. Later on, we might move into stuff like Guilty or whatever, I haven't quite decided. And as far as the local settlement, we'll probably only be here for a while until, like, Ship to the Stars, and then depending on where that lands, we're going to move over there, because all endings, we're going to have to caravan there anywhere. If you have to leave the map, you will, but you don't enjoy caravanning. It takes too long. Yeah, my whole problem with, like, caravanning is if you say, like, I want to send out a caravan of 15 people, like, it's a big caravan. You can tell them to start, and they will literally melt down and probably lose the colony before they get off the tile. Now, you can make it work by microing, by sending them off like in groups of 3, grabbing everything, and little by little getting them all off the map and all that. But it just ends up being, like, there's a lot of micro, and it's not the good kind of micro. It's not like in combat where you're like, alright, well, let's get behind cover, okay, shoot that target, okay, I'm gonna use this thing on that enemy. Like, that's good micro, it's meaningful gameplay decisions. Versus micro to get past whatever the thing is that's in the way. Alright, so as far as we got for local settlement, Disappointment Valley. Excellent. For the faction name... Yeah, no, you're not going to have any say about ads, unfortunately. That's just the reality. Like, it's the whole thing. If something's free, you're the product, which means ads or your data's getting sold. You know, they got to keep the servers running. And I understand you're saying, well, this type of ad doesn't work for me. Twitch for better or worse, doesn't do a good job with targeted ads. The only thing they really take into consideration is like geolocation, and they can also target stuff like
Thank you lilypad_SPL for gifting a sub to Psychatic.
Yep. And thank you Lilypad for gifting a sub to Psychatic. So Psychatic, you got yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emote. Don't forget to refresh, because sometimes those subs it like won't register that you're subbed to prevent the ads and everything until you refresh. But yeah, so like the only thing Twitch takes into consideration is sometimes things like categories and tags on the channel that you will have an advertiser who will target that. So they'll target like the gambling tag, or they'll target like the ASMR tag or whatever. And then you can also have it where they will tag location. So like, are you in the UK? Are you in the Southeast Florida? Are you in wherever? But that's the only thing they have. They don't consider like age range or any of that kind of information. Twitch doesn't make that available. So it is a thing that you are going to get hammered with whatever ads fit whatever demographic they're targeting, even if it's completely not the whole thing. They give you an option to not show ads? Do you mean Twitch Turbo? Like, you can sub or do Twitch Turbo to get rid of ads. I haven't seen where you're able to say, don't show me this ad or anything like that. So still trying to decide in the faction stance. Pooping town? Why? Naming things is hard. For the faction, like, we're tribal, and we're looking to do all the endings. The tribe of everything. I don't know. It's a terrible name, but I don't want to sit on that screen for, like, ever. Yep, we're in Disappointment Valley and the tribe of everything, because we're doing the all endings run. So to go keep it a thing. You don't really care about ads on Twitch, but the prize ones, yeah. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Like, I know there's a decent number of like military ads about like joining the Army or Marines or Navy or whatever. I don't like those ads. I don't have a problem with military service. I just don't think they should be advertised. Because, you know, targeting young people who are impressionable and all that. Like, I understand people should be able to make the conscious decision of, like, yeah, they're going to pay for my college or training or whatever. And I think that's good that that's an option. But I don't like the hype machine side of it where they're like, you know, join the Marines, be a hero. You know, be a real man. And you're just like, come on, man, stop. Alright, so we're getting the bodies out of here, so we'll stop taking the mood penalty for it. We're slowly getting this area built up around here. We're also making good progress towards getting our stone cutting. I'm really hoping they keep up with tearing this down real fast. That we get enough slate to do it, because that'd be bad otherwise. And the reason I'm chucking all these bodies in the water is bodies do rot a little bit faster when they're sitting in water. So it gets the bodies away from my base, and it means they will rot faster as well. Okay, let me guess. You're dealing with alcohol withdrawal again? And this time I think you drank all the alcohol. I think it's all gone. So, Luxray is going to despise existence for a while. You feel the same on social media ads? Yeah. Like, I don't like ads for medical stuff. I feel like that's a discussion you and your doctor should have, not you and Twitter or Twitch. You know, I don't like military ads for kind of the same reason, and I don't like gambling ads. Like, I don't have a problem with gambling either, but it's one of those things that, especially places that you have young people showing up as, I don't really want that getting hammered with a bunch of, you know, gambling stuff. And then you also have people who deal with gambling addiction and all that, and that's just basically begging for relapse. So I'm not really a fan. That was, I think it was on YouTube that, I don't know if it still is a thing, but once upon a time there was a thing where you could sit there and mark and be like, they'd have like 128 ad categories, and you're allowed to take like 3 or 5 and say, I don't want these 3 on my channel. So it won't reduce the number of ads you actually show at all, but you can grab like the 2 or 3 that you like morally object to or is just not appropriate or whatever and say no. And then as well as I believe you could also grab like 2 or 3 and say like these are categories that are well aligned with my channel. See, I always thought medical drug ads were strange, seeing it's a doctor's job to recommend, and not seeing an ad go to the doc and say, hey, I want this. I agree. Like that's kind of one of those things. You know, unless you happen to be a medical professional yourself, the person being marketed to, you genuinely don't have the information you need to make an informed decision about that stuff. So leave it to someone who that is their job, whether they're like your doctor or pharmacist or nurse or at least some level. Twitch shouldn't be allowed to show any gambling ads. That's going to be local jurisdiction kind of stuff, psychotic. So that'll need to be stuff that you take up with like in the EU or the US or whatever. There are countries that Twitch cannot show gambling ads on because in those countries they have strict gambling laws. But like places like the US and Australia, we have, it's not that we have super lax gambling laws, but there's a lot of allowances. Yeah, so you're just going to be an angry person for a while, unfortunately. Probably a good 10 days you're going to be pretty upset about that alcohol addiction. So there's a good chance Luxray is going to be... We're hoping for stuff like Luxray to have the, like, stays in their room, psychotic wandering. A lot of non-Americans find medical ads weird. Oh yeah, I am American and I find it weird. Especially where they have to, like, list all the side effects afterwards. So it's just a weird thing that's like, does this commercial really work? It's like, this is this diet medicine. You can take this dieting medicine to help you lose weight. May cause side effects such as depression and suicide and bleeding from the eyes and ears. And, you know, fits of rage and your skin turning pink. And all sorts of symptoms you didn't realize could be symptoms. And you're just like, who is the person who goes, I could lose a little weight. Oh, I can buy this thing, and then here's the list of symptoms, and goes, you know what? I think that's worth losing a little weight over. Like, I think the idea of bleeding from my eyeballs is worth potentially losing a couple of pounds. Look how happy these people are. Chance of death, sadness, suicide, upset stomach. Yeah, like, you just go through the symptoms of, like, what doesn't go wrong when you take this stuff as a possibility? And you understand, like, yes, a lot of it'll be like, how many percentage of people get affected by this? Maybe 1-2% of people or whatever. But you're like, okay, but is it really that bad? All right, so you got one person who's solidly probably gonna get wrecked. Doesn't really have much going for him. They're gonna run down here and hope that Scrap here walks down this way and we just don't even have to put much thought into it. Because Lux right here is about to utterly break down. You are going around the other way and I dislike that. You're not carrying beer, are you? Alright. Do you have anything I want? Nope, you have destroyed clothing. So you did bring me a medicine, and that's appreciated. Honestly, leave that club outside. So I don't want this person. Aren't there rules for streaming gambling? Yes. So to be clear with the rules about streaming gambling on Twitch, it's not that you're not allowed to stream gambling on Twitch. There are certain things that you can't, like, do certain gambling yourself kind of things. Alright, well that'll be fine. I'll get rid of the beer. But you have to, like, you can't stream the unlicensed one, because that's the big one. What was it, like, stake.com or whatever? That they weren't legal to operate in a bunch of places. They didn't have certain licenses and all that, so they specifically couldn't be streamed. But it's a thing like that, where there are a bunch of put the steel outside and the uranium. But yeah, so it's more, you have to have like the licensing and all that. But you can stream gambling. I have no interest in doing it myself, because again, there's a lot of people who are very genuinely not okay with it, which I think is honestly fine. I have no interest in watching someone else gamble. But yeah, it's the same thing, like, you can stream a game where a person buys a bunch of loot boxes and pops loot boxes for an hour, and that's totally fine. And as far as I'm concerned, that's gambling. It probably depends on where you're at in today's Simplex. Because, like, if you're in a country that they're not allowed to run ads for medical stuff, then Twitch won't. That was the reason why was the comment, like, they shouldn't be allowed to post whatever ads. I'm like, well, that depends on your local laws. Yeah, so Luxray went on an alcohol binge. That should be the last of the alcohol we have. And then we get to deal with Luxray just melting down until that's sorted. Let's see, Central Europe, but they meant a lot of non-Americans find medicine ads weird, and well, they're mostly not getting medicine ads in the first place. Right, well, that's one of the things is when you have people travel to the US for, like, tourism, they go to Disney or whatever, and, they watch whatever the local TV is after the theme park or whatever, and then they'd be like, you should see if Zinocutterite is good right for you. Warning, you should not take this medicine if you're allergic to this medicine. Also, you should not take this medicine if you are pregnant or expecting or planning to be pregnant. And, like, the whole list of things. And you look at those commercials, and if the commercial's a minute long, 30 seconds about it is basically side effects and that all the reasons you shouldn't take it. Which they have a legal obligation to do that, by the way. Like, they are required to list the likely side effects kind of thing. I don't know the stipulation about, like, how likely or not likely or whatever, like, what the cutoff is with any of that. But they are required to list that stuff. But yeah, and that's, when you ask people who travel to the US the first time, like, the kind of things that catch them by surprise, the advertising medicine is one that comes up a lot. The free soda refills is another one that throws people off. The expectation to tip all the time can throw people off if they're not in an area that typically tips. That's not an unusual one you hear. And then the other one is how big it is. You hear that one a lot about how big it is. Where people travel and be like, oh yeah, so I'm popping in, I'm going to be dropping in on Georgia. What are the chances of me visiting California while you're here? And you're like, you know Europe? Yeah. That's like saying you're dropping in Spain and you're planning on driving over to Austria and then going that much farther. It's like you're not doing that. It's like, you gotta understand, a state is about the same rough size as most European countries. Yeah, it's like, and there's like 2 train lines that go across, and their schedules suck. And it's gonna cost you about as much as a plane ticket, and then some to do it. It's like dropping the south into Spain and driving to Moscow. And it's not that far. The US isn't that big. Like, the US, like, width-wise is, if I remember correctly, I believe it's wider than Europe. But not by a lot. But it is not something you're hopping in a car in an afternoon and going across. Yeah, no, that would, like, Spain to Moscow would be like the corner to corner, but I think Russia is about the same time as the US, like the entire Russian country is about the same time as the US. I could be wrong because the whole, like, you know, when you go to the top of the map, it elongates stuff and, you know, things are disproportionate on the map because you're taking a ball and making it flat. But it's a trek. The point, like, to be genuine, like, if someone's saying, I'm going to visit Florida and I want to see New York, even now you're like, you're not doing that in one trip without flying and taking, like, 3 weeks, man. It's like, I'm sorry, you gotta understand. That is a number of hundreds of miles you are traveling that whole length. That is a 3 or 4 day drive by road, unless you are, like, really just beelining it, no sleep kind of thing. You love meeting people in Europe and saying they just want to drive the whole Route 66. It was like, you know what that actually means? Lisbon to Moscow is 2,427. Atlanta to LA is about 2,175. That's closer than I thought it would be. You know what? To be fair, I don't actually know relative in Russia where Moscow is. I thought it was Eastern Russia. But I don't know that for sure. Actually, I very far to the west. That's okay, there's my problem. Okay, right. There's my problem. Is I thought it was like vaguely Eastern Russia, because I don't know Russia's topography very much. So it being on the west, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that'd check out, because that'd be just a little ways in from the eastern edge of Europe, wherever it is. Not as much as St. Petersburg, remember? But yeah, so you get the idea. So it's kind of like sitting there and going to the same person being like, hey, you know, you live in Spain. What is the chances of you thinking of, in like 2-3 days, doing a road trip to Moscow? And they go like, well, you're not going to do that. And so it's just kind of one of those things. Or like, this is, I hear more about this from people visiting Australia. But you'll have people who go to like the desert areas and are like, yeah, we just want to go out and like drive out in the desert and check out the desert. And you're like, hold the hell up. Yeah, that isn't something you just do. There's preparation you want to do with that. And you want to have a backup plan for when things go wrong, your vehicle breaks down the desert, and you're in the freaking desert. Because I hear the occasional horror story of, you know, some German couple who goes, I'm going to just drive across the middle of Australia, and you're like, wait, time out. You're going to die is what you're going to do. That's one, much bigger than you think it is. Two, not exactly well acclimated, even for your off-road vehicle. It's kind of the same thing when you get to the really bad parts of the desert in the US as well, where you go to like parts of Utah and you just start driving into the desert. It goes, when does this desert end? Another state down that way. And it's not great for crossing. So like, make sure people know where you are, have a GPS, and have like a sat phone or something. And even then, better idea, don't. Just don't do it at all. Just straight up, just don't do it. Just disregard that, go do something else with your time. Well, that's like, even, it always shocks me the people who are like, oh, you know, and people in the US do it too, where they'll be like, oh yeah, I want to see all of Europe. And they're like, I'm going to go for 2-3 weeks and I'm going to go see Europe. And you're going, like, a country or two? Because you're not, like, even just driving, you're not doing that in like 2 weeks. Like, you can do the visited the country as in your plane landed and then you took off again. That you could pull off in 2 weeks. It's a waste of time and money. But you're not visiting. Considering you can go to some place like Germany or France or Italy, and in 2 weeks, you still would have only seen a small fraction of the interesting things to see in France or Germany or Italy, not and. Yeah, no, exactly. Like there's just individual cities can eat up a week or two. That's a really cool city here in the US is Portland, Oregon. It's a very weird city, but I say that mostly in a positive, right? Well, we're gonna be too late to save the monkey. Are you following Moriarty? No, you're following Calaria. Yep. I'm gonna kill that Timberwolf, though. There's a charge for eating our animals. To be fair, I didn't expect that monkey to make it very long. They're not as cursed as cats in this game for not having a chance of surviving, but they're pretty cursed. Cats in this game have no chance of surviving. It's like they were made to be killed. Alright. Yeah, the cats in this game will literally go and hunt stuff and die to the thing they hunt. And then anything that eats meat will hunt them. So the life of a cat in RimWorld is pretty grim. So don't listen to him. Don't come to Portland. We're perfectly fine and normal here. You literally have a mural that says "Keep Portland Weird." I've been there. Portland's one of the, like, I would say of all the cities I've been in my travels, both in the US and Europe, probably the city I've enjoyed the most was Corvallis, Oregon, which is a little college town. But a really fun place. Lots of disc golf and all sorts of stuff going on there. It's one of those places that feels a little weird in how friendly everyone is, that people just walk up and just be like, "Hey, how you doing? Can I help you with something?" You're like, "I don't know who you are." But people are just friendly and kind. Portland's up there, though. I really liked Portland. Like, and I've been to Portland a ton of times. There was a conference I used to go to every single year in Portland. Still in early access, right? RimWorld? No, RimWorld's been released for ages. This game is like, what is it, 12, 13 years old now or something like that? But oh no, update. Yeah, that's not early access. That's unstable. Yeah, early access is has a very specific connotation to it. But yeah, I know it's like the unstable beta, whatever you want to call it. The Polk County and you can't understand what's happening. Why? Nice. Oh yeah, no, just from growing up, like I as a kid I was just outside of Detroit, Michigan, and then, you know, being in Central Florida for pretty much the bulk of my adult life and everything. If someone walks up to you and it's not very clear what they want from the beginning, you're immediately suspicious. And it's not that it's necessarily a bad thing, it's just the vast majority of time some random person walking up to you is gonna be, you know, panhandling or whatever. People just don't do that here. It's just not the culture. Now if someone walks up and is like, "Hey man," and like, "Do you know where the bus stop is?" Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You're like, "Okay, well, bus stop's over there." You're like, "Hey man, do you know where I can find the courthouse?" I just don't know the town. It's like, "All right, courthouse is over there." It's like, "Thanks, man." Like, that kind of stuff happens. But when someone walks up, like, "Hey, how are you doing?" You're like, "All right, what's this guy want? What's going on here?" Being from Chicago, you agree with this feeling? Yeah, no, it's just, and it's not that people are unfriendly. I wouldn't say like it's not people go out of their way to be rude or anything. It's just, if you got no business interacting with someone, doing so just randomly on the street is just super sussy. Hey Bentley, how's it going? Where it's different, like if you're hanging out at like an arcade or a bar or whatever, and you know you're sitting there at the bar and someone sits down in the seat next to you and you're like, "Hey, what's up?" Like that's totally different. So it is, yeah, it's one of those things, it feels strange. And like once, like, and I've had positive interactions with that. It says, which is appropriate for the Portland you live in Australia, as the port is the only natural deep sea harbor. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's a lot of places called Portland, and they usually are ports. RimWorld's going well. We're still early game. I'm being like, we should have a base built already, like out of wood. I'm being stubborn and wanting to go straight to stone, which is not really the play. But, you know, here we are, because we're getting pretty close to getting stone cutting set up. And then once that's set up, we will... I'll just put this outside. We are not doing that. Actually, wait a second, I changed my mind. I do need to do that. Okay, so who is going to be our... Right, we're doing the all endings. I don't normally do all ending runs, so my immediate was dismissal. Alright, so it's going to be Calaria. So we're going to go ahead and do this for Calaria. Then you'll have your little animal friend will chase you. Man-hunting rat, that's fine. Okay. Because we need to get Calaria up the ranks. That's one of the things that we're going to have to do. And if I wait on it, it's just going to take so long for it to happen. Okay. And meanwhile, word joy on Luxray. Because you're going to be fighting with your addiction. And that gives you 5 days before that starts to hurt your mood again. So we're going to basically use that word joy we're getting for free to try and get Luxray through their withdrawal. And get you out of here before you get mad. Cool, we're not going to worry about the ceremony, though. Like, right now, we're just going to leave it the way, because once we start doing the ceremonies, Calaria Star will start being like, I need a fancier bedroom, I needed this, I needed that. Whereas, if I just leave it right now, and we keep building up the honor on Calaria, we could literally just jump her to the highest rank when we need her to be there. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, in the meantime, we're just going to keep working on all this. We're getting pretty close to getting the research done. Then we'll put down the stone cutting bench here, and then will become the time that all stone will be forfeit. We'll prioritize cleaning over the other stuff. Because we got food poisoning in our future. Okay, we've almost got the space enclosed. There must be tearing apart a, that's steel. Let's say it must be started to tear apart a slate building. Okay, so good chance we'll get this enclosed. And then we'll start getting the bedrooms and all that online. Well, bedrooms, break rooms, all that. We've got a lot of stuff to build. Part of the reason I'm not as committed on this part is I do know we are going to be going ship to the stars and all that. So I'm going to start trying to build up a big amount of supplies and just hoping the ship to the stars lands in a not awful biome. If it is a bad biome, it's fine, which just means I'll have to get like complex clothing and a couple other things online before we beeline over there. But the plan with it is to get the all endings to get over to like the ship to the stars and leave it there and just build our base around it and honestly leave it just in the base and just keep building up from there. I don't think it's a good strategy because that ship's wealth is going to be astronomical and it's going to be a real bad time. But yeah. Let's see. You must say that when you're standing around in a lost and mid-sized Cali town as a teen and looking at the map, you had nearly invariably someone would come up and randomly ask you where you wanted to go, and if you needed directions, you kind of guess it depends on the area. Small towns, sparsely things, people are more probably open to do that. Well, yeah, no, it also depends on, like, there's that kind of thing, like, in the US as well, like, different areas have entirely different cultures about, you know, Again, some towns being like super friendly and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Other towns being a lot more like, you know, if you don't have a reason to bother someone, you don't. Like, there's a lot of that. Because I do know parts of California are very friendly. They're more than happy to talk to you, and there's other parts of California that are very much in that vein. If you don't have a reason to bother someone, you don't. And if you do bother someone, they're going to be immediately suspicious of you. But it's also probably just as much like big town, little town kind of stuff as well. Alright, cool. So cut blocks forever. So that'll start getting us more slate. So we'll get this room built. The next thing after that is I'll probably want to go and start expanding. Hey, Peter Ponders. How's it going? The unstable update's pretty good so far. We are still just getting started. For those who don't know, Peter Ponders, an absolutely fantastic content creator. He's been playing some Dune Awakening recently. But is a very fantastic, fun person that you should definitely check out and all good stuff. But thank you for dropping in. But yeah, so we're pretty early on. We've already seen some of the quality of life stuff. We're still working on getting our initial setup because I'm being stubborn about making it out of stone when I have all this perfectly good wood over here. But, you know, I don't wanna. I mean, the whole town is like 50,000 inhabitants and said there was like 2 police cars to service at any time. So people really weren't concerned about bad things happening. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, there are, here in Florida, there are, we call them beach bum towns. Like, that's not, like, it's not meant in a bad way. They're basically, like, really just kind of nice, tropical town kind of thing that, like, the big part of the culture is, like, beach stuff and all that. You know, whether it's scuba diving or snorkeling or surfing or whatever. And the people there tend to be pretty outgoing and friendly. That if they see someone who's, like, new to the area, they'll say hello and all that. Versus, like, when you get more into the touristy areas, it tends to be a lot more, you know, if you don't have a reason to bother me, then don't. Alright, so how is Luxury doing on their alcohol withdrawal? Yeah, so that Joy Fuzz is going to wear out long before you're past your withdrawal, so you're going to be pretty awful to deal with once that happens. But that was always going to be the nature of the beast. We knew that when we took Luxray, because we wanted, like, having that sanguine and all these passions is like, alright, yeah, we'll do that. We'll accept it with, you know, an addiction. Like, everyone is undergrounder except Moriarty. And everyone's got food poisoning. Alright. Refreshing the fresh start with only a crew of 5 still. What's the plan? We're doing an all endings run. So we are going to do every one of the endings in the game. My I think intention is going to be to do this very counter to the way you'd normally do it. I'm going to try and get stuff set up enough that we can caravan to try out the new caravanning. And we're going to get caravanning out of here as soon as like the ship to the stars has determined it and we've got the supplies to reasonably do it. And I'm literally going to caravan to the ship to the stars as early game as possible. I do expect that to be rough. To understate it a lot. Because what's most likely going to happen with that is we're going to get there, and that's going to be a lot of... no, the Mega Sloth's not my pet. We're going to get there, and we're going to have all the wealth that is the ship there right from the beginning, just sitting there, making the raids worse. And that is going to be a significant concern. But then the hope would be I get all that going on. It is such a shame that those cows died on arrival. Such a shame, that one. You once got a pet Thrombo randomly? Yeah, and I've had some fun ones we've gotten as pets. Alright. So our crafting person... Yeah, that's Luxray. Who is working on making our bricks little by little. I will go in here and queue it up to put down the sandstone tile. So that way as they cut these bricks and we get some sandstone and we get some other stuff, little by little we get this built out. By putting these floors down, we are increasing our wealth more. It's one of the reasons I don't play on like 500% naked brutality anymore. I used to do that kind of like runs. I got tired of all my bases looking the same by having like, this is the kill box design that works for this, so I'm going to repeat that. Or, you know, leaning on this or that, you know, meta strategy or whatever. So these days I play on Strive to Survive because it lets me make fun and nice looking bases and, you know, kind of doing that while still remaining challenging enough that I don't get like free easy wins and all that. So I find it to be a really nice balance. Alright. So we're trying to give that a moment for them to finish building this first room. They're making lots of pemmican and everything, which is honestly going to be wasting quite a few materials, but that's whatever. Luxray's... Right, Luxray is moving slowly because of the joy fuzz as well as the addiction withdrawal. So they're just not going to be moving at full speed. That's fine. We're also still taking apart all the ruins on the map. Which is you, I believe, doing that? Oh, right, we have our construction and our cook are the same person, which is going to have to change eventually. We'll get it sorted. Trying to click the zone. Because I want to tell them to not keep the dye in here. Interesting. I have problems clicking over to the zone. Now, what should happen is once we run out of the meat there, they'll stop making pemmican. Or this rots. But that's fine, because we're going to be waiting enough for, actually... Oh, you're still waiting on slate. It's all sandstone nearby. Is there a new storyteller? Not that I'm aware of. Keep in mind, with 1.6, this does not have the DLC content yet. The DLC content isn't going to be out for a month. So this is going to be mostly just your quality of life, changes, that kind of stuff. There's not going to be a ton of, like, net new content in the game. Not till the DLC. When the DLC drops, there's going to be a crap ton. This will be more like adjusting the balance on some things and that kind of stuff. So like a bunch of armors and weapons got buffed. Some significant buffs, some very minor buffs. Cool, we'll leave that alone. I don't need the components yet, and I don't want to make them vulnerable to attack. What are you working on? You are wandering for recreation right now. One colonist is idle, so Calaria Star is idle. What can I have Calaria Star work on in the meantime to be productive? I can give you a very low priority on construction. Because I'm not super worried about wasting, like, sandstone or whatever. And I'll at least get some progress there while Scrap Code is busy just making all the pemmican that has ever existed. Mad Gazelle. Okay, a couple of bruises. All right. There we go. So storage, plant matter. Oh wait, what was it under? So we've got the dye. Storage, dye. Don't keep it in here for now. Keep it out here. It'll rot faster out there, but I don't really have a use for it yet. So I don't want it just cluttering inside the building when we can put food and other such there instead. Yeah, then we'll get complex furniture going on, and then we'll get complex clothing. We'll want to start moving stuff out of here as soon as I actually get some slate cut. Let's go to here. Go bills, add slate. Do until you have. We'll just make it 400. 200. So prioritize going after the slate first. There's like a new scenario, right? Not till the DLC. Right now, this is literally RimWorld like it's always been with quality of life. And some balance changes. There's no new storyteller, there's no new scenario, there's no new content. That all comes with the DLC in a month. Like right now, we're just the base game update. That's all we've got at the moment. 1.6 is the base game update and all the adjustments there. When the DLC drops, we'll probably have a whole lot of stuff. Like, I would not be surprised if there's at least one new scenario. There's a new ending with the DLC and all that, but all that's the DLC. None of that's the base game. And a DLC doesn't drop for about a month. They cooked the biomes? Yep. Gonna be a bunch of new biomes once the DLC comes out. And all that will be dependent on the DLC. So, like, if you don't have the DLC, you don't get the new biomes. Hey! Oh, come on. Alright, it's finally an enclosed space. Alright, so. I should have done this a while back. So, for the plan, we can get going here. We'll plan for this to be a hallway. And that maybe what we do is we make a similar room to what we've got here on the opposite side. So that's 7 long. And then this can turn into the barracks, break room, whatever. Then this could be the production room, so we don't take the mood penalties and all that from stuff stacking here. And once we get that online, we can start getting the next thing going. Major break risk on Luxray, because alcohol withdrawal, that's fine. Yeah, you're, Oh, we didn't get our medicine updated. Assign, do this, that. And then we can go to someone's medical setup. I'm forgetting where I do this. Right, it was left click. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no, more than likely Luxray is going to have mental breaks because of that alcohol withdrawal. Minus 35 at the beginning is going to be really hard to overcome. So we're just going to probably embrace those mental breaks and get to the other side. And then meanwhile, we're going to keep getting this all sorted out. Flew on our warg. That's fine, we'll just keep taking care of it. Cool, complex furniture, so complex clothing will be next. So what we can do here is, for the time being, I'm making them all double beds for when we go to move them all into, like, their own rooms. I've got the wood. I usually like to try and make a lot of the furniture out of stone as well, even though they don't get nearly as high of a comfort bonus, because then fire is utterly meaningless. Alright. The blackboard and the toy box are not new. Those came out with, I believe, biotech. Transport pod crash. Oh, you're a waster? Oh, no, you just have a dependence. I'll rescue you. Why not? Disturbing vision. Calaristar had a strange dream. In it, he saw a black shape unfurled in space-time, growing and consuming. The shape originated from the nearby crumbling monolith. Upon waking from the vision, Calaristar feels strangely drawn to the monolith. It calls to him. We'll deal with that later, because that is one of the endings we'll need to do, is the anomaly. Usually these days, unless I'm doing anomaly shenanigans, I don't mess with the anomaly until we get electricity online, just because otherwise doing containment doesn't work very well. So being able to get that all sorted out early on can be a nicety. So pretty soon we should be done with, like, all the time being spent on cooking. Why are you sleeping outside? You have a bed. It's right there. It happens every once in a while, and I still don't understand why it happens. All I know is you're getting pissed off because brutal outdoors, and all you have to do is go to bed. Because then we'll get all that cleaned up, get those done. About that time, we'll hopefully have the tailoring bench going up so we can start getting our clothes improved. We'll start burning up some of this leather. We'll need to get a storage room. I'm planning on just making this back area over here just a big storage space. Not really putting a whole lot of effort into making it nice, just literally wall this area off and just dump crap in it. And then build the base out from here. Alright, attacks immediately. One guy with knife. They are a tough Neanderthal. So the big concern I have here is simply Luxray. Luxray is dealing with alcohol withdrawal, so they are going to have a movement speed penalty. And there's not a whole lot I could do about that. So if I don't tag this guy with a good hit to slow down their run speed, we are just going to have to deal with them up close. Now, granted, I've got a warg. And a warg is a solid choice for someone to just get in the way of something melee. So we're going to take advantage of that. We are definitely going to want to get a better setup than stand out in the open and fight. We're going to want some type of perimeter to bottleneck people and all that kind of stuff. You probably shouldn't be as stubborn as I'm being about the making everything out of stone. Okay. Oh, you did die. Still showing the exclamation mark. So, Calaria got properly cut up bad. So let's get you back there and patched up as fast as we can. And our doctors are you. So you're tending to Calaria already. So that's the important one. And then Luxray is the other doctor. So we're good. We are getting low medicine, but we've already got it planted, so hopefully that'll get that sorted. Alright. Most likely we're probably going to be, you know, we're about at the point we should probably be expecting to get an infection soon. Just by the number of injuries we're taking versus the likelihood of infection on this map. Okay, and it looks like Scrapcode is finally actually getting to do their main job, which is crafting. Yeah, because if I take you off of that and have the other person cook... Honestly, Luxray might be worth keeping on the cooking as well. They're cutting brick as their main thing. If I get them to focus on the cooking, that can free up Scrapcode as I need to be able to do a lot more construction. Prioritizing these floors is probably not the right idea either. It increases the wealth of the colony considerably, and then on top of that, it doesn't really solve any issues. Where are you going with that person? Oh, you're feeding the person to the warg. I'm okay with this. Can also go in here. And keep queuing stuff up. I'm not going to queue up the walls for the storage room yet, because I want to make sure they get that done. But I think we'll put the wall for this. Actually, we can use the planning tool. We have it. Let's use it. So the plan I have, I think, for this is the storage room will be from there. I haven't decided exactly if I want to bring it all the way over here and just make it a giant back area. I probably shouldn't. But it's not going to be used... Yeah, we'll just make it the whole back area. I probably shouldn't make it that big. Eclipse, and that'll be Luxray who's getting ready to have a break. Because alcohol withdrawal is a hell of a thing. It's going to take you so long to get through that. I probably shouldn't make it this big, because that's completely unreasonable. But for base building with this hallway here, I don't really have a good way of setting that up otherwise. So, I think I'm just going to make it back here. We'll want to, you know, cover it all up, and we'll deal with that later. Because at first, we can just chuck the stuff on the floor until we're ready to build the shelves. But they should get this built down here. And then once that's built, we can start expanding out. This sooner or later is going to be attacked by a raid and just set on fire. Disease infection on Calaria. I did mention this is probably coming. We are going to go ahead and bump you to the industrial quality and have you jump on that immediately. Because I do have one good medicine. So let's not take our chance with that, because Calaria can't preach health Calaria. Are you enjoying 1.6? Pretty good so far. We're still pretty early on. So we haven't really gotten to the point of getting too much of the new stuff. Yeah, so you're winning that fight for now, but not a whole lot else I could do about it. Visitors, they still don't have anything to trade. And once we get this enclosed, then it'll be time to switch everyone over to the other room. So you don't have people laying on the floor. And that should definitely help with moods. Major break risk on Luxray because of your alcohol withdrawal. Alright. Yeah, so we're doing a lot of this in ways you're not supposed to, like putting down all these floors is building up our wealth. taking the time to build all stone and not just getting a wall up, that's not getting myself strategically a good defensive position. All of these are bad ideas that, especially if we were playing on a harder difficulty, which we're playing on Strive to Survive, so we're not playing on easy difficulty. But if we were playing on, like, 500% threat or whatever, the colony would just fall over dead in, like, the second or third raid. I'd be needing to lean on traps and all that if I did that as well. Which, again, is part of why I don't run those really high ones, because then you get yourself kind of pressured in doing the trap maze and, whatever thing you do to, like, cheese the enemies a bit. There's definitely levels of cheese that are far worse than ours. Food binge, I can live with that. Food binge is fine. It's not the best option we could have had, but all things considered, with that big mood penalty because of alcohol withdrawal, just hitting our food when I've got too much, that's a freebie. Yeah, it gets repetitive. Exactly. I think, and I have a lot of appreciation for people who can do those types of challenges and enjoy them. Trap Maid was nerfed a bit in 1.6. Yeah, my understanding is they made the enemies that are supposed to dodge traps way better at it, is what I believe I read from the patch notes. Alright, so Calaria Star is pretty unhappy. I'm going to need you to feed Calaria Star real fast. It looks like you're going to get through your infection just fine. Which is good, because it'd be pretty sad to lose someone to infection right away. Enemies will now fire at their maximum range more? Interesting. I wonder how much that's going to affect kill box designs people have been using. Alright, so Calaria got through infection. Because one of the things that really worked well for a lot of your kill box designs is that the enemies would try and run up much closer to get to cover before fighting back, unless you managed to tag them. So it's part of why, like, the big cone of assault rifles worked, is the first person would hit the first enemy, and then everyone would kind of Death Star them next, so by the time they stopped to defend themselves, they were eating the shots from, like, 4 or 5 people. Yeah, see, way better yet, you can't just bob and weave through the maze if you take the long path. You can't take pot shots, then run in. Yeah, no, that'll be interesting to see how that changes a lot of how we end up making our defenses. Okay, cool. So I slowed down time back to just double time, because we're gonna go ahead and wall off that side and that side. And then I'll probably have to put a column or two in here. And we're just gonna dump crap on the floor there for a storage room. You like these changes a lot? I do as well. I've certainly used my share of defensive lines and all that. But, one, I think it's a good way of adding difficulty, because there's a certain amount of fun to abuse the AI's, like, pathing and decision-making. Like, there's a lot of interest in, like, figuring that out. But it is one of those things that when you can kind of trivialize the AI because you've hit that situation where you can get them to not defend themselves, where they have to, like, massively, massively overwhelm you before it matters. So one other thing that changed is, they're supposed to have in here where they give you more information. Yeah, she'll join you. So I was under the impression what they were supposed to do now was that they're supposed to give you a hint of, like, one of their stats. It might just not be that event, because it was like you had the random joiner where it's like didn't tell you anything, and half the time you get this terrible pawn you wanted nothing to do with. My understanding is that dialogue is supposed to be changed away where it's like, oh yeah, oh, hover over her? Oh, shooting 11. Yeah, there you go. So it'll tell you their best skill. Yeah, so best skill, shooting 11. Right now we're still in the setup phase, so I don't want to really take on that many more people. Because then I have to caravan over there. And it's only 2 turrets and a pigskin, so more than likely we can knock it down. but we're skill 0 and 5 others. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, the question is, other than the combat, what is their other skills? Because, like, if it was another person who could do construction, or another one who could cook or whatever, like, there's definitely a lot to go on there. I'm gonna have you prioritize getting that corpse out of there before everyone loses their minds. But yeah, once we get this all set up, I can put both my junk stockpile and my actual stuff back here for now. And we can just slowly expand the base out in the meantime. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here... I forgot to build that. How about a sniper that is melee only? Or non-aggressive? Yeah, that's, well, I believe if they're a pacifist, they don't get... Because they get, like, a -5 or whatever shooting or something, and then they have just, like, the dash where shooting and melee should be. But they technically do have a level in it, if I remember correctly. The odds of that being your highest in a pacifist are pretty negligible. We'll get that all figured out. Okay, so you're about to be all better. We can go ahead and put you back to normal medicine. And that'll be good, because I'll help with the hauling. Once I block out that last tile or two, I'm hoping that'll qualify as indoors unroofed. And like I said, I'm probably going to need to put a column in this area. And I usually do not make my storage room remotely that big. It's just a weird area. I'm going to avoid cutting into the mountain right now. It might also actually be worth putting a door here, in hindsight, because I could have left the door open for a trade caravan to poke the ancient danger. You know, let them out, run around, and make them fight. I'm claiming that tile up there in hopes that they will, a trade caravan will park right here. And then we can pop the ancient danger on them. Get free stuff. It's been exactly 1 year since you've launched RimWorld. I go back and forth with RimWorld, where usually I'll go pretty hard at it for like a month or so, and then I'll end up taking a break for a while. Cool, so let's see how far you get with the roof. I actually wasn't expecting you to be able to roof that all off. So... that's the stockpile. This is a dumping stockpile, so we'll copy your settings, paste them here. Copy your settings, paste them there. You're gone. You're gone. Complex clothing. So from here, let's go for electricity next. Delete our beds. And now I go to production. Wood tailoring bench. And I'm going to need furniture for right now. We're going to use a torch for light in there. Yeah, no, it's the 1.6 update is what got dropped. Yes, let's wall that off. And put a door here. Let's not. It's fine. Okay. So you can let them keep getting this all built out, move all the stuff in before we queue up more. We'll need to get the tailoring stuff going, which will be good. Ritual opportunity soon. Alright. And I'm not going to bother putting down flooring in there anytime soon. One thing we probably want to do, though, is floors. No, it's structure. Structure, bridge. The 2 water tiles. Yeah, because that won't rot there, but if they sit the stuff in the water, it'll get destroyed. Ship to the Stars. Okay, so Ship to the Stars is in a little bit of a cooler part of the temperate biome. We'd have to probably cross through really frigid area. But it is way over there. That would be doable. It is the opposite side of the planet. Where are we? It's literally like the new highlight thing. Oh, it's over there because I saw the symbols. Yeah, it's just covered by a bunch of symbols. Yeah, so I think realistically for me going there, I gotta cut across here. Like that way. Because there is a bridge to the south, but it'd have to go all the way down. Yeah, it's gonna be, like, literally there's just one way, is to cut basically across there. Alright, so for that, I'm gonna need proper winter clothes. And we're gonna want to have ourselves some pretty good kit before we go for it. But the plan is to try and work our way over to the Ship to the Stars area pretty early. Normally you don't want to do that because it's got a ridiculous amount of wealth. I mean, it's not even normally. We don't want to do that, typically. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with pants. And set you to only consider pants that are at 80%. We will want to have t-shirts that are at least 80%. We'll want to have parkas that are at least at 80%. We'll get bowler hats. 80%. They did also make the face mask just the base game now. Face mask. 80%. What else do we want here? There was always... We'll deal with the red foxes in a minute. I think, wasn't the sash like a medium layer? It's one of those ones I can never remember. Red foxes. Melee skill 9 on a child. Sure. Attack with it. Melee skill 9 on a 4-year-old child. So you're psychically... Oh, you're a hussar. No. I can't take care of a hussar right now. They'll literally die because they have, their needs. Oh, they don't need go juice until they're 13? I almost never take hussars. Because that was the reason I banished them. I was like, I literally can't keep you from melting down. You're literally gonna die here. Where did the hussar go? I banished you. And then you seem to cease existing. Where did you go? Oh no, if I have them pop the Ancient Danger, we're just gonna die. Because whatever's gonna pop out, I'm gonna have to fight it. I also am not a fan of any of the xenotypes that have the aggressive trait. I do not like. Where are you going? Trying to pull maneuvers of like outflanking me or something. you go. Poor Calaria is gonna need to be patched up all the freaking time. So anyways, and you were saying that the sash has the same level as... And I think it thought it was a link, like you missed the period or something like that? Okay, so we also have kids' pants. I guess those around in case you end up having a kid in the colony at some point. Kid shirt. Same deal. Kids parka. Alright. Yeah, no, the problem is I can't see what it was saying. Because it was the same layer as, and then that part was cut off so I couldn't read it. Valaria is the only one with real social skills, so we'll do that anyways. Take the peel up. Just straight up sniper rifle on the opener. Sadly, I don't have anything else to give you. Because it'd be funny to, at that stage, already have a sniper rifle. It is. Here's how you make a shirt and pants instead of just a romper. I don't really have a reason for it. Stuff like the clothes, I don't, like, other than, you know, the parka versus the duster and that kind of thing, I usually don't really worry about, you know, this one is slightly better than that one on this and that. So it's mostly just concerned with that, because I'm going to replace it with stuff like flak and everything later. So it's the whole reason, like, I make the bowler hat. It's not a strategic decision because, like, the bowler hat's better or worse or something. It's because I want to give people a bowler hat. Let's see. The hardest part of not playing in a long time is trying to figure out which mods have been incorporated in the base game. My answer is I just don't mod. Like a very, very lightly mod, so then I don't have to worry about what mods are and are not part of the game. Alright, how are you doing in your alcohol withdrawal? You're halfway there. That's fair. You always made rompers so they didn't have to make shirts and pants. That's one way to do it? Yeah. Well, I mean, I imagine then in that case it'd have the same pro and the con of, like, where you do, like, the flak vest and pants as opposed to the marine armor. Where the marine armor's one big piece, which does mean as it wears out, all of it gets worn out the same time, so it wears out faster kind of thing from the damage you take. Whereas the separate things... Now, as a kid, that's probably not as big of a concern. Because a kid, you don't want them taking hits. They won't live very long. Alright, so let's go have a party. And let's hope it's a good one. Because we have a really good party. Maybe Luxray's mood will get a nice little bonus. And they won't melt down as readily from their alcohol withdrawal. They also might just get super sad and have all that. Do not allow rotten. Get that out of there. Unimpressive. -1 mood. Excellent, that'll help. It's -1 move, it won't matter one or the other. But yeah. Meanwhile, go to our sign, food assignments, lavish. You're not allowed to eat corpses. Just never. This is why you read every mod description when you install the mod, or at least skim it. You'll check to see if the comments have potential legitimate issues. Yeah. One person rocking some flak that's in good shape and a Molotov and a pile of cash. Alright. I can get behind that. That'll be an easy person to shut down, too. What was your melee skill? It wasn't high, right? Oh, yeah, you're just gonna die, man. So, all we're gonna do is we're gonna stand back here. We're gonna let them run over to us. We're gonna sick the warg on them, and that'll be great. You know, it's good to go through the comments on mods for a whole bunch of reasons. I just tend to prefer to mod very lightly. War was nowhere to be seen. Alright, start shifting positions so you don't catch fire. Sadly, we did kill them, so their flak clothing is all tainted. Let's see, also check the comments of folks will mention various incompatibilities and sometimes. It's not that's necessary incompatible, but might get janky. It's an unstable branch before official release, so give modders a chance to update for the official release. Yeah. Oh no, that's exactly. We're on the unstable branch. So that's gonna be a little bit before anything happens there. So prioritize putting out the fire, prioritize putting out the fire. Wait, what? Oh, you have muscle parasites. Alright, you go get yourself patched up. Halt escapee. A mangled figure has approaching the colony, wants to talk. Alright, so what's your deal? Okay, so you are a kind baseliner who can explode people. You're missing an arm and 2 of your eyeballs. Okay, so with that, Hilaria, we'll talk to Shadow. It's so hard getting a happy ending from Cassandra. You still don't get how to do it? Oh, here's the thing. Like, it's just, you learn to juggle with a lot of stuff. Like, right now, we're not in a great shape with the way my base is set up. I've been doing the thing. The Mango Stranger stares at you with empty eyes and speaks in a broken voice. He claims to have escaped from a terrible cult and begs to join your colony. Animals are skittish around Shadow. He has an unnatural power to deform the flesh of living creatures, causing them to erupt in piles of twisted meat. Shadow claims he uses his gift only to butcher animals, but it's clear he could easily butcher a person. He may be very useful, but you also sense there's something Shadow is not telling you. I will allow Shadow to join, because exploding people sounds like a great time. And why would I not want to explode people? So we're dealing with all that. You have muscle parasites? Of course you do. Now, I am going to delay giving Shadow, like, having someone named after it. And there's a reason for that. And that reason primarily boils down to... Oh, that's actually perfect that you're a construction priority. And the reason basically boils down to with Shadow, we don't know what their deal is. And so they could be a metal horror, they could betray us, they could stay our friend. And so it's kind of one of those ones that we're just going to give it a minute. That is unfortunate. So temperature. Passive coolers. Go build that right now. And go build that right now. Now, one nice thing about Shadow is that that psychic ability there, it's pretty fun for fighting enemies. When you have that one dangerous enemy, you go like, you explode. It's great for singling out a primary threat. Its range is pretty short though, so it's a little tricky, and I believe it also requires line of sight, so you can't like shoot them through walls or whatever. But yeah. Oh, also... Where are you going? Oh, you're deconstructing stuff because you're caught up with building with what I have brick for. Major break risk on you due to serious pain, hot, and outdoors too much. That's gonna be the way it is. Let's see, you had a mystery pawn like this and had their that had their effect upon death. When they died, a horror. Yeah, the psychic scream. Yeah, that's one, and it'll summon in sight stealers. I click launch, you can't say it's been a year since the last time you played anymore. Yep. It happens. Soren's slowly getting better. A mad ibex doe. What are your combat skills, by the way? They're nothing. That's what they are. Okay. Yeah, so I do want to get Shadow a weapon. Let's hold that back home. I do want to get Shadow a weapon. I want to be careful what I get Shadow right now. Just because there's always the risk of things getting destroyed and whatnot. We can go over here. And for the moment, I'm going to put a fire out there for doing our festival and all that. Knock out that one tile of stone. And then also, I could queue that up to burn thing. Oh, if you're playing at 1.6, disable all your mods. Yeah, 1.6 is unstable. Just assume all mods are broken. Like, literally, the people who are on the modding scene are just now getting their hands on it to start trying to fix it. That's the whole reason why they have the month-long, like, early preview. Not doing 1.6 yet? Oh, I mean, if it's been 1 year, then yeah. Yup. Expect mods to be broken, like a lot of times. Even 1.5, like, if you haven't played in a year, you're gonna have to update most of your mods. Heat stroke on who? That's because you're standing outside. You'll head in shortly. Where's the cotton? Did I not? Oh, there's the cotton. I was about to say, it's like, I'm pretty sure I planned the cotton. Or planted the cotton. Alright. And little by little, we're getting it all built. The TAS Oblivion Remastered just released an update yesterday? You had to wait for the script extender to update before you could play it again. Yeah. Just another consequence of modding is, like, if you do run a bunch of mods or you start a save and then the game gets an update, a lot of times you're going to have to wait for your mods to update or end up with a bricked save or a scuffed save. It's just the cost of doing it. Alright, so we do actually have a decent number of stuff coming in. Alright, so bills, add bill. Burn apparel, do forever if the apparel is below 80 hit points. And is not armor or utility. And then the headgear there. The rest I'm pretty okay with. Bills, burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean. And we can leave it at that for right now. Yeah, no, I imagine a whole lot of the mods will be updated. As a reminder, another thing that usually ends up happening is when you have a major re-up and all that, there will be some number of mods that just never get updated. You know, just the developer who made the mod might not be modding anymore, might not even be around anymore if time has gone on long enough. And that's just kind of one of the natures of the beast, is that there'll be some number of mods that will not be brought up to speed. There'll be some number of mods that, you know, the person's just not interested in maintaining it, or someone else will take it over who may or may not be, you know, as diligent or whatever. And that's not to be like a whole thing, just, you know, you're going to have to kind of be a wait and see on what does and doesn't get updated and when and how all that works out. And what do you do, chat, when that happens? You do not harass mod makers. Yep. Tantrum, you are going to just smash stuff in your room. Turn on the automatically repair stuff, just in case you do succeed in breaking anything. Meanwhile... do 4... Alright. And a lot of these rooms are going to be inefficient. That is not unintentionally. These corners, they actually literally make the room worse. But it's nice to have rooms that aren't all big rectangles. So I'm going to start making our bedrooms not big rectangles. I'm going to start getting those all online. Alright. Is another one of your ones is fences? Think about putting a chain link fence around your garden. Keeps mad dogs away from your gardens. I mean, there are fences in the game, it's just some animals are able to climb over the fences and some are not. Alright. Guys, Sarando, if he wants a free copy of Odyssey. Yeah, you will have some people in the community who get support. Like that. Usually... Alright, so that's what we didn't want to see, is so Luxray has gone berserk due to their alcohol withdrawal. So let's try to be careful about this. I don't really have a whole lot of people available, so let's have you two. You're going to immediately drop your weapon. You're going to drop your weapon. You two are going to run up to Luxray. And you're going to hold your fire. You're going to try and run through real fast. And you're going to beat up on Luxray. So we're trying to just punch Luxray down. Excellent. Perfect. The important bit there is we didn't want our melee pawns running around with their full kit, where they're very likely going to kill them. So we can rescue Luxray. I missed where you dropped your weapon and what you had. So you can go grab your weapon. So you had the knife, so you would have had the Equa. So go grab that real fast before I lose track of it. Alright, Basette, you have a good one. They were hanging out stuff. Oh no, we, the 4-year-old, when they showed up and they were Hussar, please take care of this person. And they were Hussar, we kicked him out. It was just something I was like, that's not a thing that's going to be manageable. I do not like the very aggressive trait. It just... You just end up with a whole army of pawns that all are, like, missing eyes and fingers and toes because of all the social fights. So, like, I'll do it in a pinch, but you're gonna have to have a pretty strong offering for me to consider it. Now, in hindsight, it would actually, like, if we got to the point of gene editing, a Hussar is a great thing to have, because you can get, like, the very fast healing and all that. So you can make, like, your designer person. I did like, we did the, I don't remember what ending, it was it the vampire one we were doing? That I made a vampire colony, and we managed to get people, was it, like, no, it wasn't the vampire one, it was before that. Man, I don't remember what run it was. Maybe it was the Adam Eve. Where we got people where we had Undying, we had the coagulating blood, we had the, not the very fast healing, but the fast healing. And it was just silly, because people, like, could not die. Just, like, could not die. And, like, don't get me wrong, they can genuinely die, like, if you have them go down in fire or get exploded so the body's destroyed or whatever, they would die. Or, like, Manhunter Pack and eaten. Not Manhunter Pack, like hunted and eaten. But with how strong our colonists were, it just wasn't a real concern. Alright, so it shouldn't be too much longer. I mean, it's a while longer till, yeah, so 10 more days and then Luxray will be over their alcohol addiction. And then those mood penalties should start going away. Okay, the warg's not nearby, that's the important part. And slowly but surely, we're going to start building our base out. We are cutting up all the brick anywhere we can find nearby. That will eventually be a thing that... We'll queue that up so they start dragging that in. Let's see, why do you want to put the inner blocks in the corners? Because rectangles are boring. It's genuinely worse than if I just made a rectangle, but I get really tired of, like, every room being a rectangle. I love how you can select more than 124 items now. Yeah. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, over the years, I've been like, you know what? I just don't want to make rectangles for everything. This is a pretty common design for me to do, is to, like, just round the corners slightly. Alright, so we've convinced the Shadow to join our ideology. Have we had the psychic tree show back up? Because we cut it up down like right as the map started because of where it was at. Moriarty is pregnant. So first Babby is on the way. And we got a attack coming that they're going to prepare for. 2 melee pawns, you're not much of a threat. So honestly, both of them are set up for melee. Neither of them are particularly well suited for it. We're going to go ahead and tell everyone to stay, you know, relatively close to home. But I shouldn't have to do anything for that because they're just going to stay there on their own. Luxray is still pretty bruised up. Not going to really contribute much to this fight. But between the warg and the people we have, we should be fine. If we get someone to drop a ranged weapon, we'll give it to Shadow. Not really feeling like I need to go out of my way to, like, craft a bow for Shadow or anything. That is unfortunate there's a fire up there. One nice thing about making this all stone out here, though, is over time I won't have to worry about it. I even get to the point, a lot of times, they even make a lot of my interior doors out of stone later on. At a minimum, my exterior doors are always stone. Because then the enemy won't run up targeting the door and all that to do that. Quest the Deserter. Not happening. Because we intend on doing the royalty ending as well. That is part of all endings. Alright. And we went ahead and blew ourselves up a troublemaker. I think you normally play in Blood and Dust with no reloads? Oh, that's not a mistake. Yeah, no, I tend to play in Strive and Survive commitment mode as well. I do think commitment mode is kind of the right way to play for keeping things interesting, because it's too easy to be like, something went wrong, let me go back and undo it. And it's totally fine if you play that way, but I do think a lot of the value that RimWorld offers is like, you'll lose an important colonist and go, okay, well, how do I deal with this now? And that kind of stuff. And it can also be one of those things that you'll have a fight that you're just not situated for, and you'll just keep reloading and reloading and reloading, then get frustrated and stop. And it's like the game genuinely is designed to sometimes just be a little unfair. Like, you'll have that fight where one of your people just gets instant killed, and you're just like, well, that sucks, and then it happens again and again. Yeah, like, you'll have someone who takes an injury, but that can be part of the fun, is just, you know, things go wrong, and you've just got to kind of figure out how to work with it. Alright, so muscle parasites are slowly getting resolved. Lux right here is slowly working through their alcohol withdrawal. Like, lose your 12 skill medical, and then get left with 1 flame, 1 point medic. Yep. And, like, you just sometimes have to climb back from that, or your colony just gets pretty badly destroyed by fire and rebuilding. Now, that said, I've definitely, like, I've done, like, before streaming, a lot of times where we get to, you know, things would go wrong, Man in Black could show up and you rebuild from nothing and, you know, win the game. And that could be a lot of fun. For on stream, I tended to get to the point where I was just like, you know what, Man in Black's here, get out of here. I don't feel like dealing with this. Nearly Colonist and the Inner Outer Wall. Through the game was being like, take a break. Yeah, no, that happens. Sometimes, like, and it's one of those things, like, people will underestimate the difficulty settings and their impact. Like, you'll sit there and be like, oh, I'm on easy difficulty. I'm on colony builder. Nothing can possibly go wrong. And you'll just have that bad luck where it'll roll, like, right at the beginning. You're like, oh, you're just getting started? Malaria. Followed by muscle parasites. And you're like, how am I losing on such an easy difficulty? It just, sometimes the correct combination of events happen. Or you'll have, like, the thing where it's like, cold snap, all your crops are gone on a map that doesn't really have a lot of food. And then it'll follow up the cold snap by immediately blighting your crops right before they get to the point where you can start harvesting them again. And then follow that up with, like, plague. And you just kind of go, thanks, game, what do you want me to do about this? I've had a couple of times where I've been playing that just... There's a clip that goes around that I still think there was something bugged in the game that time I was playing back then. That, like, literally for a good hour or so on the stream, it was just like, Berk, new event. Berk, new event. Berk, new event. Like, again, like, I was handling them fine, but it's just like, what's happening? Because it's just like, disease, raid, you know, cold snap, disease. It's just like, what's happening? Like, why is this game being so aggressive in this moment where it's just like event after event? There's even good events there too. It genuinely felt like I was playing with like TTK turned on, where it's just like the endless, like, revolving door of events that doesn't get a break. And I was handling it fine, but it was just like, yo, calm down, game. Give me 2 seconds to at least process what you're doing right now. Yep. Thank you for the Gigantify of the raid. Yep. But do you like to play on baby mode and get the base to be pretty and the pawn super happy and then burn it all down? Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I've talked about that, because people be like, oh, well, some people play the game like this and some play like that, and it's like, you're not wrong. But also at the same time, it is times that, like, you know, there's some days you're like, you know what, I want a nice challenge. Let me go through and fight through this really difficult thing and just make it happen. And then there's other times where you're like, you know what, today's been a rough day. I'm not working on all cylinders. I just want to chill and play a game. Let me set this to easy difficulty. I'm just looking to beat up on the game for a little while. And you know, same people be in both those camps. Oh, we can also go to these. Stop refueling those. That's a Snoot emote? Excellent. Snoot has a lot of fun emotes. I very much appreciate Snoot's emotes. Lots of like fun dancing emotes. Has like the Microsoft Office emotes. That's the things you like about RimWorld is you love that it allows you all kind of playstyles. Yeah. Well, I think that's a big thing, honestly, that gives RimWorld so much replay value. Like if you go into the game and the only choices are easy, hard, or even like you play like a Dark Souls game and they're like, what modes do you have? There's just one. And I know there's a bunch of people who are like very purist about it's like it's hard, you know, like, you know, too many games are for babies and all that. I'm like, well, no. There's definitely times that it's nice to be able to play a game and have a challenge. It's nice to also have times you can play a game and it be just an enjoyable experience. And having all those things within range. But being able to customize that experience beyond just easy, medium, and hard as well, like be able to get like down to the nitty-gritty to change the scenario and everything else, really lets you kind of do stuff. Because a lot of the reasons I play a lot of the Strive to Survive difficulty is normally I like to do like really weird challenges, like max out the pollution and not allow myself to like any of the tools to deal with it, or a whole bunch of other stuff like that. And it'd be a lot of fun to deal with that. All right, so we can get Devil Strand from a book and a recreation book. We can get Glitter World and some honor, which is what I should do for what we're doing. I can buy honor though, really, if needed. So haul that. Haul that. Just so they don't rot outside. RimWorld supports masochism? It does. You can make RimWorld as unkind of a way as you want as well. But again, that's kind of the beauty where you can kind of go with it either way. You can make it a very easy game. I just realized that forced weather fog will prevent rain. Alright. Also do a void stare? Oh, that must have been a mod. Yeah. Yeah, so that fire is just going to keep spreading until it can't gain traction. Because that fog won't let it rain. Now granted, it seems like the vegetation's wide enough around, some of this fire is just not spreading. Which is a good thing to have. Where are you going? Oh, you're just doing like the way around way because you're hauling the chunks of stone. Yeah, so my intention was to make a fire break over here real quick. It's fine. When the fire gets over here, we'll just deal with it. Because I'm noticing there's not that much it can burn over here, so we should be able to deal with it relatively fine. This area all here, there's lots of stone that I won't be able to burn across either. Yep. The whole map's gonna burn. Right, and our crafters are working on keeping out the craft. Yeah, farewell trees. Yup. And bye berries. Yup. We're just cleaning off the whole map. You're 80%. You're almost through your addiction. So good news, it's looking like this might actually not keep going too much farther. There's a big dirt area here, so that fire's not going to get there. And if that doesn't spread to that tree, that'll burn out its area. So the good news there is that one might be stopped. This one I'm going to have to fight. That's going to be a pain. But it's got a big dirt area up here too. So it's just this one area here that I'm probably going to have to deal with. And then honestly, I don't even think it's going to be able to get the whole way around. So it's just this one side I'm going to have to make happen. I don't have bionics. You're going to find a lot of the memes that RimWorld is known for, like the cannibalism, the over-the-top drug use, all that kind of stuff. I almost never do that kind of gameplay. It's just not my preference. I've certainly done it in the past. But it was kind of one of those things that once I got the past of tee-hee-hee, game lets me do the naughty, it's just not a thing that appealed to me anymore. Because, like, for example, cannibalism is playing the game on easy mode. Like, I did... No, that was right. That was the one we got, like, super powerful. It was the cannibal run. Because I made the comment that it was, like, super easy for me to get into late game and all that. And because I've made that comment about how easy cannibalism is compared to trying to play like someone who isn't an absolute monster. And it was very much like, really, really kind of sold it when I set up that run, and we just very easily kind of walked through the game, and is kind of basically, I went ahead and rolled credits when I got bored. Like, I wasn't even aiming for rolling credits, it's just kind of like, I'm not enjoying this anymore, I'm just getting kind of bored. Right, because it was not only cannibal, we went with the sanguiphages and all that. Venerated animals can make your game hard? Yeah. Venerated animals are definitely one of those ones that can go either way, depending on what venerated animal, where they're at, that kind of thing. The whole map just barren. Okay, so with that, we shouldn't have to deal with any fire up here anymore. That might eventually burn its whole way around there, but eh. Now, that does mean a lot of the animals are going to try and tear up my farm. Especially if I have like 200 llamas and raiders kill like 20. Oh, yeah. And you have to be very careful to go to your butcher bench and be like, do not butcher that animal. Oh, am I finally out of wood? I am out of wood. That's okay, they'll get sorted out. Meanwhile... cancel cutting down all of this stuff. Because it'll just grow back. That's, I haven't done in a while. One of the things I used to do a lot is I would either go and have my, like, exterior wall and then put a roof along the exterior wall to prevent fire. It's not really necessary with stone, but it can be a thing. Surprised how many granite bricks we found. Yeah, because we got pretty much all of the, almost all of the ruins pulled up now. I got like a little bit down here, a little bit down there. There's a couple of pockets down in this end of the map. Otherwise, got that mostly torn up. Luxrays are crafted, and they're just playing catch up with all of the clothing. And the big thing hurting Luxray is they are dealing with their alcohol withdrawal. So as soon as they get to the other side of that, we'll be in really good shape. Alright, what else Luxray have? Yeah, we set Luxray to be able to cook if we need it. Warg Revenge. Cool, man. I'll take a freebie. I forgot that Warg's been here this whole time. See if any of them go down. Because if they go down, I can rescue them for rep. You thought that Warg was your pet? I did for a moment. I was like, wait, it was revenge. Your pet won't revenge. Are you going to get right to the edge and then go down? Maximizing the distance I have to walk? Alright, so we'll go ahead and... Oh, I need a place for you to be patched up. So furniture... Just go ahead and rescue them real fast. I mean, who is our person who grows stuff? That'd be you. I would like you to cut down a couple of trees. So we can get our oven back online. Well, that was a waste of time. Okay. I should have patched him up down there and brought him up. I figured we had enough time, but I was just wrong. That's okay. So Shadow's getting there with the construction stuff. We definitely need to get Shadow some eyeballs. So far, Shadow's also not triggered any type of event. I would have expected them to probably betray us or leave or whatever soon. Sometimes they just stay around forever. But you kind of have to wait to kind of see where it lands. Alright, so with that one, we're going to reinstall you into that room. So that'll be the first bedroom done. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so while we're in this ad break, I'm going to use the restroom real quickly, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea.
All right, and we are back. Okay, so we got the forced weather. The fire should be winding down. It is running out of. Oh, that was all steel. Rip. That's fine. I don't actually care that much. Steel is usually not when I have that much of a problem, unless I'm doing a challenge map of some kind. Okay. So, we are going to need to get things prepped for baby. That'll be one of those things that we need to do. Okay, then this should be 4. Get the next room going. Slowly expand. Yeah, so some of this stuff is catching fire, and that's what's making the screen shake. Yeah, that fire directly before I accepted the quest for the fog really ruined a lot of the stuff on the map. And you are still pissed. Oh, you're pissed off because muscle parasites, which have not gone very far getting those recovered. Which is understandable, considering the other doctor is going through alcohol withdrawal and struggling really hard to function as a person right now. So, you know, that is what it is. Alright. So once we get Luxray through that, they'll be able to start treating the others better. And once they start getting the better treatments on the other people, there'll be a pretty good chance we get a lot of that figured out. And Ibex is self-tamed. And Ibex has made itself into meat. Alright. Another nice thing about this whole power where they can explode stuff, that's great for when you have a dangerous animal like a grizzly bear or whatever on the map. Because what you could do is before the grizzly bear attacks you, you just walk up and explode the grizzly bear and just not even have to deal with it. It's a really fun power. It can be used very effectively, too. Medical treatment needed on you. That surprises no one. Yeah, so we got limestone and all that. We'll definitely want to get furniture going on in here. I'm just trying to avoid using the bricks we have that I can't get more of for right now. I'll probably just use that for art. Stick to the bricks that are local for our buildings and floors and all that. A lot of granite, all that. That'll all be good. Yeah, honestly, we consider we're a little over a full season into the game, and Luxury's still dealing with their withdrawal, and is one of our core people so far as getting stuff done around here. It's no surprise some of these things are going a bit on the slow side. It is one of those things that's always rough with addiction. That was for the for like the weird challenge I did have a pretty fun run we did that everyone on the map would spawn with a... Because you can't set it to guarantee a number of addictions, but it was a pretty high % chance per each and every possible addiction to be there. So realistically, almost everyone who showed up had at least 1 to sometimes 4 different addictions they were going through. And it was an interesting run in that it was basically trying to keep the colony from completely dying, from melting down. With, you know, several of your pawns literally going effectively comatose for a good, like, in-game season. Because, you know, they'd have enough addictions, they were going through withdrawal. And, like, if they had it bad enough, if they had, like, 4 different addictions, you'd end up having to keep feeding one of their addictions because literally all of the addictions going to withdrawal would kill them due to lack of consciousness. So you'd have to, like, slowly work away their addictions. It was an interesting challenge of just managing. It was definitely one I wouldn't do long-term, though, because dealing with all of those mood breaks definitely becomes strenuous from, like, a just not wanting to deal with them anymore. Alright, food binge, that's fine. Alright, Luxray, come on, buddy. You're at 94%. You're right about... Yeah, just under 2 days, Luxray will be over their alcohol addiction. They'll suddenly start moving 30% faster and working 50% faster, which will be huge for getting stuff done, considering they're our crafter. I also just realized we're not doing stuff... We're not cooking anymore because we're out of wood again. And that's because muscle parasites is also slowing us down. Yeah, I basically have 3 people are working at only half capacity kind of thing, which is pretty bad. Muscle parasites can be pretty awful in the game. They're one of those things you get that, you know it's not a good time, but it's really easy to underestimate just how much they can impact your colony. And what is our ideology color? It is dark purple. Okay, so we got electricity online. I think the next one is I'm gonna go ahead and grab... Do I just go straight for the geothermal? Sure. Because the geothermal's not terribly positioned, so I can get that going. And in that way we have sustainable electricity. I don't have to do a bunch of batteries and other stuff. It'll just work. And I am noticing everyone is getting their clothes all sorted out. You're still only halfway through your muscle parasites. Oh, that sucks. But the fact that they're still working at just getting through t-shirts. Okay, so I need to have you cut down some more trees to get that going so I can keep food coming. Get a door built. Keep working on getting our bedrooms set up. So we can get the mood bonuses for bedrooms starting to go. We're going to want to get the side tables and the dresser and all that once I got some spare stone. Alright, that'll be the first of the parkas being made. And I think I'll carve just in that wall far enough to make one more set of rooms up here. That'll be like the north boundary. It'll start going down this way. Maybe we put some type of defensive point over there. You know, enclose this whole area. Get the geothermal part of it. Keep working on the base stuff. Alright, the thing I was going to do here is floors, paint. Is it deep purple or dark purple? I'm guessing it's deep purple. Oh wait, that's your personal favorite color. I want the ideology color. It's almost like a weird yellowish. Alright, so Royal Ascent will be one we'll do eventually. Please stop botching every single time you try and build stuff. Okay, so with that, we have that room. Meanwhile, for Calaria, actually for all of them, lowest priority if you have nothing better to do, start dyeing the floors. Okay, so we got another bedroom built. So we can move the bed in there. Let's actually flip the bed the other way. Not because of min-maxy strategies, but just to, like, make them mirrored. You're starting to get more slate done, which is good to see. Because we're probably going to run out of cotton soon. And other materials to make a lot of this stuff out of. And then I'll start working on a bunch of that. Alright. Let's see, your map has a T-Rex where you want to build your house. You have to be careful about that one. Yep, bulk goods trader. Mad Stallion. Well, I just won't worry about that problem. Thank you for the free meal. Dreadful structure. Probably not gonna bother with that one. Okay, so you're gonna camp up down here, so I can't really leverage that against the Ancient Danger. If they were on the top side, I could. Okay, so let's see what we got here that we can trade to make this all happen. Right now, let's go ahead and trade over these drugs and the dye and whatnot. Do you have anything I really want? We could get rid of the tribal clothing. Get rid of the trace amounts of leather. You can't quite afford that. The dromedaries are not a bad choice for traveling, but we're not really there yet. Is there anything useful you can give me? Mostly just clothes I don't really need. I'll take your wood. Actually, I'll take just enough wood. That's fine. I took a pile of money and some wood. And that should let them build the doors and whatnot, keep the stoves going. You can start getting their parkas and all that sorted out. So I gotta wait for them to finish building what they're building. Because I'm not gonna get any more of these brick. It might actually be worthwhile going production, art bench, wood. I'm probably going to barely use it anytime soon, but having the wood art bench there would allow me to queue up like all these brick that aren't what I really want. So if I do have someone spare to do any art, they can work on it. And meanwhile, before I forget, basically making internal choke points, and then I can start opening some of these doors for a bunch of these. That way, if we have like drop pods and all that, those internal choke points become places you can, you know, ditch to reposition to then be able to deal with whatever you got to deal with. In the meantime, they are cutting brick, slowly but surely. Ah, right. let's change you from cutting that specifically to we're going to go ahead and say details. Relatively short range. And then only after that you cut anything. So that way the stone that gets hauled in here first takes priority. Because I noticed they were piling it up. I'm like, man, we're not getting anything done. I wonder why. And it was just because of all that stuff. Because Kalaria is doing a pretty good job of hauling stuff constantly. We're also going to get Devil Strand soon, which will be an interesting thing. Maybe plant that up here. One thing I could probably start working on. One door over there. And one down there. Start and closing that side to at least force the raids to go to this side. I don't know where we're putting our perimeter on the side over here, but that seems like a give me over there. That's going to take time to get that going, though. Because I still want to caravan over, but until we get everyone in really, really good clothes to caravan over to the Ship to the Stars, we're not going to be in the whole situation. And that's going to be a matter of doing what we can to build as fast as we can to get some defenses for the Ship to the Stars. And just trying our best to get it all set up. Ideally, we'd like to get a lot of technology. Oh, yeah, that's actually... So we're going to try and do all the... So for the all endings, I'm debating trying to do the all endings stacking at the same time. Which has its pros and cons. It'll actually make the actual finale part easier, which is going to sound weird. But realistically, to do that, I'm going to probably want to have the research in place for when we get there. That way I can start working on building up the base and then building up the second ship right away. And then on top of that, I would... It's not sure how I would want to navigate the anomaly stuff, because you'd want to get most of the anomaly in place where you just go in there and basically hit the button to get going. But I'd have to wait for the monolith to show up there, which it will eventually. I just don't know what the rules are for how long it'll take. Are you over, Luxray? Thank goodness. Have you tried to caravan off the tile yet? Not yet. So the big differences with what they've done is for the caravanning off the tile, it'll go to the nearest edge. So if I put my caravanning spot over here, it'll go over there. So it's no longer it goes here, choose a random direction, then walks us over there. If I put the caravanning spot here, I can predictably know they will go to this area. They've also got it where there's just a button you can say just go now, like just stop what you're doing, just go now. So like if you're in an emergency, it's like no, we're abandoning the tile, just leave. You can just hit the button and just tell them to leave. Or like if one person has a mood break, you could just say just leave them behind, just go. They can catch up later. You can choose to do that kind of stuff. Whereas we didn't have that choice before, other than like to remove them from the caravan, then add them back to the caravan and all that kind of stuff. So they definitely made that way, way, way better. Alright, so we got that improving still. We will want to get a table in there and all that as well. We just want them to keep cutting brick. It'll keep adding the furniture as able. Oh, you're throwing up because morning sickness, because you got baby things happening. All right. Can I have Shadow work on something else where you're not just scuffing stuff constantly? Not really. We need to get Shadow eyes. I see that we are once again out of wood. Wait, I can't remember. Tribal, do you start with tree sowing? You do. It's been so long since I've started without no research, I completely forgot you actually just straight up start with tree sowing. Okay, so don't get too excited. We want to go down here. Poplar should be good. Get the tree sowing going down here. And that'll be super slow, but that should keep our wood well under control. And I'm making this entirely too big of an area, which is fine. We also need to go in here, floors, sandstone floors. Finish off that area, then we'll start working in the bedrooms. I'm so happy for the just go. Alright, so we're at third trimester. That is unfortunate. Well, furniture, baby crib, it's 25. Actually, not there. So for the moment, we're just going to chuck down a marble baby crib. That way we have one for when the baby happens. We will also need to add on to here baby food. Do until you have 10. We'll go to our assignments, manage food policies, lavish. Do not eat baby food. Alright. And you're still dealing with your muscle parasites pissing you off, but you're getting close. What are those new options? And you go back over to the stove, okay? There is eject fuel. And then meanwhile, as far as this, none of this is new. Yeah, so ejecting fuel is the only new option here, so if you had wood still in there, you could kick it out if you wanted. I could see a certain value with that, but... And it shows the fuel amount? I actually don't remember if it did or didn't before. I'm guessing from context it didn't, but... It's just something I usually didn't worry about. If I had it, I had it. If I didn't, I didn't. We keep getting Oh, I think it's the warg is hunting random animals for meat. Which is ultimately meaning we grab stuff as that happens. Alright. So we're slowly getting all of this stuff sorted out. Okay, so both of you are making progress towards getting rid of your muscle parasites, which is good. Because it's going to be a huge bonus when our construction and our growing person no longer have muscle parasites. They can actually get their work done in some kind of semblance of a timely manner. Alright, so take the Molotov cocktails. Have a whole lot of side tea. Because I like money, and also take your medicine. Cool. Yeah, Kalaria is running around hauling, taking care of lots of stuff constantly. Compacted steel meteorite. Low psychic drone is probably going to be a couple people having a mood break. And they gave us a pile of money. A boomalope has self-tamed. So that gives me a source of chem fuel, which I really don't need right now. But at the same time, it is basically free chem fuel. Let's go ahead and move you a little bit farther away. That would let us also work on our animal skill as well. But we definitely would want to move that chem fuel at some point. So good news is the only thing really killing our mood is the muscle parasites, and we're getting close to getting that resolved. You've been lurking and you never been in a colony before? Can you ask how your pawn is doing, or is that obnoxious? No, you're good. So with your pawn, they're getting really good at construction. That's kind of their main thing they do here. They are having a bit of a rough go right now because they got muscle parasites, which is just random chance happens. And we just keep treating them till it hits a cumulative total of 300 trend. So your character's dealing with a lot of mood issues because they're in lots of pain from the muscle parasites. But generally they're doing pretty well. Transport pod crash. Okay. So we've got the shuttles coming in. They're gonna have 2 troopers and all that. So I can get advanced components and silver and all that. A bunch of goodwill. For right now, I think I'm gonna take... Let's take the goodwill for right now. I do want the honor eventually. But if we start working on the goodwill now, and I get them to like allied and all that, that'll give me a lot more opportunities for honor later. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait till it hits about 5 hours, and everyone's gonna run up here to assist. How's the day going? Pretty good. Muscle parasites suck. Oh yeah, it's just an incredible amount of pain. Okay, so you got 2 people are probably just gonna straight up die. But just need to position myself such that we don't accidentally friendly fire. Meat. How's your gear? It's terrible. Cool. And just like that, that is handled. And I'll get us a little bit of reputation and all that good stuff. That's just the muscle parasites again. Cool, so that was some nice, easy rep. Oh, I guess in the meantime... Hey, Shadow Buddy? Was there another Equa down here somewhere? Or did that catch fire? Cool, so we got ourselves a little bit of rep. So I've got the Jade Knife here. So right now I'm gonna go ahead and give Shadow the Jade Knife. Just so they're not unarmed. They are a, I think they call it, like, creepy joiners, I think what they're called in, like, the game files. So we're still waiting to see what the deal is. I'm expecting they'll probably leave after a certain point, because, if they're metal horror, we would have seen something by now. So they're not metal horror. If they were the organ failure one, that would have triggered by now. If they're crumbling mind, it would have triggered by now. Betrayal might still be on the table. Like, joining, leaving, and betrayal, I think, are still on the table. If you remember correctly, it will happen within 30 days. If it has been more than 30 days, then you got lucky. Yeah, I don't think we're 30 days in. Because I want to say it was, like, early summer that they joined us. I can actually check that to be sure. Because it'd be cult. Or we can go here. Shadow. That's not what I wanted. I It'll actually say in their profile, won't it? If we go to their information, I believe it'll tell you when they join. Records. Time as a colonist, 19 days. Okay, so 11 more days. So basically, around middle of winter. So not quite end of winter, but middle of winter. Wait a second. I thought this tile said it was permanent summer. Huh. It is, but it does apparently have distinct seasons, which is curious. Yeah, I've never had... So when it's always been like crumbling mine or organ failure, it's usually pretty quick after the person joins that. Like within like a week or two, it shows that. But that's fine. Alright, so... Yeah, like that's the thing. Like normally it's like they join and then almost immediately it's like a week later it's like crumbling mine. You're like, well, this guy's screwed. Like early game, there's nothing I can do about this. I'm not gonna have, you know, a mech healing serum and standby or an unnatural healer or anything like that. Alright, so we're making progress towards our geothermal power. Getting a decent amount of brick in here. And slowly but surely they're starting to close that side off. The Devil Strand will probably be researched soon because they have a book for it. Yeah. And I'm going to make a big area for Devil Strand to make clothes and all. But you had a creepy joiner with perfect memory and perfect stats at that point. Where you could easily deal with any problems, except they ended up turning traitor and you didn't survive the Night Assault Rifles point. Oh, that's ridiculous. I've had, we were doing some pretty sweaty, like, is the Adam and Eve run, where we start with, like, basically Naked Brutality, but there are a couple, there's two of them. And I had one of those that died from Perfect Joiner. And thank you, Dick Butte, for the, starting a combo. I do appreciate it. But yeah, so it's one of those ones that, like, they betrayed, or I think it was because of the challenge, I had to turn them away, and they went hostile when I turned them away, and then they killed both the Adam and Eve. I do enjoy the Adam and Eve run. It's a very slow burn run. For those who don't know what that run is, you start with basically Naked Brutality, but instead of one person, you get two people, that are a couple. And thank you for, chipping in towards doing the combo. I know it's new stuff. But yeah, but it's a slow burn run because all of your pawns have to be kids. So in some ways it's harder, and some ways it's easier than Naked Brutality. It's harder in the sense that with Naked Brutality, once you get things like the very first thing set up, you can bring in like the first couple of colonists the game gives you. You can be like, all right, bring that person in. I don't even care if they're really good. Now I got two colonists to work with. So you can kind of get your run off the ground the moment the game offers you people. But with Adam and Eve, that's against the rules to bring outside people. So you literally are stuck with those two people until the first kids grow up enough to really contribute, which takes a long time. And considering, you know, the Eve in that situation is basically nearly permanently pregnant, and so is not operating at full capacity, and then you've got, you know, toddlers who are not operating at full capacity, and infants not operating at full capacity. It's like the beginning of the run, you kind of get two pawns to work with, and then very quickly it becomes one pawn who is spending like 90% of their time just trying to manage the handful of children and everything else, and really struggling to keep everything functional. Let's see if we can get ourselves a cheap Thrombo. I got the food. We technically can tame them. It is only like a 2% chance to to tame or whatever, just slightly under. So it's a long shot, but you never know. It's really funny when you get like a breeding pair of Thrombo and you're like, all right, well, this is what we're doing now. I've got my army of Thrombo. Then it's an art of just trying to keep the things fed. They'll win the fights for you. At least till mid-game. Mid to late game, they start falling over. It's really hard once you start getting a lot of fire involved and all that stuff. And of course the 2 mechs. My weird luck with medics is my medics always end up being like, you know, my tough nimble pawn or my brawler or whatever. You know, the person you're going to be putting into melee. So you're always like, okay, it's good that I have a medic, but why is the medic always the pawn that is going to be the melee pawn? It'd be really nice if it could be like pretty much anyone else. Alright, so get the next bedroom, starting to get them floors and all that. Laborers to the north, they want 1 colonist for 6 days, and it'll give me goodwill. In this case, I'm going to say no, I don't really need the metal blood serum. We're not going to be able to use the reinforced barrel in forever. And honestly, for 15 goodwill, I can keep that person at home producing something and then just give that to them for the goodwill. So I don't see it as very important. And very quickly, we're going to get all the flooring set up in the next bedroom. Okay, Luxray is starting to properly just keep cutting brick more after, you know, brick after brick. Okay, and with that, we will lock this door open. And we will lock these 2 doors open. Because now I have an exterior door that I don't need to worry about it, so the people running back and forth with the brick don't have to stop and wait on doors. This one will do the same as soon as I get the rest of this figured out. What are you building there? Oh, you're building one last stone tile. And that opens up the next room for sandstone. And that forced weather should go away soon. So I'm wondering, do I make my furniture a sandstone as well? Or out of the slate? Because those are the only 2 types of bricks we've got on our map. I don't think it'll matter much one way or the other. Alright, so we'll do that with Calaria. They don't want 3/4 of the entire colony for 2 quadrants anymore. Oh, those quests are much. Yeah, no, I heard they reduced the amount for by 30% or something like that. Because that was always a weird one. Is you have a colony of like 15 people and they're like, yeah, we'd like to go ahead and take 12, and you're kind of staring at that and going, I have 2 kids. It's like you're asking me to take this giant colony and leave 1 adult and 2 children behind. What exactly are you expecting me to do? It'll be like for 18 days or something like that. And it's always just kind of a head scratcher of like, what is the plan here? And we'll end up, like, I don't want to put up too many torches where they're just burning wood constantly. But eventually we'll get that all sorted out. I'm glad to see you're planting stuff, because even though I got tons of food on standby, you've been struggling to do any of this, and it's been like... And that's because, again, muscle parasites. Which are probably 1/10 away from being resolved. Okay. Alright, with that we got our Devil Strand. That was from a book, not my actual targeted research. That's gonna be overkill for it. We'll get that set up. And we're definitely gonna need... Like, the colony's gonna grow. We'll definitely need, of the people in the colony, more of them focused on, keeping that going. I've just got too much going on down here. But that'll be okay as we start getting some of these crafting projects done. Oh, right, I wanted to go here, bills. The real forms, let's go here. We need one of those. We're going to say, not out of wood, not out of steel. You may make it out of jade. Stone blocks, do not make it out of sandstone or slate. And then large sculptures, honestly, even though I don't normally recommend doing it forever anyways, sandstone, slate are off the table, and jade's fine. Because we don't have an artist that's going to work on any regularity. But that'll pick away at all those extra stones I don't get more of. Okay, Moriarty is in labor, so we're going to jump to your location. Alright, so... That's actually pretty bad odds. We've got like an 11% chance of a bad outcome. That's not great odds. I think with some of the rebalances and all that, a lot of that kind of got penalized. Which is a little worrisome that there's like a 12% or 13% chance of a bad outcome. But still with that, we got a healthy baby. And so our healthy baby gets to be... Sentient Cookie. And now we're going to go to our assignments on the baby. And once the baby has been fed, I'm going to go here to feeding. And we're going to put urgent on everyone but mom. So the moment the baby gets fed, someone drops what they're doing and feeds the baby. Because that way we can have more kids happen in this colony. Not that I'm going out of way to have a ridiculous number of kids in this colony, but, you know, I really like growing my colonies by having kids and all that kind of stuff. Do you think Shrek is the father? I have no idea. Like, I obviously know who Shrek is. I have no idea why that would come up as, like, Shrek supposedly being the father or something like that. Like, is that a reference to something I'm totally missing? Beyond just, you know, Shrek. Oh, Sherlock. Sherlock. I'm also familiar with Sherlock Holmes, but also not really sure why that. Alright. Nicely done. Oh, because Moriarty? That makes sense. I get the reference. Yes, because I am familiar with Moriarty being, you know, Sherlock and all that. Yeah, I mean, you know, Moriarty and Sherlock Holmes are adversaries. But yeah, that was the reason I was like, what? I don't understand. Yes. I get the reference now. That does add up. All right. Just queue up this. Okay, so we got a manhunting pack of links. You have the baby. So put the baby in the crib. And we explode one of the links into meat, and no injuries suffered. That is the nice thing about that whole, like, exploding things into meat. It is just a really good skill, because one is it stuns the enemy the entire duration it's going, and then two is just, you know, it explodes them into meat. Let's go ahead and go furniture. Get the cushy chair. We'll say light leather. Okay, so it's just you. Come on, give us like it was a 26% tend I needed? Wait, why aren't you treating them? That wasn't a suggestion, do it. Come on, 26% or more. And good, we're past the muscle parasite, so everyone stops being so moody and stops having all the penalties. And we just get all that good stuff. Meanwhile, we'll grab the sandstone floors for this room. We gotta wait till they finish this off. Because they're trying their best to get all the walls and all that in place. Now you get some progress. I know, that was like the whole thing is just... Like we had, like at that time we had muscle parasites, and alcohol addiction. So of our 5 colonists that were like, you know, because Shadow joined later, of our 5 colonists, 3 of them had something penalizing their movement speed by 30%, their manipulation by something like 30 and 50%. So it's kind of one of those ones being like, please, I'm begging you, just get through this so I can get back to functioning. Cool, so the fog is finally gone. That's lovely, we're gonna get that going. The geothermal's about a little over 20, a little under 30% researched. So we'll start being able to get electricity online. We'll keep expanding all this out. And we got our first kid in the colony. I think we're gonna have to cancel that one and make it furniture, and we will make it a cloth armchair. It's gonna take a lot of resources we won't have anytime soon, but we want to get that armchair in there, just so when the people go to feed the baby, they just go that one tile over. You can put it right next to it, but have the door there. Once we get these out of the room, I need to get like a dining table and everything so I can actually eat at a table. You know, because the classic meme of RimWorld where didn't eat at a table, burned the whole place down. Why are you cutting down all the trees? It's supposed to be year-round grow season. Yeah, so say the 11th of December, we'll name Shadow if they're still here, and nothing's gone wrong. Because that means they're probably a permanent joiner. Okay. Connie's cute so far. Yeah, I like to... I'm very happy with a lot of the changes they're doing in 1.6. Just because of how much, like... Prior to that, it just wasn't worth... Like, you would build these things just because you wanted to. Oh, well, that's a boring artwork. A lot of times the artwork will give a description of, like, major events. It's like, it's just a picture of the outskirts of out town. It's like, oh, okay. Cool, I guess. Yeah, I should let them keep building that wall first before we do more. Because if we get that wall done, like, again, we can control that the attacks at least come from this side, or over here. We'll have eliminated this whole section as a path that they can attack me from. You know, not counting siege and breachers and stuff like that. Which that's always a concern. Okay, so you've got more of these. And also waiting for that block to finish. Yeah, so this will be a 4-way intersection. And again, the reason I do stuff like that is to make natural choke points, so as you're fighting melee heavy groups, you can just fall back from one choke point to the next. Get a lot of damage in there. Oh, stop up here. Right here. Right here. Right here. You're not going up there. You're going a different... Oh. Because we go up there, we pop the Ancient Danger. Alright, so get the tiny little bits of leather out of here. You can take the dye and that. Take the Devil Strand book. I already got the Devil Strand. I do really want the alpaca. I don't have a place for him yet, but alpaca are probably my favorite caravanning animal. So, despite not really having a place for them, I am going to take them. That does mean prioritizing and closing our plates more. I do have a caravanning spot up here. Probably need to move that let's move the caravanning spot down there. And the reason for that is to have more greenery that it can eat at. But we're definitely going to want to enclose that as soon as we can to get the alpaca inside. And then once I do that, I can go ahead and put down the pen marker, and then the alpaca can go in there. We can breed them. They can give us alpaca wool, which is really good for clothing, especially for cold temperatures and all that. They're a really good caravanning animal. Like, genuinely, alpaca is my favorite animal in RimWorld so far as, like, you know, the utility and usage of. So I think what we're going to end up doing here is, for right now, for the planning... Probably a really bad idea, because this is going to be making our area very large. But do something like that, so geothermal's in here, we got lots of room. I can continue to expand our home in, like, to take up this whole area. We have the geothermal inside. I think that's what we are going to do. I'm going to have them focus on building this part first, though. And then we can build the next area. And then we'll start building more bedrooms and get ourselves a dedicated research room. This will be a rec room eventually. But we're just kind of waiting for them to keep building all the other stuff. Let's say slate, do until you have 200 there. So basically I'm telling them, if there is nothing here, go out of your way to go find slate. But if there's something in this room, just cut what's in that room first. Now you got people hauling as best they can to bring more and more stone in. Have you looked at the alley stuff at all? I mean, I've looked at what the reveal was. None of that's in the game yet, because it's not in the game yet. But yeah, I've seen that we got like the 4 new biomes, the space stuff, all that kind of good stuff. Or at least 4 new biomes. But I'm pretty excited to check it all out. But that's going to be about a month until we actually get our hands on any of that. Yeah, not worry about the twisted meat rotting. That's fine. Ancient drone hack. It wouldn't be a bad time to do the ancient drone hack. When was the last raid we had? Probably wait till whatever the next hostile event triggers after that Manhunter pack. And then once that happens, we can do the ancient drone hack once people aren't hurt. Start working on unlocking the stuff towards getting one of our relics or whatever. Not that I particularly care about actually doing the relics, but you know, it's a thing to work on while we're waiting. Let's make sure our home zone doesn't have anything weird going on. Because every once in a while, like I see that spot up there, I'm not too sure. Yeah, we can just clear that spot. Okay, and Luxray's got more clothes they're making. Because that's a material problem. And Lilypad is finally getting the last of this farm all set up. Down the road, I'll probably get rid of this rice. Because that's one of the things that's going to be a major holdup, is these crops that grow really fast. They give you very little nutrition per labor. So they're great for bootstrapping up your food really early game. But rice, ultimately, in the long run, is something you probably don't want to have much of. So you want a bunch of herbal medicine. Okay. Like, genuinely, most of the time, you'll see I go very heavy on corn. Because corn takes a while to grow, but it takes very little labor for you to make. For the amount of nutrition. It's the most nutrition per, like, tile or whatever. Per labor or whatever you can get. It just grows really slowly, so stuff like blight and fire and, you know, cold snaps are far more damaging. Since you potentially have invested that much more time to maybe not get your results out of it. Alright, so you go bang on this for a while. Now, it's worth farming the berries. The advantage of the berries is even if you don't cook them, you don't take the raw food penalty. Because that's the big negative about a lot of the other foods is, if they aren't cooked and people eat it, they get upset. Inspired surgery. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like, there's pros and cons of the food. Like, you've noticed I've got a bit of everything. And that's pretty typical for me, is to do a bit of everything. But usually what I'll do is pretty quickly I'll take this rice field, and I'll cut it in half to make it more corn, which I'm debating doing, which is why it came to mind. And that's, again, to reduce the labor cost so that Lilypad isn't spending quite as much time being stuck with it. That's, I'm not super worried, because as Lily keeps getting the planting up, they'll be able to get more and more done. So even if it seems like the time's going to waste, I see it as just like kind of farming the skill. Oh, right, you got food poisoning. Cool, man. Let's see, if the rice goes corn, cut it vertically. On the right side goes the corn. Yeah, because of the faster growing time. Yep. Because this, for those who don't know what's going on, this dark green soil is far better for growing. Let's go ahead and do that while we're at that point. So shrink this, split it in half, grab a new field here, put it there. Alright, that way we're growing more of that. Get this rice out of here. Because that makes stuff grow faster. And a bunch of people got food poisoning because incompetent cook. Which is fine. Okay. Just continuing to queue up to haul all this stuff back again and again. We can hopefully keep the brick getting cut. So are you cooking? I don't have you in the colony right now. Yeah, and you're upset due to your pain. Shadow departure. 3 days before we were like on the call being like, alright. I don't think it's worth me getting like into a huge fight over it. They're basically overlapping. You're upset because of your pain? Ah, okay. That's just you'll get tortured, artist. So I'll have you eat real fast. And now let's have you break that. No, wait, they changed it to deconstruct. Okay, never mind. A lot of these used to not be able to deconstruct. They really opened up what you can deconstruct now, which is good. Not everything, like there was the big container here I had to attack. Yeah, so don't get me wrong, having the exploding things into bits character is really good, but I would have to fight him. I don't really have a place for a prison. I'd rather not have my people spend their whole time just bothering a prisoner right now. Also, a lot of times with the creepy joiners like that, when you attack them, they psychic scream, and when they psychic scream, it brings in a lot of sight stealers. It's like a very manageable thing, but it's just kind of one of those ones that's like, yeah, probably not. Sorry, but that's also the reason why with that person I didn't have them named. Is there's only a couple outcomes where they'll actually stay at the colony, where it's not like fatal for them or whatever. So it's just there's so many times they could just die right after joining that I just got to the point that's just like, yeah, I won't name them till, you know, either A, we've identified the negative thing and resolved it, or B, they've been around long enough that we know they're gonna stay. Thanks to the food poisoning. Now, if they were an unnatural healer, they wouldn't be leaving. I would absolutely arrest them. There's not many pawns I'll go out of my way to be like, no, we're arresting that one and keeping them. If you get like that S tier pawn that is like, you know, nimble brawler who's tough or something like that, and you're like, no, they stay. Or you get, you know, someone who's like very neurotic, industrious, whatever, like jogger, someone that's like, no, this person stays here. They're not allowed to leave. Get back to your crafting bench. This is your forever colony. You'll be spared a lot of the fighting because you're too important. You force the Joyous Creeper to stay? That is one worth considering. The Joyous Creeper is a good one. Gives it's not a huge bonus, it's like 5 or something like that. Mood bonus to everyone in the colony. It's either like 3 or 5, but it's just universal. 8? Yeah. The point is, even if it was only 3, it'd still be like, yeah, no, them just existing in your colony gives everyone a mood bonus. That's worth doing. I never had the opportunity to test if that stacks. I imagine it doesn't. Because that would just be kind of silly if you could keep going out of your way to, like, you know, for your forever run, just keep, anytime a joyous creeper pops in, like, grab them. Because I don't think, because I know you can get multiple creepers. And I know you can get multiple creepers of the same type. Because the very first anomaly run I did, that we won, I'm not kind of like the very first one where we died right away because I was figuring things out. But, like, it was, no, actually, it was the very first attempt. I won on my very first attempt, that's right. Eventually we did end up with 2 unnatural healers, which was super broken. Back to your workshop, wasting away, you highly valued peon. Yep. You've had, 5 joiners join, never 2 of the same. Yeah, no, I've definitely had 2 of the same before. I've had 2 unnatural healers, and I think I've had 2 perfect pawns before. You know, you're talking long odds though, because you only get in a run a couple of only a couple of creepers. It takes a long time to get a decent number. You had cloned the unnatural healer before? Oh, then you're not supposed to be able to clone creepers. That was, I believe, void touched and unnatural. Or creepers you weren't supposed to be able to clone. Or nomads. So we got 4 nomads showing up. We will take them. And they have a kid, so I don't have to worry about betrayal. Love to see it. The kid gets a full schedule of that and restricted the home zone. Because I figure... Oh, this will be really good. Yeah, because I figure that's a lot of people who can help craft. We don't have that many crafting tasks, unfortunately. One thing I could do is I'll give them low priority on these things. Because that means we should be able to get some art made, and we should also be able to get some floors dyed. That was before they patched it? Gotcha. Yeah, because it was a whole thing they made it so you couldn't clone the creepers, because if you got like the unnatural healing person and the cloning spire, obelisk, whatever, you could clone the unnatural healer, and then just they could immediately heal each other if they got the cloning sickness or any other negative. So you just kind of defeated the obelisk so far as any negative, and then you could just keep cloning people. Which basically what happened is I couldn't clone the 2 unnatural healers, but I got 2 different unnatural healers, and the moment I had that, I just kept cloning people and then just fixing whatever issues they got. And it was really, really ridiculously strong. Okay, so with that, they should be working on the art. They should be, you know, cutting brick pretty much constantly. We've got the research going. Honestly, at this stage, I could very well run 2 research benches and be fine. I'm actually pretty bad about ever doing that. Strategically, it absolutely makes sense to do the multiple research benches. It's just not a thing I do very often. Not unless I'm doing a run that, like, we're really kind of stuck and not able to do much else. Like, when I'm doing, like, the maximum pollution run, a lot of times I'll end up putting a second research bench because you're on a tiny little spot in the middle of the pollution and there's not a whole lot to do, so you get a second research bench just to pick up the pace. Okay, and we're starting to dye the floors. Bulk goods trader. So if you could just park yourselves right there. I know you won't, you're gonna park yourselves down here or over there. But if you just put yourself up there, that'd be great. Alright, so let's go ahead and trade. Go ahead and sell the site T. Okay. Watermill generator book. Cool. Plants and cooking and medical books. I want those. I really like the skill books. Those could be really fun to just get a bunch of stats. Let's go ahead and sell the chem fuel, because it's probably just going to explode in the closet eventually. And I think we're good. So haul that. And haul that. Alright. And once they're out of here, which is 11 days, then we should be good. By then we'll probably be good to start getting stuff out of here. You've almost got that bottom wall closed off. Then we'll get this and we'll get back to bedrooms. And I haven't decided yet how I want to deal with my defenses. With the changes in the AI wanting to fight at their max range more often and being better about dealing with traps, it is going to make it so you'll definitely want to change some of the way you've got your defensive position set up. I haven't quite decided how I want to deal with that. I'm a little tempted to go with the long defensive box, where you just have like a really long area here, a couple people back there. But there's a lot of negatives that. I also low-key want to go and mess with the miniguns, since they had the cooldown time of the minigun got reduced by almost 30%. I'm just like, you gave it extra damage, and you cut down its rev up time, but it's something like almost 30%. And I'm like, man, I want to get a colony of nothing but people who are trigger happy and that nonsense, and just open up. And gave it more accuracy, yeah. And so it's like, don't get me wrong, you're still gonna just chew through all your walls around wherever you're fighting. But it now definitely feels like a kind of weapon that you could just open up in a big way and cause mayhem. I'll need a different room for that to be, like, later on that won't be sufficient for a production room. We could repurpose that. Right now it'll be fine. Okay, so that's all enclosed. So let's go down here. Put one door down there. One door over here. We got the mad tortoise. I was gonna say, like, don't you dare die to that warg. Warg almost died to that tortoise. Tortoise was going for the neck. Someone is gonna treat the warg, right? Okay. Okay, so I still need to consider the defensive position. Let's assume I'm gonna make terrible decisions. What is the range on the minigun? The minigun's range is 31. So if we were to just built up a defensive position based around the minigun, we want to take 31 from here. So that'd be the range you'd be considering there. All right. Well, let's plan to actually do that. So we have this door here. I'm going to go ahead and plan for it to be right in line with that door. So that'll be the entrance to our defensive position. I'm going to assume with the longer range, they're going to fight from back here. So that's where I want my people standing. So we got a little bit of overlap for when the walls get destroyed and all that. So, with that, I would want... a defensive line right there. We can work about making it not terrible later. And then the other thing we would need here is just enough that they don't do anything cheeky. So then usually what I'll do is I'll go slate there. Then we start juggling between stuff. So I'm not trying to like build out a whole big ridiculous thing right now. Just enough so they can't line of sight me like straight on through. We're not gonna make like a full-on kill box. It's mostly just a defensive spot, and then whatever else we get going there. We can go ahead and go to orders, remove the plans for this. Alright. So that's gonna be the eventual plan, which is a terrible plan. What was the assault rifle in the meantime? I believe it was slightly shorter range, which kind of surprises me. No, it's the same. That'll work together. We're being attacked immediately by 2 Neanderthals. Both of them have okay amounts of melee skill. I feel pretty good about this one. I get a lot of people. Now the downside is, it is raining, which is going to penalize our damage a lot. We are going to put the expendable people, I mean the refugees we have here, on the leading edge. And Claria and Lily will run backup. Okay. You got downed. Just a bunch of hits, not a specifically bad hit. You go ahead and get your spear. So that'll be better than what you had. Okay, so you're tending to Calaria. What about you? Alright. Is Grump grumpy? Nah, Grump's chill. Grump seems fine. When you have nothing else go on, well, I mean, we don't worry about that now. We'll eventually want to plant cut all that. Okay, you're fine. You're still bleeding. we're out of medicine from the looks of it. So far as not... We're out of the crappy medicine. But you do have a bunch of that growing down here. We just need a chance to recover it. And when Clara gets back up, we'll get you your Equa again. Why are you going for the pemmican if I have actual meals? We got a good statue. So for right now, we'll put the good statue here in what will be our rec room. Once we get all this sorted out. And then meanwhile, we'll go Misk. And we will go... Nah, I'm gonna have to wait till we have more slate. Oh, here we go. Slate. Put down a pen marker down there for when they get all that sorted out. You don't need to worry about the trees growing out here for anything. So where I used to almost always put like a thing there because I'd put like wood. Like if we do the random research, I still have to do it from time to time. But I used to always put a fire break around my outside wall. Right now, because we're making our entire exterior perimeter stone, including the doors, that won't be an issue. And that's actually one of the reasons why I do like to put the stone doors on the outside. Is one of the things the AI will sometimes do is they'll choose to target something flammable on the outside of your base or like the outer perimeter and light it on fire, whether it's a wall or a door. If you leave literally no options for that, you can kind of control where they go a little bit when they go to do that. So what I can do is I can go in here and put like one tile of wood over there, and if they trigger to ignite, they'll go through and go to that tile to ignite it, running into your kill box. In fact, what I might even do is I could see putting like a wood wall like directly in front of one of these two. Going down, yeah, I mean that'll be fine. Put like a little section of wood wall here. The only downside, well, I mean, no, if I do that, it'll narrow the profile. It's fine. Basically, go out of our way to put like a chunk of wood in here somewhere just to bait them into running in there to set fire. Yeah, we're getting no shortage of the sandstone cut. And you're going to be switched to dandelions. And the only reason I'm doing that is I want to get it so they cut down the trees and they keep that clear. The dandelions themselves are something I'm not worried about, interested, or anything else. It's literally just to prevent trees and bushes and other stuff from growing in. Yes, we're cutting down the trees. We're getting our perimeter built. Which is the best fridge mod? No idea. I don't run hardly any mods. I don't even know what you'd do with the fridge mod. Do you mean like an actual building, like a structure you put up that's just like a refrigerator? Because the way you make fridges, you just toss in 2 ACs and it becomes a refrigerator. Poor quality. It's like a freezer. Okay, I mean, in base RimWorld, you literally just put down an AC or two into a room. And with that, it can freeze or refrigerate, which the answer is you always freeze. You don't have a reason. Yeah, no, you don't need a mod for that. You just put 2 ACs here, and you just set their temperature to be, like, below freezing. And it'll cool off this whole area to be below freezing, and it'll keep all the meals frozen. You don't need a mod for that. Alright, Shambler is approaching. It's 5 Shamblers. So we should be able to more than handle that. I'm gonna let that run for a minute. No one should have any reason to go down there. I'm mostly trying to wait for the rain to go away, then we'll initiate on them. Or if they get too close. Because we definitely have the numbers to deal with it. But right now with the rain and the accuracy penalty, I'd prefer to wait. Plus, Kalaria Star here is still pretty beat up. Actually, other than the left arm, pretty close to fully recovered. Yeah, no, you don't need a fridge or a freezer mod. The base game has pretty good stuff for that. Like, the only thing I could imagine being a fridge or a freezer mod is, like, having a shelf that in itself is, like, just the 1 or 2 boxes being a fridge or freezer. But unless it was borderline free, I wouldn't see that as particularly useful versus converting a room into it. Like, you'd need it to be less expensive than the air conditioner. But if it's way less than the air conditioner, then I'd start to feel kind of unbalanced, overpowered. You're looking into storage tab? Yeah. Come on, Rain, let up. Dark Strider Hinder 25, Strange Streak, arriving with Twizzlers. Did you bring enough for the class? I do want this rain to back off, because we're getting pretty close to the point I'm going to initiate on them regardless. Because I'd rather open up on them where I get to get 2 or 3 hits in before they get to us, hopefully. Because then we can also send in the Warg. And the Warg will tie him up pretty well. Inspired surgery.
No, but I did give an end to the old man to mess with him.
Okay. And thank you for the 100 biddies, Strider. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so it is looking like we're just going to be dealing with rain, probably. Because they're right about to get close enough that they'll trigger off of some of the stuff up here. Alright, how long do you... Because they also will just fall over dead on their own. 2 days. Yeah, so go down and initiate on them when people start to wake up in the morning, rain or otherwise. Because they're going to keep moving during the night, so they're going to probably get around here. Ooh. You are losing skills. Which is not good. I think that's because I don't have meat to feed you. Alright, I think we're at that point where I just need to initiate. Alright, one moment. Put the baby away, okay. And that sucks because that means the Warg won't help. Oh, I'm sorry, the ward will help. The ward will guard. I just can't poke the Warg to make it start the fight. Please hit the last one. There you go. Okay, cool. Alright, so you took some pretty nasty head and neck hit. You took some pretty nasty hits. Didn't get anything from those. Usually you can get like some bioferrite or shards or something like that. Please treat people. Okay. So we need to get some meat in here, unfortunately. So tell him to make some kibble. And hopefully that'll go a long ways. Oh, you stole stuff from the spiders? Yeah. That's, I've had some, like, groups on particularly dangerous maps so far as the sheer number of, insects on it. I've had raids go in there and die to those enemies. And then had to, like, go in after the fact to be like, alright, let's go and, snag these goodies because they've got, like, a machine gun here and I'm still using pointy stick. You know, let's make this work. Yes, we definitely need to deal with that. Yeah, and you got handle. Yeah, your handle is set really high, so Clara is dealing with that. Moriarty's having another kid. We don't want that person. The other things I don't care about. Bulk goods trader. Oh, you should stop right here. Stop right here. Stop right here. Stop right here. That might still be doable. Alright, let's make good and bad decisions. By that I mean mostly bad. So we're going to run you over here. And we've got all that. So take the bits of fabric. Take the, the sighty. We can get a smithing. Do I already have? We can get a smithing and all that book. We have plants and cooking. You have medical, construction, and mining. We'll grab that book. You can take my pork quality statue. Now, before everyone gets too far, hey, Nugfer, I need you to poke that wall real fast, okay, friend? Actually, do you have construction? That'd also work. What are your... claim, deconstruct. Run, friend! I should have held the door. Keep running. Keep running. This isn't a you problem anymore. Keep running. Don't worry about what's going on out there. That's not a you problem. Okay. You can start putting out that fire. Alright, meanwhile, what I think we'll do, for practicality, is I am going to go up here. What are you made out of? Sandstone? Ooh, we still have those to pop, don't we? That's fine. Okay. So with that, regroup everyone. Pop this door again. In Moriarty, this would be a little bit of a risky play, but I'd rather someone with range deal with it. While they're patching themselves up and otherwise mostly indisposed. Where are you going? Oh, you're just grabbing the brick? So you're gonna pop a shot in here. That is real bad. Run, Moriarty. So we're just gonna let that play out there for a minute. Because fortunately, they're all just kind of bunching up here, not really doing a whole lot. That shield should go down soon. Hey, for a moment, you just stay in there, okay? Because amusingly enough, they're all tied up by the caravan animals. I was expecting them to at least hold up longer. Okay, so we got a problem. And that problem is, they're still all ready for more fighting. They are pretty mangled. Let's let them sit for a moment. You gonna trash my furniture? Okay, we can make this work. Okay, so open this door, grab you, pop over here, grab you two, pop back here, ranged team, just smoosh in here real fast, be quick about this. We're gonna pop that door. Oh, you're stressing me out, Claria. I really wanted the warg to run out there. Okay, so all of you fall back before you eat a shotgun to the face. So what I want them to do is pop in here, and then we rush whoever goes in here. Barry, go hide in the corner, kid. That's a little concerning. Okay. You two. Run back in. Get on him. Okay, you over here now. Jump on him. Alright, so it looks like there's only 2 left. So I'm hoping once they stop throwing... 3 left. Come on. Pop in. Pop in. Get in here. Okay, you're downed. Get in here as well. Okay. Grab everyone who's still up, run them out of the way for just a second. We're probably going to lose them. What are you doing? I need you to move or attack or something. Wait for it. Where are you going? Stop pacing back and forth. I need you to choose a spot. All right, get him. That's good enough. Because we can draw them into melee. They'll be way less of a problem. I didn't realize it's a Hellfire. Okay. So now I got a whole lot of people to save. Claria Star is the priority. Get them rescued. Everyone else is pretty expendable. Barry, just do your best. How badly hurt are you? You're fine for now. Are you one of my doctors? No. The other doctor is you, so I need... Okay, you're already tending to someone. How... Okay, you're almost dead. Let's see. In fact, just run up there and just start tending to them on the ground. Yeah, no, actually, it went okay. Like, all things considered, it's a bit of a mess. But we just massively up-teched our weapons. And while I'd love to try and deal with any of these other ones, it ain't happening. So do your best to try and save them. I don't have very high confidence in that. Hey, you? Rip that guy. Alright, so I think we might actually get through this. How are the colonists' health tabs? My colonists are relatively okay. The refugees who we had frontline, there goes the warg. That I kind of figured was coming. That warg's been getting a lot of injuries. It was just a matter of time before they caught up to him. Meanwhile, go orders, allow all. Okay, so we did manage to rescue Grump. So you're tending to Sparkles. Yeah, no, the warg did their job. No one can say the warg didn't pull their weight around here. Wait. Who died and why? Oh, did you start starving? I think it was they had all these injuries and they hit, like, just started to starve or whatever and died from it. Well, that's fine. We'll still rescue the ones who survived. In this particular case, using them in that regards and then failing the quest because of it, I think was a completely acceptable thing. So rescue you. Rescue you. Let's give you the LMG for right now. You're up, so let's grab you. Have grabbed the Hellcat. I know there's a chain shotgun in here too. Oh, I love that none of those were bio-coded. I was just expecting 2 or 3 of these to be bio-coded. Alright. So it's gonna take us a hot minute to get things going. Oh, you're still not treated? Okay. Who needs to be treated? You're being treated now by Luxray. You still got a minor bleed. There's a good chance we're going to get an infection here with how many people got injuries and not treated in a timely manner. Someone, please feed them. Okay. Get you to sleep so we can get you treated. All right. So we saved who we could. We did get pretty messed up, but like I said, it definitely feels like we came out on top on that one. We got a lot of firepower out of it. We got marine armor, which is always a plus. Okay, you're back up. Let's go grab your Equa. Yeah, no, it's interesting. So I got Grump bandaged up. They were very, very close to bleeding out, but I got them bandaged up. And I think what happened is I think their hunger got low enough while I was trying to save everyone else, that it was just one of those things that they died at that point when the hunger ticked down. It was just enough to bring their consciousness down is what I think happened. Okay, meanwhile, we're going to go up here. We're going to go orders. We're going to claim this area. And we're going to probably leave the tables alone. We're going to disassemble the sarcophagus. We're going to disassemble the art. We're going to open that. And a lot of these are probably only going to rot. A lot of the corpses aren't going to get handled in time. And let's check, because sometimes you get lucky, and instead of clothing, they've got gear. Like shield belts and all that. And the shield belts, sometimes, you can still take off them even after they die. You still have to strip them, but yeah, no, all that's tainted, so it's no good. Oh, well, it was advanced components, which isn't bad. It's not particularly helpful. Okay, and you're getting over your injuries. Let's have you haul those in before they rot out there. So grab the advanced components, because those are pretty good stuff. With an added bonus, what I could do is once I get that closed off, I'll open up a door on this side. And maybe we change this into our production room or our hospital or something. A hospital wouldn't be great at that position, but... you know, you get the idea. We can convert that into a usable room for us. We did lose the one bed. Hunting alpaca. Oh yeah, I don't need to do that anymore. Go ahead and get back. I was doing that for the warg. That was the only loss we had, is we did lose the warg because of throwing them right in the middle of all that. Haul these corpses out of here if you can. We'll at least get the corpses out from inside. It's gonna be a while to clean all this up, unfortunately. And let's have you clean that workshop before you worry about anything else. If I had them join, would we want any of them? Not really. Okay, so at least got the corpses out of the indoor area there. You're feeding them. And then you get that body out of there. Because that was definitely a big mess. We got some pump shotguns and all that still laying on the ground. A lot of cleaning to do. Trying to get all this sorted out. Did you have to manually disable your mods, or does swapping to the beta do it automatically? It does it automatically. You'll get like a prompt when you open it up being like, hey, we detected a bunch of mods that aren't compatible. They've been turned off. And so it'll turn off all of your mods. Because if you're going to be playing the beta, I would just turn it all off. You're just like... mods aren't going to be working right now. Alright. So you are about to be back in business. You still got some injuries left to fix. Alright, so good news is it seems we got away without an infection, which surprises me with how many people were how injured for how long. Let's, I'd rather you were down there dealing with the area to the south, but that's okay. That's gonna need to be dealt with anyways. Let's get that goat out of the door real fast, so that we don't have the next attack just circumvent our defenses. And that needs to be built, which is fine. I've got plenty of sandstone. Oh, hey, don't do that. I had the kibble for the warg, but the warg's not around anymore, so that's not a thing to worry about anymore. Okay, so they're still healing up. Galarius Star is getting pretty close to being back on their feet. Getting our meals replaced. But yeah, I mean, considering we went into that with a bow, an auto pistol, and what was it, like the yeah, I think it was a bow, an auto pistol. We had one other weapon in there that we had snagged, because we got the rest during the fight. And to walk away with the chain shotgun, a Hellcat rifle, and a machine gun. We definitely upsold our equipment a lot. And let Moriarty keep doing their thing. They are cleaning up everything. I do have a lot of stuff that's going to start rotting and causing problems out here, but that's just the nature of what we got. Alright, there's the corpses starting to go. You're cutting an oak tree. Let's have you prioritize building that first, just to seal that off so it doesn't get targeted. Saving Keegan. Keegan is one of our people's moms. Are you telling me you don't know your own mother? Okay. So, if I don't do anything, Keegan's gonna be upsetty spaghetti. If I do something, it's gonna be a whole problem because I'll be doing that while we're still recovering. Bear with me, Chad. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm gonna do that, and I'll be right back. All right, Lilypad, you have a good one. I'll be back in a few minutes. You're showing me that this is perfect. Don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. You know what we should do that our characters haven't done? Let's have a lantern. A sky lantern thing. We've done this, I think, 3 or 4 times in this run, and we have had not a single one that has been a positive experience. So, we'll see if this one's better. It's the first time we've had one with clear skies. What's... All right, and we are back. So let's go ahead and get that going. Cool. So we got the baby going. So we still have our 5 initial colonists, which is good considering the fights we've been picking. Hey, please don't stand over the corpses. Right. So we can go down here to you, storage. We will add corpses, entity. That's fine. So So that they hopefully get these out of here without getting themselves too much corpse exposure, because eventually they'll get corpse sickness and all that. Okay, so you're about to be able to leave. All of our people are fully healed up now. You've got a little bit more till you can head out. We're weirdly in utter silence music-wise. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is what RimWorld is like with Don't Stop the Music not on. It's been a long time since I've not had Don't Stop the Music. So get more of the corpses out of here. Okay, so now with that one done, let's go to structure. We will add a wood door in here. Do not do that. And you don't do this. Because they're trying to clear around the bodies, but instead they're just exposing themselves to potential corpse sickness. Alright, so I manually intervened to just have them haul all the corpses out of here as fast as we can. There's so many bodies. Cool. So with that, we have no more corpses that I see on property. And once this person's got their last little bit of hit points recovered, they should get out of here as well. And that'll be a matter of just normal cleanup. There's just so much blood everywhere. Royal Tribute Collector, don't really care about them right now. I don't imagine I'm going to do anything with the Dryads, but they can be fun. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and reinstall you. And reinstall you. Because then we'll start working on getting some chairs in here and all that. Okay, that won't leave me room for much wrecked stuff, but that's alright. So haul that back, haul this back. Haul this back, haul that back, haul you back. Basically grab all the weapons they dropped. And meanwhile, Luxury was making that. We don't have any other not finished clothes, so that's good. Cool, so at that point, we're in pretty good shape. I've got, like, a random short bow and a random, like, go juice and all that laying around, but that's alright. We're just dumping bodies. Like, that was the one event, is all these corpses piled in here, and that's with stuff running away. And it gets so much worse as the game goes on. But considering how early it is, where I have 5 colonists to fight with, that I've got this, and granted it's because I popped an ancient danger on a trade caravan, and then inside there was hostile enemies on top of that. Like, that trade caravan got full wiped. Animals and everything got killed. I got the psychic animal pulsar. Deconstruct this thing as well. We got all the ancient cryosleep caskets. That'll be really solid. So we run into any danger and I don't have a way of treating people. I can handle a lot. Actually. Nicely done. Alright, so that's getting the defensive position all set up where they should be just clear for whenever they run in, they won't have any cover. Construction is just taking time. There's just too much for you to do. They're doing a lot of catching up on the cooking. Right, because... yeah, it's fine. Because Luxray is replacing a lot of the missing clothes. Clara is now hauling literally everything that's flown around here. Okay, and we can hold that open now. And like that, we actually have ourselves a little bit of a rec room. Still... well, look. They're having a nice little party, and it would have been fine. But, unfortunately, Luxray viciously insulted Scrapecode's relationship status and drove Scrapcode into a rage and began fighting. Thanks, man. What's your relationship status? What's going on here? Basically, Luxray was like, you're married. And that was too much. Alright, so they're gonna prep, so I got shotgun, grenades, and all that. What's the accuracy on the shotgun? Really high. That is genuinely a bad time of a fight. Now, the good news, they are going to come from this direction, and we definitely have the range advantage. Good, and the weather cleared up. So we definitely have the range advantage. Oh, never mind. Those are EMP grenades. I don't care about those. So that's not as bad. The shotgun and, you know, pretty high melee are a little concerning. Let them have a moment patching each other up real fast. Because they're going to go into this fight injured. Which is why I don't like social fights. But yeah, so they should come around this way and basically feed themselves in here. We got most of the cover removed already. So that's worked out pretty well. Now we are going to go ahead and use our defensive line. And I think the idea is we're going to focus fire the one with the knife, and then run our melee up on the shotgun. See if we can't drop him out of the fight before it's a problem. Oh good, you're already fully healed? Yeah, you're not going to be healed up before that Sucksets torso hits. Okay. So... you two to the outside. We'll do... you two here and here. Chain shotgun there. Now ideally, I'd like the one with the knife to lead, because the one that with the knife leads in first, we can just pour shots into them right away. Where are you going? What do you know that I don't? You'd have to go the entire way around here to go after me. Okay, I mean, that's even better, I guess. You're gonna take so long to get to me that I'm just gonna go ahead and deal with this, because my assumptions are coming down here, because all these doors are closed and walled off. Okay, we got you in here. So I prevented the shotgun from getting in there. What? Are you going to just chip through that wall? Okay, do you have any gear I care about? No. Alright, well that sucks. So we can go and run up here as fast as we can. I'm hoping I can spare those EMPs. Oh wait, never mind, he's already quit the field. Alright, get out of here. Yeah, so we just got a couple of bruises and all that. Yeah, just some bruises. Gonna have you haul that EMP back. That'll be important if we hit mechs. The only thing that sucks about RimWorld is how expensive it is. So many expensive DLCs. That should mostly be... I don't necessarily agree, because when you think about RimWorld as the base game, like, it was definitely enough for the whole game. And then when you look at the individual DLC, they definitely all add layers onto it. It's also one of those things that I actually recommend against buying all the DLC when you start. You just buy RimWorld by itself. Start with there until you're like, alright, you know, I'm starting to run out of stuff I want to do in the game. Then you pick up the first DLC, that kind of thing. It is expensive later on, but that's always the nature of when you're getting games that have DLC support. You do tend to circle back and, you know, when you're going in later, unless they start discounting them heavily over time, it just ends up being astronomical. And RimWorld does make the decision to kind of not really do discounts hardly ever. Let's have you do that, because I'm more worried about... Oh, let's also... I definitely feel like I've gotten way more of my money's worth out of RimWorld over the years. I imagine it is probably not great now. I could see them, like, that's a catch. I could see them discounting the DLC. They've been around a long time. I could see them discounting the game, but it also feels like one of those things that it doesn't really change the value. Because a lot of games, over time, as more DLC gets introduced, it kind of loses as much benefit. I don't know. Let's go ahead and preach health you just to make sure that infection is locked out while I've got the good medicine. But yeah, no, I imagine nowadays getting the base game plus all DLC probably runs you $100. 120, that thing. Well, the problem when you look at a season pass, usually for the game, that's for like the base game plus a year worth of DLC or base game plus 2 years. And you're looking at the DLC that have been introduced to the game have happened over the last, I think it's 11 or 12 years of development. So the season pass model wouldn't really work there. Not unless you're talking about the season pass where you pay like temporarily to get access to all the DLC, but then, you know, it takes it back. It's just one of those things that this game has got 10 years worth of updates into it. They gotta make their money. Let's see, wouldn't that get melee damage more than if you... Yeah, so the thing though is if I run up to the ranged enemy and get them into melee, they won't really be able to put up much of a fight. Generally you want to get ranged to not be ranged as much as possible. Season pass or some kind of just bundle? I could definitely see a bundle. I think a bundle would be an absolute fair thing. So you could get like the base game and then, you know, a bundle of like the last 2 DLC or last 3 DLC or whatever. Like the most recent DLC would certainly probably not be part of the bundle. That's just business stuff. But yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think this is something I wish more and more games would do that have been around for a while, is as they have older DLC, that they start bundling the DLC. Because like that's a complaint I'd have with stuff like The Sims, Stellaris, you know, bunch of them where you could get like the bundle of, you know, if they have 10 DLC, you get like a bundle of like 4 or 5 of the DLC, and, you know, second bundle, you know, like the second ones are maybe too recent to be bundled or whatever. Because it is definitely something to say when you're looking back and going, I would like to buy this game. And then you look at the base game plus all the DLC and you're like $120, $200. And you're going, holy crap, what on earth are you talking about? But I think the reality is still, I genuinely wouldn't recommend buying the DLC for RimWorld out the gate. I would buy the base game, you know, put in a couple of 100 hours so you're like, alright, I want more now. And then you buy your first DLC. And very genuinely, I feel like for RimWorld, you really do get your money's worth with the DLC. Versus on the counter side, The Sims, I find a lot of the DLC I don't think is genuinely worth it. You just don't get the time out of it. Versus like Stellaris, I haven't played in an age, but that was more mixed bag. But yeah, no, I would definitely hold up like The Sims as being like the really, really bad beginner. Okay. Wait a second. Alright, we're fine. For a moment I was like, wait a second. You seem like you're in that groups and all that. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and they're gonna pair up. That's nice, it's compressing the thing. But yeah, no, I definitely would say like The Sims is like the outlier for just extreme. Okay, we got another raid they're going to be preparing. It's at multiple angles, right? So we got, alright, so they're impids. The one of the recurve up there is a really good shot. You're terrible. And you're neutral. Okay, so the one up here on the top right is probably our biggest threat. Yeah, no, The Sims is definitely one that's extreme. And sure, we can, again, make the arguments like, ah, well, they've been around for, you know, Sims 3 would be, what, like 10 years plus now? It's like, okay, well, you can, sure, or Sims 4, whichever one the current one's like, sure, but still, there's definitely a point where it's like $1,484. And it's like, the vast majority of his stupid stuff where you spend like $30 for a bed, 2 side tables, or whatever, and you're like, that's not reasonable. Alright, so they're beginning their assault. So again, the biggest threat is the one straight up here. So I'm gonna go ahead and plunk you two down there. And drop there. Now, these are impids, so it's a pro and a con to running in on them. Because the pro is I can get them out of ranged, which is certainly worth doing. But the con is they breathe fire. So I actually do feel like ranged is preferable here. That said, if the fight starts closing in, getting our melee on them would be good. Okay, so we got that one. Now, unfortunately, because I haven't got this wall finished, I don't have a good defensive line on this side. We're just gonna have to try and make this work as best we can. My hope here is that they run up to me and engage me straight on. That's a bad torso hit, so let's back you out. Start running you up. And handled. Yeah, so you took one bad torso hit. You got items to trade. Now hopefully we actually get a chance to cut some brick to get that all sorted out. Alright, so 10 to Moriarty. The other thing I need is I need them to have a chance to haul the medicine back. But yeah, no, there's definitely something to be said for a lot of those ones where just having it where they can kind of discount. Man, there's so many drugs they dropped. We'll definitely take the good medicine. Take all these short bows and recurve bows out of those. I'm telling you, I could use those pump shotguns and auto pistols I probably won't use. We got the bolt action and all that I'll hold on to for now. Molotovs. Okay. So, give me those back. And that'll do. Okay, so that gives me some actual medicine, so that's good. Make sure we have our assignments correct. Start having them carry medicine on their person. Oh, I didn't check. You have gear. I don't care about it. That's fine. But yeah, no, it's a pro and a con. Factorio kind of, it's not as many DLC, but it has kind of the same thing where the Factorio basically never discounts itself. But considering its lifespan, it's only had the base game and then a DLC, singular. But I did charge, it was something like $40 or $50 for the DLC. But at the same time, you looked at what that DLC came with, and it was effectively like an entire game on top of it. So that's another one that, you know, I don't regret picking that one up. For me, when I take into consideration of the DLCs and all that, like, you know, is the spend fine or whatever? Like, how much time am I going to get out of it? Like, what quality? Because I'm even okay if I spend a decent amount of money on a DLC and I don't get a ton of hours if I'm having an extremely good time. Like, if I bought that by itself and the time I get out of it, I would feel pretty happy about it. Good enough. And like RimWorld here, I am at how many hours in RimWorld? I'm at almost 3,000 hours. So I feel like my spend on RimWorld has been more than justified. Yeah, no, The Sims is an extreme outlier for just how egregious it is for just the sheer amount of DLC it does. Okay, I know it's getting close to getting our first of the Devil Strand out, which will give us a bunch of clothes. We're still getting our perimeter done, which is taking time, but it's getting there. And Luxray is cutting the stone. Because once we get all this enclosed, and we can let the alpaca free and all that, that'll be our alpaca wool. We'll keep the chem fuel rolling in, which we're just kind of using because we got it for free. In the meantime, prioritize hauling the medicine and the components in so they don't rot. It's honestly a tricky thing to get into as monetization of games and like the good, the bad, and the otherwise. Alright, distress signal. Oh right, didn't we have a quest? Well, it's too late for us to do anything. I got distracted by that fight, so Lily's gonna have a really bad mood penalty, because her mom needs help and is gonna die. But between dealing with the infection and the raids, we didn't really have a great time to go, especially early game where we don't have many people. Let's see, well, some train locomotive simulators whose names you forget, and some flight simulators cost thousands of dollars with other DLCs too. But they have one DLC per locomotive, per train, conduct, and all that, implemented high detail, obviously smaller market. Yeah, there's definitely that. But that's what I would say is like when you're getting into monetization and all that, not only games, just in general, there's definitely stuff that you look at that's like obviously that, you know, that thing is egregious nickel and diming and bad. Like there's stuff that's pretty straightforward with that kind of thing. But there's a lot of stuff that for some people would seem pretty awful, but for some people seems perfectly reasonable. And it can really be complicated figuring out exactly like where is and not okay and all that. Because on one hand, the companies do have to make their money. Like that's the reasons why when people start throwing a fit and being like, Twitch has an ad, I'm like, well, you could pay to make it go away. I gotta run their servers. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the reality is they have to, like, if they don't do that, they go out of business and then Twitch goes away. And considering how many streaming services try to get off the ground and just implode because they can't afford the expenses. Because, I mean, there was, I think just in this past week, there was 2 other streaming services that shut down. That they keep popping up, being like, yeah, we're going to be the ones that knock down Twitch. And a lot of times they come in with far fewer ads, far better prices and yada yada. And then eventually the investor money starts running out. And then they go under. And it's just, it's tough. It's a very, very expensive system to get into. But like with a lot of games, you have all sorts of monetization models that, again, some of them are pretty predatory and awful. But there's a lot of times where you'll have people complain that, why does this game cost like $30? And you're like, I mean, they have to do something. Alright, so, how upset are you? It says you'll be sad and you're not? Did it, like, misassign that? So, it said Lilypad was going to be really upset because that person we were supposed to rescue was Lilypad's mom. And I was like, if you don't do it, Lilypad's going to be real upset. It's not that she's got enough positive mood things, or they've got a positive enough mood things to override it. It's literally not here. Okay. Guess Lily doesn't care. But yeah, there's it's like we've talked about Farm Sim that people get upset about, like how expensive some of the vehicle packs are. And you look at it and go, right, but they have to license those vehicles with like the various companies and yada yada. And they do high detailed models and all that. And you can definitely say from the gameplay standpoint, it's like, is it worth it? And there's certainly an argument to be made there. But then you look at the expense of doing the licensing and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, well, yeah, there's all that overhead. So even though you look at that and you compare it to a game that's not licensed and it's way cheaper, it is kind of one of those things. But at the same time, it is fair for people to say, like, well, I don't care that this game has a Ford vehicle. They could just make generic ones, and for me, I would agree that I'm totally much like, yeah, just make it your Lizard brand, whatever. I just care about the functionality of it. But it's also a thing that very genuinely in simulation games, a lot of people do really care about brands. Has you all got parrots on your head preening your hair too? Nope. What you don't really like is the planet, the download content model for Planet Zoo. Planet Zoo has a lot of that. I haven't kept up with that. If I recall, the way they like to do their download content, they'll be like, it's going to be the South Asian animal pack, and it'll give you like 4, 5, 6 animals and whatnot. It's mostly just animals and like maybe a couple of decorations to go with it. And they'll be like, all right, well now it's the North Asian pack, or it's the Wilderness pack or whatever, and each one's a couple of animals. So on one hand, I can imagine there's a lot of dev time that goes into trying to make the animals seem lifelike or whatever, and maybe I'm underestimating like the effort there. But at the same time, I want to say it's like $20-30 for a lot of those packs, and for me personally, from the gameplay standpoint, I got like 1 or 2 packs early on, and then I got a couple from content creation reasons. Like, they were willing to just give me a key or whatever. I didn't end up going back because half the time the new animals, I'm like, it's cool to see that new animal, but gameplay-wise, it plays no differently as the existing ones. So from a gameplay standpoint, it didn't really change anything. Hey, Tig, how's it going? It's good to see you. I hope things have been going well in your end of the world and all that. But yeah, so as well as things, I didn't end up getting much of the Planet Zoo DLC. And plus, honestly, while there's a lot of stuff I really enjoyed about Planet Zoo, there's also a lot of pain points with Planet Zoo that was kind of... like, for like the small exhibits, just managing the things in there was a big hassle. With the animals like aging out and needing to be replaced, which was fine. I think that's a totally fine mechanic, but a lot of the manually getting the new animals and all that kind of really hurt it. You don't like to play Planet Zoo, but you never got it? It was fun, but it's not a game I could see sinking like 1,000 hours into it, just because a lot of the stuff you just had to like really manually do. Versus like Planet Coaster be your direct comparison, just because it's one of their other games that's also running a park. It's just, instead of a zoo, it's a theme park. You can get to the point where most of the stuff you can keep them running manually. It's a good 1 or 2 hour time burner here and there. Yeah, definitely, like, I could see that. But it was like, I know they improved it. It used to be stuff like, you'd have, like, the small animal exhibits, so you're like little frogs and spiders and all that. They would breed aggressively. So you could either go through and sterilize them, which means your exhibit would, very quickly run out of stuff as everything aged out. Or you'd sit there and, like, it would automatically put it in your extra. And you kind of be like, you know what I want you to do? I want you to take the extras when this gets overpopulated, and I just want you to sell them. Just, like, sell them. Don't make me manually do this. I'm going to keep 5, because that's what this says it can hold, and just sell the rest of them. Yeah, no, Planet Zoo, if I was going to get the DLC, I'd get them on sale. I don't feel like I need to get it early. Well, RimWorld is a game, 100%, they almost never give out keys. Like, to be clear, RimWorld almost never gives out keys to anybody. Doesn't matter how big you are. They'll give out keys for, like, people who are testing their game, like, as an internal testers under NDA or whatever. But other than that, it's very, very, very rare they give out keys to anybody. I'm still gonna buy it, like, day one. You gonna play Dune? Probably not. The MMO aspect of Dune just doesn't interest me. Like, it's, it's where it's kind of like Rust, but not quite, PvP oriented. And that's, like, the big differentiator between it and just any other survival crafter. So I think it's, like, cool from the IP standpoint, and I know a lot of people are having a really good time from it. I'm just not as big on multiplayer, and then, like, MMO especially, it's like, nah. I've done a lot of time with MMOs. And it's not that I'm against MMOs entirely, but for a lot of those games, I kind of just don't want to deal with other people. And then especially when you're talking, like, with the MMOs from, like, the survival crafter aspect, You can go to like Fallout 76 where people like try and block out important resources, and they have anti-grieving methods, so it makes it harder for you to deal with. And it's just like, look, man, I'm just trying to do whatever the quests are, play the game, and this is now in the way because this person is trolling. Or they have like the scheduled raids or the PvP side. And I enjoy PvP, but with some of those styles of games, the PvP I find more obnoxious than fun. Versus I used to really enjoy like PvP in EVE Online and PvP in World of Warcraft. I really enjoyed. Let's see, you really love the Dune. Dune, the books of the world are just, you don't see the appeal of living in that world. On top of the MMO stuff. I think, honestly, if it wasn't an MMO, if it was just a straight-up survival crafter game, I might be a little bit more interested. I probably still wouldn't play it, but that would at least be tempting. But the MMO thing is a very solid, nah, I'm okay. Alright, so we're finally getting this last little bit of the defensive area enclosed, so we can force the enemies to fight through the entrance. Well, not force, they could still siege and they can still breach and all that, but at least limit some of where the enemies can attack from. And once they get that fully enclosed, we'll be in better shape. But yeah, there's been a couple of MMO survival crafters. Like, I actually was curious about Once Human. I did give that one a pretty good look for a while. I don't think I did. I think I booted up to make sure it ran, but I never ended up sitting down and playing it. It was always something I intended to play, like on the channel, because I know a lot of people liked it. But there was always just something else had come out. And so it just kept always getting knocked down to being like, okay, well, maybe after this. Okay, well, after this. And then a couple of times I put it on the vote for what people wanted to see me play on the channel. And it never did particularly well in those votes, so I saw as well as things being like, alright, well, I guess there's just not the interest there. Yeah, Uncharted was another one that I gave a good, couple attempts. I liked what I played, but it was one of those ones that it definitely felt like it was really oriented for multiplayer. That's actually one big complaint I have about the survival crafting genre, is the largest number of them are very much, you can see they're balanced and they're focused around you playing with a group of friends or more. There are some that are really good for solo, and I've gotten a lot of joy out of those, but a lot of the ones where it's like very clearly oriented for you having a couple of people to play together with just lose me. Because it is a really tricky thing to balance the games between having it where it's both good alone and with a group. It works fine solo, you promise? Gotcha. That was definitely one when I played early on. It really did feel like it was more for multiplayer. That sells more copy, get more people to play friends with. You're not wrong, but also for the genre, I would say by and large, the largest section of the survival crafter genre is people who want multiplayer. Like, you look at almost all the different games like Project Zomboid and all that, and when multiplayer is not turned on, that's pretty much everything you hear about is when's multiplayer coming, when's multiplayer coming, when's multiplayer coming. And like when I've played, there's been a number of survival crafters on the channel that when I boot up and they're like, oh, when's this getting multiplayer? It's like, oh, it's not. And like that's a deal breaker for a lot of them. It is the nature of that genre that really does lean into multiplayer. Yeah, so yeah, you haven't played Project Zomboid Build 42 because it is in multiplayer for it? Yeah. Which that's Coral Islands multiplayer is coming out soon. They just had a trailer for it a couple days ago. That is about to drop. You did everything on your own, had a blast. You had to stop Valheim because that's annoying to solo. Yeah, that was I played Valheim and I did it solo once on my own. This is before streaming. And then I ended up playing with a couple different groups of friends. So I did like a number of playthroughs. And I can't tell you how many times I've wanted to go back to like revisit Valheim after all this time because there's been so much that's changed over the years from it. and I just can't do it. I get to about the point of the swamp, and I'm just like, nah, I'm already burnt out. Like, I just burned myself out on it early. It's the reason I tend to, like, that's one of the games that I tend to mention when it's like, these days I don't tend to play much early access beyond just testing it to see what it's like on the channel and all that. But like a lot of early access, I'll kind of dip my toe in and be like, do I like this? Do I not like this? Cool, I'll be back to play it later. Or, no, I'm not really enjoying this. This one's, this one scoots. It's just the number, like, playing a game I can't finish. That's a pretty big deal breaker for me these days. Because I just really want to get into the game and go for it. And then on top of that, just, you finish your content, you might have to wait 2-3 years for it to be finishable. And I'm just at the point, I just don't want to deal with it. And it's understandable. I understand why devs do it. Like, there's a lot of reasons, and none of it's like nefarious. If you're trying to fund a major game and you're not a big studio, you can release an early access to get that early funding to help you make the game bigger and more interesting. There's a lot of times that you want to work with developing the game with the community who's going to be playing the game along for the ride. That way, they can all kind of have their feet into it and help drive the game development, all that, in the direction that they want, and yada yada. There's lots of reasons. That's the whole point. And it's just kind of one of those things that there's all those motivations, but for me as the person playing the game, like, I just want to play the game. I want to play the game, have that, like, week, month, 2 months, whatever, where I can just, like, binge the game, really get into it, have a great time, and then put it away. Finish it. It's done. And, when a major update comes later, that's fine. But I want to roll credits, or whatever the equivalent is, and be like, well, cool, I got it done. And then they come out with an update or a DLC or whatever that adds, like, a whole extra section of the game, and then we can do that. But they gave into your deepest, darkest feelings and bought the Rune Factory. Great for Japanese farm dungeon sim, yeah. One of your favorite shows just got a season 2, Magic and Muscles. But it was 2-3 months. You love the series on Netflix, but soon is not 2-3 months. Yeah. Aw, man. There's a lot of series I've been getting into that you watch your season, or you read, like, audiobook, like, listen to your book season, and you're like, cool, I gotta wait till next year to get the next one. And you're like, man, I want them to take it to time, so, work-life balance and all that, but also, I really don't want to wait that long. So it's like, genuinely, I think they should take as much time as they need to get it done right and all that. But very selfishly, I'm like, man, but I want the next one. Don't make me wait. Don't do this to me. Especially the worst, like, the audiobooks. And if I'm having, like, a particularly 1.6 with the DLC is not out yet. Literally no one has the DLC yet. But we are running the 1.6 unstable. The DLC comes out next month. So if anyone has that, they're playing the DLC in their title, they're lying. They're lying, or something really nefarious is going on. But yeah, no, it'll be exciting. It is another thing that I've been debating, like, what games are playing on the channel in the meantime, because I definitely know when Odyssey drops, we're gonna go hard in that. I'm definitely down to play a decent amount of RimWorld while we're waiting for Odyssey to come out. I want to check out, literally today, a new Oxygen Not Included DLC dropped, and they only announced it like 1 or 2 days before it dropped. It's like, literally, it's like, new DLC's coming, okay, it's here. So I want to check that out. It adds, like, dinosaurs and all that to the game. I don't know when we're gonna do it. I still need to do the Farm Sim Dare Drops, get those done. That'll be on the weekend. When I'm able to stream on the weekends and all that. Marriage is on. Lilypad and Luxray are getting married. Nice. Wait, is that out?
Oh, hankering for education, are we?
Alright, so Mustard Me is saying, hello, Rual. Hello, chat. I would like to ask everyone over here, what is your favorite type of cheese and why? I know this, it's going to sound like a cop-out answer. Oh, it's dread leather. I might just let that rot out there. It might seem like a cop-out answer, but it kind of like changes constantly. Like I'm not a person who typically has like this is my favorite anything. It tends to go and flow. That said, ricotta cheese is pretty solid. If I had to go like one that I can like I never go to and be like I'm disappointed. Ricotta cheese is almost always one I can go to. Is it my absolute favorite? I don't know. But I would say it's a regular one. That said, I can always go for like a jalapeno, like a cheese with like jalapeno bits in it or habanero bits in it or whatever, like a spicy cheese. I can definitely get behind those. But yeah, like ricotta, like I will destroy a calzone. You get ricotta cheese involved, and I am down. Much preferred to the 5-year early release. Oh yeah, yeah. Shadow drops are great. Yes, yeah. No, the I'm assuming you're saying is it out? The Oxygen Not Included DLC is out. The RimWorld DLC comes out next month. We don't have an exact date. Next month ish. And all that. But yeah, the short notice drops I appreciate. I both love and hate it. As a content creator, this is like the business side of it. As a consumer, I love it where it just shows up and we can just play and we don't have to sit and have it hyped for like months and months and months. So I really do appreciate it just pop. Oh, that is not good. So Luxray, you just start running. I'm gonna try and get help there as fast as we can. Oh, good. It's gonna go around. Ooh, you got bit in the head too. But yeah, Oxygen Not Included one came out, so I gotta find time for that. And then when it comes to yeah, like the RimWorld DLCs we got coming out, I still want to go and finish up. At least I think I want to finish up the Planet Crafter one. The Planet Crafter DLC, the Moon one, we've been doing that. I am actually a little mixed on it, and the reason I'm a little mixed on wrapping that up is as much like I enjoyed it so far, but it is one of those things I would say it wasn't a solidly I'm purely happy with it kind of thing. It definitely feels like it was in that camp of they were really focused on making it a challenge, and in doing so, it kind of took away a lot of what made Planet Crafter good by like making the drills pretty useless and making it so that automation can't really work and not having the portals and then not having this and not having that. Like really detracted from it in a lot of ways, because it'd be one thing if they introduced a whole bunch of other new things to check out, but it really felt like what if Planet Crafter but less. And from the challenge side I get why they did it, but it definitely felt like I enjoyed the exploration of the planet, but the challenge side of it I feel like it took more away from my enjoyment of the game than benefited. And then the next planet seems like it's going to be taking away even more, which has me going, okay, wait a second. I'm going to enjoy learning and exploring the new planet, but at the same time, if you're taking even more away, I'm a little worried that as it gets settled, I'm going to be even more kind of frustrated with it. So you're going to prepare. So it's kind of one of those things that I'm really mixed about that whole bit. Don't tell me you're going to be like 1 or 2 slate shy of being able to do all this. someone else who can have craft. Luxury's the only one who can really have craft. So you eat. That's too late. Okay. I figured that was going to be the case. I probably should have checked what they actually were going to throw at me. Okay. So it was all Neanderthals. Okay, so Iengo and Hakuja, those two are actually dangerous. The other ones we should be able to handle. Unfortunately, that didn't get in close, so we can't force them into like the bottleneck kind of thing. We also have rain, which is also not great for us. Because if we had gone and been able to, you know, get the rain stuff sorted out, or sorry, if we wouldn't been dealing with rain, that damage penalty plus the 4 of them, my hope here is that we can try and get some hits in on them early to slow them down. Looks like you two are going wide left. Oh, alright. So one of the really dangerous ones did split off left, so it's going to walk either the whole way around and start attacking one of our random walls. Engo here is the other dangerous one. So they're separated out. This might actually work out fine, because if we get 3 knocked, they'll definitely go and retreat. If not 3, 2 should probably do a number. Alright, that worked out fine. I was curious if it's going to be 2 or 3. Yeah, it's fine. We don't need to worry about it. Cool. Because I was a little bit worried about the accuracy penalty. It went fine, though. Like, with the machine gun and assault rifle, we're pretty good. You can have one favorite cheese. Yeah, that said, people asked about provolone. Provolone is one, I do enjoy. I tend to get... Provolone's like my go-to when I'm getting like a sub or something like that. Oh yeah, no, Cougars are pretty okay. I want to say they don't... I don't think Cougars you could train... could you train... That's always a catch, is train them up. That's actually one of the other nice things that they're adding, is that the DLC, we will be able to get a substance that we can make unintelligent, like, untrainable animals to be more intelligent, to have more advanced training. That's going to be curious what people do with that.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting 10 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 10 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. It's good to see you and all that, but thank you so much for that support. And so, all the people who got those subs, you now got yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for all that. Cougars are full trainability? Yeah, I was trying to remember. But yeah. Alright, so we finally got all of these fields set up. So that'll be good. We've got the cotton happening now. The second kid should be here anytime. Oh, right, I don't... Never mind. We're probably not going to mess with that. I normally run a mod called, it's something like self-dyeing or whatever, so they dye their clothes their favorite color kind of thing. But because mods don't work in 1.6 for the most part, I don't have that set up, so I'm not going to bother. Because I don't even care about it for their mood. I just like the self-dyeing, because then you have, like, your people in all sorts of different colors, so they're more individualized, versus over time, whatever fabric you tend to make the most of, everyone's clothes will be kind of the same thing. Okay, finish building that wall. Because once we do that, the pen will be enclosed. And go forth, friends. And then what we can do is we can make our caravan hitching spot right there. So then it'll be just a matter of like running out this side. A hulking edifice. No thank you. Alright, so with that... Actually, wait on this side. Alright. Basically getting the next bedroom set up. And getting that all going. And then with that, we'll be able to move another one of these beds in here. Getting all that set up as well. We can also go in here to the sandstone floors. Get that room all set up. Slowly get that all working. And that'll be a whole thing. That'll be the curiosity. So we are going to be doing all the endings. I kind of want to get ourselves well set up so far as our tech and all that. And then beeline over to the Ship of the Stars once we get a bunch of food stashed. And a bunch of pack animals. That's the reason I actually didn't set a restriction on the number of alpaca we get. I'm kind of thinking we just get to that point, get our tech going enough that we can, you know, get to the new location, start building up really fast. And just go straight over the Ship of the Stars, build up an actual base there, with the intention of doing all of the endings at that location. You know, except Arco Nexus for obvious reasons. But to be able to pull that off, what I'm going to end up needing to do is get ourselves situated where I can hold the line when I get to the new location, not fire off the rocket the moment we get there, but just get in a position over there as quick as possible, start building the second ship as soon as we get things secured. Alright, so Timberwolves. We got 4 of them. And, hey Azrael, how's it going? So I'm getting a little concerned with these larger groups of animals and all that showing up. Because when you look at it, I still only have 4 people. Or 5 people, sorry. So while we are getting our defensive position and all that, stressful. You love seeing payments you don't recognize in your account? Yeah. At least payments you don't recognize where they are giving you money, then it's like, okay, well, what's the deal here? Versus when you see charges in your account that you're then like, okay, what do I do about this? Like, is this a real problem? Oh, it's a charge? Oh, yeah, that's no good. Yeah, then you try and look up what it is real fast, call it in your bank, then they disable your card while they send you a new one. Yeah, I went through that about something like a month ago. It was not a good time. Like, it was, like, it got, replaced and all that. Like, it got sorted where it wasn't actually a problem in the long term. But it was definitely one of those things in the interim, because they disable your card and all that. I'm like, well, that's inconvenient. That card's tied to a bunch of stuff. So I had to go through all the stuff and update it and yada yada. Yeah, no, it's exactly that. Is contacting the bank and whatnot. All right. We've not been growing as a colony very fast. I haven't had anyone I've really felt significant desire to, like, capture whatever. And we are having kids in the colony, which is good. But still. Yeah, I mean, that's always the catch, is to be able to figure out what it is as fast as you can. See if it's something you actually did or something nefarious. I do kind of wish with, like, a lot of the banknotes and all that, that there was some type of note line about, like, what the transaction was. I know people are worried about it having too much information and whatever. Moriarty is in labor, baby number 2. Okay, so this time, slightly better odds that are still pretty terrible. So there's like a 2% chance Moriarty just straight up dies. There's like a 4% chance the kid just straight up doesn't make it. There's like a 7-8% chance the kid's sick, but does make it, and it's a matter of if I can keep the kid alive. Let's see, this is the thing. I can recognize all the others because payment reference tells you, but this is just a code, and it's hard as heck to track. Yeah. Yep. Like that, I genuinely wish it was a whole thing that, like, transactions just, they were required to know, like, what the purchase was, as, like, a broad, like, not the individual thing, but, like, you know, tools or whatever. And I understand it's a thing that, again, then your bank has all this personal information on you and all that. But it would help so much when you're trying to deal with, like, okay, is this ripped off, is this fraud, whatever, what's going on. Come on, give me a good result here, Moriarty. That'll do. So we got ourselves a healthy baby. So we're going to draw that. And that will be rhetorical. Is that guessing how to spell thing? Answer. Starvation of Moriarty, because you're feeding the baby. And then we go to feeding, urgent on everyone, except mom. Someone please feed Moriarty. Everyone's running around being like, congratulations, let's take care of the kids, and Moriarty's just literally starving to death there. And you're upset because you're recreation deprived. What other recreation stuff can we get going on? Because these two take the place of the billiards and all that. Oh, do we ever have the... it's still on the edge. I want... Like, if the psychic tree would appear somewhere a little bit closer, I'd be down for, like, even someplace like that would be doable. But when it's that close to the edge, it's literally just, if a raid spawns here, whoever's meditating dies. And that's just the end of it. That's it. Your bank has a ton of personal information on you anyways. They literally deal in it. They have multiple times interrupted charge taken from family members' accounts and called them, and they proved fraudulent. And that's a good thing when you realize the charges were not typical for them. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like that was, I used to know a guy who was responsible doing like a lot of the machine learning algorithm work for those systems that try to detect like if something is legit or not. And I remember talking to him, is like, if you ever want your card to be disabled like for some reason immediately, it's like all you gotta do, go out, fill up your tank of gas, buy a pair of shoes, go back to the gas station, do another charge. Because your account is absolutely locked. Zero question, your account is absolutely locked. Because they're like, you know what a normal person almost never does? Goes to the gas station twice in the same day, and, you know, buying a shit pair of shoes like at that same time. Is like, you know what a person will do after they steal a card? They're going to buy themselves a pair of shoes, and they're going to fill up their gas tank, and they're going to fill up their buddy's gas tank. All right. So these trees are probably going to, I'm not going to need that many. We're going to disable sowing on the trees for a bit because it's very laborious, but we will let them cut down those existing trees. It is going to be interesting when all these kids start growing up, because I don't actually have much in the way of long-range weapons. And we are tribal, so our research is very slow. Plus, I'm only running one bench. When honestly, I probably should be running two. But the good news is we're about to get our geothermal online. And for that, I let those ship chunks lay there. We let that lay there. I've yet to mine any of the components on the whole map. You found it? Awesome. Yeah, my the nefarious charge against me that was attempted, it didn't go through, was as like total security solutions or something like that. Is like, did you get a total security solutions? Like, no. No, I did not. Like, if I was getting some type of antivirus or something, I'm sure I'd actually get something name brand or some kind. Some generic total security solution sounds like an utter scam. Gotcha's Rotterdam. Yeah, that's always a tricky one as well. When you're going to some place where you do a lot of little transactions, like going to a conference or whatever, that could be a pain to kind of go back through. The one that gets me is there's I'm in a very touristy area, and a lot of them will do like food and wine events, or like eating around the world events, or like chili cook-offs, you know, all these events where you're going to be dealing with a ton of individual vendors, and they're only charging you a couple bucks each. But it is one of those ones, it's really hard to tell if like what is from that event and what is not from that event and that kind of thing, and if it's like legit or otherwise. Because you know what happened? You tapped your ticket to get onto the Eurostar, and your phone switched your wallet, so it's tapped it by mistake, and you forgot about that. Gotcha. But yeah, so it's that kind of stuff where it just gets like overly complicated. Alright, geothermal power. Okay, so after we got geothermal, we've already got those two going, so we don't need to focus on any of that. I might go for the penioxylin. We'll get the air conditioning next, but we're definitely going to want to get the penioxylin. So the geothermal's going to... Oh, right, this is one of the new changes, is they put these arrows so you can see exactly where the geothermals are, so there's no question about it, which I super appreciate because it's really hard to see them. So we're going to do that. We're going to pause its construction. We're going to go security. Slate barricades. And we'll go top you off. Then we can have our festival. Alright, so we'll try and get that going. And we will go down here. And let's hope for a better result than last time. I actually didn't check to see what the result of this is. Unimpressive. Cool. That's 2 for 2, unimpressive. Do not put a roof over that. Can you breed and train Thombo for the longest time across 100 hours? You just ignored and hunted them? Yes. And they are extremely effective in a fight. They're really hard to tame, though. Forced weather for pay. You'll give me 13 days of rainy storm. You're willing to give me Glitter World and Uranium, or Honor and all that. We're gonna do the Glitter World and Uranium. I probably do need to go out of my way to get some goodies. So haul that glitter world in here immediately. Because that'll help if we get a like really bad disease we gotta fight. Meanwhile, we want to do hidden conduit. And once I get that going, we'll get the next thing. Let's see, for that reason, kids, you wish bank transaction information were a modern protocol like XML frames. Some kind of packet traces starting at least the originating bank. So you could look into if you have doubts about their legitimacy. But we're stuck in the 19th century banking conventions. Right, I do wish there was a lot of stuff like, one, that the business you're doing, like you're doing a transaction with, was required to have their name be very clear. Like, you couldn't have, you know, say you're operating a company and it's, you know, Chester's Burgers. It couldn't be on the thing as, like, Bluebell Foods. Like, it's got to be, like, Chester's Burgers, they have whatever their identification number, because just in case there's going to be some companies that have duplication in their names, and that's fine. But, like, whatever the actual labeled name is has to be there. I do wish they had to, like, give, like, the very basic, this is what this transaction is roughly related to. So that when you're looking at the ledger, you can see the actual name of the company that's publicly displayed. And I do understand there's concerns like, well, what if I'm going to the adult shop and I don't want people to see? It's like, well, then don't show them your bank information. It's like, well, what if my wife looks? You're keeping secrets from your wife? Forget the transaction side of it. That's already a problem. Like, if you're worried about someone you share your bank account with peeking at what you're spending it on, there's already a problem there. Before we get any farther than that, there's already an issue there. And you can be like, well, what if I want to do, you know, a Christmas surprise and they'll see it? It's like, well, look, man. There's a certain point of being like, hey, I'm getting your birthday gift or whatever. Maybe don't go looking around for it. I'm sorry to hear you're not having a good night, Rhetorical. I do hope whatever is going on, it, you know, settles down, improves, whatever's appropriate. All right. Keep working, keep building. The place will slowly expand. As you do something around like that around your roommate's birthday and Christmas, you tell her not to look at the recent purchase history of the Amazon account you use. Yeah, like that's kind of the thing. And a person's going to be nosy and try and figure it out anyways. That's the same person that's going to gift peek or check, you know, your closet to see if you got some in there. And at that point, you're like, all right, there's a separate issue here than that thing's going there. What's the Infinite Simplex saying? I think your wife has a right to know that it's going to be an adult shop if she has full access rights to the account. You want her, you want her to know, like, in case you're knocked down the hospital and want to be sure only legitimate stuff gets charged. Even if you're a customer at an adult shop before. Yeah, I mean, like, that's, like, me and Tomb don't have a strict policy about, like, any transaction over this amount you gotta do, but generally, we're in touch being like, hey, gonna be doing, like, a significant purchase or whatever. Here's what it's about. Like, it's not asking permission or anything necessarily. Like, I've never had her be like, no, you're not doing that, or vice versa. But just kind of be like, hey, this is not a small transaction, so when you see that's what's going on. You know, just in case the person was not okay with it. But neither of us are particularly spendy people, so it's not been an issue. Let's say you found out the pipe from the well to the well pump broke, so tomorrow you get to start digging to figure out where. Could be an hour, could be 8 hours. And you'll probably be exhausted, passed out at League launch. Gotcha. Oh, right, because the new Path of Exile League is coming out. Yeah, I've not been able to keep up with Path of Exile in a long while, unfortunately. Just the content creation, not really being able to stream it. I just don't have the time, which is a real bummer. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it is one of those things approaching it with, like, maturity and all that. If it was something I ran into that, you know, like a partner I was with couldn't help but like snoop to figure out what their gifts were and all that, the answer is they wouldn't get as cool of things. The answer is I would stop getting the things in advance and it'd be like, here's the thing you're receiving. I'm ordering it now that I've told you. It'd be that kind of thing. It's like you're still getting your surprise. You're just getting it late because you can't help but snoop. Like I said, it's not a thing I've had to deal with. And Tomb's really good at figuring stuff out. Like it's hard to do surprises with Tomb, but that's not a matter of her like sneaking into stuff. She's just very situationally aware. When it comes to that, when it comes to walking through a crowd of people, not so much. All right. So we're finding our baby food. We've got all the food churning out here. The animal population is slowly building up. Ooh, we'll have to watch on the boomlope. I don't know what happens if you set this, because I'm under the impression with the boomlope that they won't slaughter it anymore, because if they do, it explodes in their face. Because you're not worried about your partner snoofing gifts, because there's never a surprise. You're terrible at surprises. Just like, hi, I found this thing and thought of you, so here. Yeah. Well, I'm like, the way I've learned to do surprises is to just have something you have no idea about. So like find some like fan site for something she's into and just like order her something. So it's the kind of thing that she can't guess it because the likelihood of her even being aware of it is slim to none. Like she might figure out that like she's getting a shirt or whatever, but the likelihood of her actually figuring specifically what it is negligible. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've known a number of people who they like would check like the closet in their like boyfriend girlfriend's house like when it's around their birthday to like figure out what they're getting and snooping, and then they're like, oh well, I'm gonna act surprised still, and it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. I understand the idea as it's harmless, but this also does feel like a betrayal of trust, considering they're putting that money into, you know, get to see that whole thing, and, like, get to see you surprised, and you kind of ruin it for them. Let's see, any slanted blocks in this one, like you saw in the grave ships used in the normal buildings? I don't believe we can do the slanted blocks yet. I'm imagining the slanted blocks are probably coming in with the DLC. Because I've not seen any slanted blocks yet. Alright, gonna have another party. Cool, so we got air conditioning researched. Let's go ahead, maybe sterile materials next. So with the air conditioning research, we could start working on getting a freezer online. I don't really know where I want to put it. I actually hadn't planned for that part yet. I could see putting it down here, so that way it's relatively close to where all the crops are. But the problem is that puts it very far away from what we are using as our rec room. I could also see like shoving it back here, because that would probably be a good position for both. Now, you want it so badly so you can make your RimWorld building less squares and rectangles? Yep, that's the reasons why I have like all these little indentions in the corners of these rooms. That'll start to show up more when we start getting the lights on so you can actually see. How's the caravans? I haven't had much to do with the caravans yet. Now, you're all good, Infinity Simplex. Conversation is good. Let's see, honestly, the only times you don't have a charging business name and purpose of charging bank transactions is once from PayPal and then regularly from Amazon, your credit card. But since you can look up the order history with Amazon, you prefer the charge history, but oh well. Your credit card is literally issued by the bank. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, no, we haven't. So my plan is we are going to be doing the Ship to the Stars. I want to do all the endings and like really, I want to like what I want to try to do is caravan over to the Ship to the Stars with everything I need, plunk down right there and start immediately assembling another ship. Then kick on, like as soon as the monolith appears, kick on the monolith to get its ending, do the royalty and both ships all at the same time, and just see what happens. Gonna play some Graveyard Keeper? Excellent game, highly recommend. Graveyard Keeper is great. Like, I want to stack all the endings you can do at the same time. Arco Nexus I can't, but I want to stack all of them at the same time. Because I think that'll be a fun thing to attempt. And for the record, I already know mechanically what's going to happen with that, unless it changed in 1.6. It's gonna break a lot of stuff with a lot of the endings. The challenge is gonna be when we run over there, the ship that's already sitting there is gonna be buku bucks, and then I'm gonna be building a second ship next to that ship, which is going to be even more money worth of wealth. So we're gonna have a very, very high wealth colony at that point. The royalty thing won't affect things one way or the other for the most part. But I will need to assemble enough to get it ready, and I will need to be there long enough for the monolith to spawn on the tile. Because eventually what'll happen is as I sit there, it'll be like, you hear whatever, like, humming in your head. Do you want to bring it along or whatever? And it's like, okay. Why would you drop wood in the door there? But in the meantime, I do think we need to try and get as much of this research ready. Like, even if I don't have all of it, I need to have as much of the research ready so that we can start running over there to get stuff going. Ideally, I think we want most, if not all of it, just so when I get over there, I don't have to worry about research benches or anything. It's just literally just chunk down the stuff and start building the rocket as fast as we can. Because it means I am going to have to carry the Persona Core with us, probably, the whole way there. And then get enough like steel and components and all that to get things built. It'll be a tricky one. We'll figure out how it works. The other temptation I have is to go very, very early and just try and protect the ship long term. Which is a little bit of a daunting one. Because the chances of like a random siege raid rolling in and happening to destroy a chunk of the ship is a big concern. It's also a weird one with, like, launching a second ship at the same location as the Ship to the Stars feels kind of like it's not its own ending, because all the Ship to the Stars is the ship is already built. It doesn't have, like, a special thing going on for it otherwise. Regardless, I need to get royalty lined up, and I need to get anomaly stuff lined up. Maybe we'll just caravan over to the Ship to the Stars once we get, like, get ourselves situated, get a bunch of food all situated and all that, and then just like get things set up there at that stage, and just kind of roll with it, and worry about like building the second ship, because then I could, yeah, we can figure that out. We can get that figured out. Because I think I'm going to need to get over there. I'm going to have to wait for the monolith to spawn. I'm going to have to make sure we have all the royalty stuff ready, that there's enough stuff that I'm going to have to be on that tile for at least a while. So it's not going to be pop in, hit the go button real fast. So I'm going to have to make a really strong defensive position. The ending you've not seen is Arco Nexus. Oh, I've done a couple of Arco Nexus runs on the stream. It's such a long run. That's the only ending I can't do simultaneously because it's not a one-part thing. And then when you finish Arco Nexus, the run is done. There's no continuing it. It also makes me wonder, if you didn't fail the Ship to Stars, if you did the first phase of the Arco Nexus, I do wonder if it's one of those things that, like, you know, the Ship to the Stars is, like, over here. Yeah, there's the Ship to the Stars right there. If you went and did the Arco Nexus, could I tell it to just go right over there? I don't think so. I think what'll happen is it'll disappear and reappear kind of thing, or it'll just not be available anymore. I honestly don't know. Usually in RimWorld, you're not worried about, okay, well, I need to do all the endings. Alright. So we're being attacked immediately by Wasters. It is a group of 5 of them. 1 with tox grenades. 2 bolt action and a revolver. And a knife. Is there any that stand out as particularly dangerous? Ooh, so Garradon is pretty dangerous. Yeah, so Garradon here is pretty bad. That's gonna be a pretty rough one. All right. You gonna attack my wall up there? Oh, come on. Okay, we knocked you. So they're hitting that wall up there, making progress there. You're working your way down. So what we could probably do... So you've got a pistol. You two run over there. Let's get you up here so we can hopefully get Tate before he gets too far, because those two are still hitting the walls. Alright, so we got you. So you're hitting the door down there. You're working your way over here. Pretty good torso hit against you. You're not carrying any amazing gear, right? Okay. Yes, they don't have amazing gear, so we gotta run down here. Check their gear while we're on our way. They do have a flak helmet on that one. I think we get there just in time to prevent it from being destroyed. Nope. Just slightly too late to prevent it from being destroyed. Okay. Do you have anything I care about? No. So you get out of here. Meanwhile, Moriarty. Strip their clothes. And you're a waster group, so you can't be my friend. So don't worry about any of the rest of that. So that kind of sucks that they broke that. You know, orders, allow, do all that. You pop down here and get that door as your first priority. Because that gets me a flak helmet. Then meanwhile, if you have a bruise, and you have a minor gunshot wound. So get that gunshot wound tended. All right. And for these, because of the, oh, you had black pants as well. I missed that. Cool. And we can let them all free again. There we go. Alright, so we got a bunch of medicine they dropped. Bunch of good stuff. They're nice and spread out, which made it not too hard to deal with. They did pop one of my walls, but that's okay. Honestly, for them scattering, that's not that big a deal. The Shame of Coyote. Social skill 13. Alright, so the lesson learned is that still causes that. If you missed what that was, we did slaughter it and it exploded. It was okay, that's fine. It resulted in the one male calf getting knocked, or the one male boomalope getting rid of, which is fine by me. It means I don't gotta worry about that. Hey, Allison Adventures, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Was playing some vintage story with Retinaru earlier. Definitely good times were there. It's like Minecraft with a lot more stuff going on. Oh, wait. I didn't pause in time. I think that was the quest for the person joining. Yeah, it's fine. You did a RP collab. It was fun. Nice. And also good to see you, Telemetry Gaming. But yeah, so definitely check out Allison. Absolutely fantastic. Plays like a lot of Project Zomboid, occasionally stuff like RimWorld. Really good times over there. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual, Storge, and play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known from exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's past tense on that. But with all that said, we're playing some RimWorld as the 1.6 unstable update is out. Which adds a lot of quality of life and a lot of fun stuff to the game and whatnot. So, you know, if you want, like, the changes like planning tool, I can go, okay, well, I want this and that. You know what, but I want to hollow that out, so, you know, let's go ahead and do that. You know, and you get the idea. They've done a lot to, like, really clean up a bunch of stuff. Caravanning got a rework and a whole lot of stuff. Love the t-shirt? Well, thank you. But it's been going pretty well. They are going to have an update, like a DLC, coming out next month called Odyssey, where there's going to be space. We're going to be able to make frogs super intelligent. Probably not. I don't actually think there's frogs in the game. But you'll be able to make animals super intelligent, even if they're not. So you can go and, you know, take a chinchilla and make it able to, like, haul and do all sorts of stuff really badly, probably. There's going to be 4 new biomes, including, like, a map that's going to be, like, lava flows and all that. You'll have to, like, shape the lava around yourself to keep safe and a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, you could also do all these things. Like, say you wanted to have stages to it. I'd be like, okay, this is the stage 1 area of the building. That, like, this will be the first area. Then stage 2, we would come over here and make another room down there. And that'll be our stage 2. And then we have stage 3 that will build the wall around the outside. You can kind of go in there and have it all color code and all that. So, like, really, really cool stuff they've got going on with that. Alright, so we've got that set up. So we've almost got our rec room to actually be a rec room. They're just working slowly at getting everything moved over. And the colony is having a lot of babies. That was not really planned to be a thing, but, you know. When people are hanging out on the rim and they don't have much else to do. Babies do have a tendency to happen. Hold that bolt action back. But good stuff. It's also good to see that you're, we got marine armor and a flak helmet that we've got on you. Where did the flak pants end up? The flak pants end up on Luxor. It's not too bad, considering they're going to be a chain shock and they're probably going to get up close. Alright, we got a mad deer. A lot of mad deer, actually. Okay. They actually outnumber us already. And we've got Rainy Thunderstorm, which is not my favorite. Alright, hang on, Claria. I do miss when we had a warg. Those are good times. Okay. Okay, so they cannot get over the barricade. That's not fair that they can all hit the tile. Okay. So we got a couple of bruises on our melee people. Nothing we can't handle. Yeah, and I managed to pull them up before they destroyed the barricade. Let's see, your first trade caravan gifted you an incendiary launcher. Someone dropped it from getting down to the social fight and you scooped it up. My favorite one is when you get the incinerator, the flamethrower. You're just like, well, I wasn't planning on doing flamethrower stuff today, but here we are. Alright, I need you to get out of the way. Meanwhile, apparently you're not treated yet, because their doctors don't believe in treating people. Alright, so Sentient Cookie had a growth moment. Welcome to being... Wait, do you actually stay tribesman? No. They're still labeled as child and not tribe child or whatever. Okay, so for that, Sentient Cookie is restricted to stay entirely in here, home. We don't have a whole lot for them to do, because they're very limited on what they can do at this age. And then Sentient Cookie, what are we going to give you weapons-wise? Here, have a heavy SMG. Alright. Let's see, one of your favorite rumors clips you have is when the child blows up the entire enemy raid. Oh yeah, where I have a child running a mortar, and it had an anti-grain warhead in it. Because I had everyone else like holding the position, getting ready for everything to, all hell to break loose. And then just, the kid just like, I'll push the big red button. If you run out here and grab that, then we don't need to caravan. Point. Alright, so we did get rid of the male alpaca, or the male boomalope, so they wouldn't breed. Since it'd be annoying to deal with otherwise. The alpaca population, I'm gonna let it explode for a while. Because they did one of your own, did one of your own pods run into a raid with the anti-grain warhead? No, they used a mortar. Like right now, Sentient Cookie at age 3 can operate a mortar. Okay, so you're working on sterile materials. Our book reading is taking care of those two. I probably want to get drug production penioxylin. So that way we can be ready for all that. I'll definitely want advanced lights because we're going to be doing, with the advanced lights we're going to be dealing with, anomaly. And so the really big area lights can be a very big send. Like for out here, just putting a big light that covers that whole area and a big light that covers this whole area makes it way safer to deal with. I'm surprised we're not getting any of that down yet, but that's okay, they'll get there. What is our construction person doing? Right now they're eating. Ah, they're playing catch up on the food. Because they're splitting duties there, which is fine. Hopefully we get someone who can be a dedicated cook, like a dedicated cook. So we can free up people. Because it's a classic, you always need more stuff being done, there's not enough people to do them all. Alright. I guess after that, Rhetorical will probably get one of the bolt actions. Because I've been trying to lean into a lot more of the rapid fire. They did buff the minigun in multiple ways. Timberwolf is hunting Calaria Star. Oh, that's bad. How do you... Okay, well, everyone but you just do your thing. You're not going to get there in time anyways. Get to the door? Yeah. Where are you going now? No, for real, where are you going now? What do you know that I don't know? Oh, I think it's going after the rabbit now. Or not. Okay, so we're probably going to want to go out of our way to deal with that timber wool. Okay, all the children are fed. So let's quickly go up here, since we've already been hunted once by this thing. Could you not run directly up on me? Seriously. Self-preservation skills, Wolf. There we go. That way I don't have to worry about hunting us again anytime soon. You've got them all reading their books. Where are you? Oh, you got that bed. Oh, right. Yeah, so this bed, as soon as we get that one, we can move the next bed up. So you're wondering whether penioxidin was a play on penicillin? But, that one is an antibiotic. Yeah, no, so the idea is like the penioxidin, it's kind of like an immunity thing that you take it ahead of times and it prevents you from getting sickness at all. There isn't really... It's like weirdly sort of like a vaccine that you have to like really, really keep up with. Like not just a little keep up, but you have to stay like directly on top of kind of thing. Okay. I don't really need half of what you've got for me, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a preventative. If you look here to the penioxidin, it'll prevent malaria, sleeping sickness, and plague. So it's not a ton of diseases, but it's some of the more dangerous ones. Like malaria and plague are really bad ones. Sleeping sickness, I want to say you can only get on certain tiles. So generally speaking, it's not that big of an issue most of the time. I can't remember if it was swamp or jungle or which one was the sleeping sickness. But sleeping sickness is pretty obnoxious. It just basically keeps a pawn down for a long time, and you just gotta keep them treated constantly. Yeah, tropical biomes. Yeah. So tropical rainforest, that kind of thing. But it's pretty rough in the sense that it just takes a pawn and kind of makes them not work great for a really long time. It just takes a long time to get over it. And it is one that can be fatal, so you do keep it going. Alright, so we got the sterile materials. Let's go ahead and get drug production on. I can also see abusing xenogenetics in this run. I do very much like abusing xenogenetics. It's one of those things that takes a long time to set up, but it can just get silly as the run goes on. Oh, you know what I need to be researching before you get started? Not that. Nutrient paste and packaged meals. Because then we can start producing the packaged meals for caravanning across the map. So as I get a surplus of stuff, I can just keep making more and more packaged meals and stash them for when I gotta go. Alright, wedding time. And do we have anything here so far as... Okay. I was checking to see if we had any of the ideology stuff activated yet. Where we have, like, requirements for that or a room or whatever. We'll eventually get there. I could definitely see repurposing this room either into a hospital, or this could even be the ideology room. Because we can't move the cryo sleep things. Those are stuck. But I could definitely see repurposing that into something like a a hospital and all that, having those in there. Moriarty is pregnant, so another baby on the way. Calm down. You're having kids way too aggressively right now. Which will be good long term. Short term, it's a problem. Now, the rain, thunderstorm, the forest weather, that should be going away relatively soon. It's also a thing that relatively soon I'll probably want to build shelves here. It's just not really been a priority so far because I've got other construction projects like getting our power online that's a higher priority. which will be nice. Once we get that, I can let all of this go. Gotcha, I see. So problem we're running into right now is you're not getting the construction done because you're stuck cooking. Whereas Luxray can also cook, and that's probably a higher priority for Luxray to cook. Hey, so how's it going? So let's see, when you played RimWorld way before its expansions, you had a horror stories about bugs just slaughtering everyone. So you always tend to just turn off infestations. Any suggestion how to actually deal with them? Choke points. So like what you see here, this is how you deal with bugs. So you see how like this narrow area here? So say I have an infestation in there. It shouldn't be eligible, but let's just pretend I have a really bad infestation in here. So what I might do in that case is I grab my people, I put my melee pawns here and here, I'd lock that door open, and then put all my ranged behind them. So what happens is the bugs will come around here, they'll slowly feed themselves one by one into that like gauntlet. Any of my misses on that front line have a chance of hitting the bugs behind. They can only hit me one bug to my 2 melee. And so you get the idea. Is the point is to have like your melee block the way where only one of them can hit you versus you can hit a bunch of them at once with your ranged. And once you kind of set that up, it's really not hard to deal with. Stuff like chain shotguns and rapid fire weapons work really well against them versus, you know, bolt action and, you know, sniper rifles and that are really not great for it. There's other ways to deal with it as well. But genuinely, honestly, if you get like 2 or 3 strong melee pawns with any type of firepower behind them, you'll end up chewing through the bugs. Not unless you're like, your wealth is way, way out of control, so it's just way too many. But these days, honestly, infestation is nowhere near as dangerous as they used to be. But yeah, honestly, that's, for the most part, when you're dealing with any type of combat in RimWorld, trying to limit the rate the enemies can feed themselves into you is usually a primary defensive strategy. So for example, if we're talking melee, like an actual melee raid like Tribal, it can be worth it for me to put my melee here and in my range behind them. You know, if you're talking like range stuff, like this will help mitigate it as well. What you normally do is make this tunnel longer and then do stuff to get them into combat earlier so they feed in one by one. They give you a chance to take a bunch of them down before they have a chance to close in. Yeah, so you'll see me put choke points like this all throughout my base, and that's why, is for all those types of different attacks. Because it can also be a thing that I could be fighting up here, they start really pushing through, and then I retreat through here, leaving the door open to set up another choke point here. They start feeding, they start overwhelming, and back up, making our choke point there. Then kind of rolling retreat through your base. Alright. So, we need to keep this person here for 10 days. I'm gonna go ahead and accept. And that's gonna be their room. For right now, we can go ahead and add a meditation spot as well. But yeah. And there's all sorts of different strategies. Like, you'll have people who put like big elaborate kill boxes, trap mazes, all sorts of nonsense, burn boxes, and there's a lot of good strategies that work. Most of that's not necessary unless you're doing like a real extreme challenge. Okay. Yeah, so we have Luxray focus on doing the cooking and the crafting. And give Scrap a time to actually get the construction done. Okay, I got a reason I'm putting a bed there. That's just to draw the enemies in that. Because the people also set up mountain bases with either low temperature rooms or set up where they can retreat a room at a time and set the room to be treated to fully on fire for bugs to burn. But I guess those are very specific tactics. You've seen Blanco do something like that, and I haven't played the game yourself. Yeah, no, burn rooms and freeze rooms are also a thing. Burn rooms being more common. The thing you gotta be really careful with burn rooms is that you can vent the heat out after you're done in an elegant way, because it's really easy to get a room to be ridiculously hot, and that heat will bleed out into other rooms. And like I said, you can kind of have like, for example, let's show what we can do here. So let's say we'll choose a red. This is our burn room. You know, you bait the bugs in. There's your burn room. Make it super hot. And then you have where you're going to be, and it's channeled outside the mountain there. So you've got your area back here, and that. And then this is just a doorway in between. So then the idea would be, the bugs spawn in here. You'd have a door there. The bugs spawn in there, they try and reach you. Meanwhile, you're burning a bunch of stuff in there. Now, because this is considered outside, you'll be safe from the heat. Meanwhile, this room could reach thousands of degrees and whatever walks in there instantly dies. Or not nearly instantly dies. The danger you run into, though, is because this is an interior space, that heat will bleed from this room into that one. So you just have to be careful. And there's ways to make it work. Like, and it can be extremely effective, but you do need to make sure you have a way of venting that heat from the outside. Like, the other rooms can be made to be outside to keep that heat down. Alright, bear with me if I need to use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well... No, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on... You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some... And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Let's do this. Alright, and we are back. So let's go ahead and get back into it. But yeah, and there's lots of ways to manage it. Ooh, we want those. Just the one, apparently. And I've got you queued up to be disassembled. Did you ever... No, you haven't gotten any of those. That's because we had, our construction person was busy cooking. So we kind of pulled our construction person off of the cooking and let our, crafter cook. Can you do anything productive here, friend? And actually, let's put your whole schedule on recreation to maximize your happiness. Alright. Yeah, so once they get that all set up, we get the geothermal on, we'll start replacing all these with actual lights. Get our lights going on there, we'll take the time to like replace the stove and so on and so forth. I am noticing our food is gradually going down, which is pretty concerning. Luxury could also help with that, but it's kind of the issue we're running into with all of that is just not having the capacity to deal with it. I'm gonna go ahead and take you off of pemmican and just say don't pemmican. We'll probably also bump that up to 20 meals. Mad rat. Really? There we go. Blame the cookie, they ate everything. Probably true. Got the munchies. Ate existence in its entirety. Alright. So we should have plenty of stuff for making more food and all that. Let's see, could you explain the rationale for putting fortifications around your geothermal plant? Sure. So bear with me for a moment. So with the geothermal plant, there is always the possibility of stuff getting in and hitting it. Normally the geothermal plant is not flammable, but I have had instances where something hits it and it catches fire anyways. But like if a building catches fire, it shouldn't spread onto it. But like if an incendiary hits it, I've had them catch fire. And when that happens, you can't put it out unless you can get to the outside edge of it. So whether or not it's still a thing you can do in the game or not, I don't even know. But I've made it so I can get around and repair or whatever. Because it's also a thing that even if it just gets damaged and you have a solid wall around it, then I can't repair without tearing down a section of wall. Now, by putting the barricades in here, it means it can't be targeted by drop pods. The drop pods can land outside of it. But this area, because there's no open space to land on, they can't hit it. So that's kind of the motivation, is being able to repair it still, being able to prevent drop pods. I'm sure there's more efficient ways, but I picked up the habit after I had one actually catch fire, and I was like, but wait, there's supposed to be, like, you look at this, and it's flammability. Oh, actually, flammability is 50%. Well, I'd be darned. I thought it was 0%. Regardless, if it catches fire and you can't get around it, it's just you've lost it. There's nothing you can do to stop it at that point. So it's just a defensive thing, because again, you're going to have mortars that are going to hit you, and you'll need to be able to repair stuff and put out fires. You know, unless you manage to initiate on the mortars faster, which does happen. Because I know a lot of people when they're doing their base building, they'll really try to compress their bases as much as possible, which is fine. You could certainly do that, and there are benefits to doing that. But I prefer not to play that way. That's kind of stuff when you start getting min-maxy, you know, 500% naked brutality, which I used to do, but I haven't done in many years now. Because I also don't like the thing of like constantly taking everything over in the corner and destroying, you know, stuff to reduce the wealth. All right, we got a deal maker. A stunning, good-looking stranger is approaching your colony. He wants to talk. You can send the colonist to hear what he has to say. All right, so beautiful, very neurotic, joyous, with absolutely absurd social and shooting. No negatives. So I'm definitely going to tell this person that they are welcome to stay. We are going to go full consideration of vanity and say, yep. So a stunning good-looking stranger stands in front of you. His face beams with confidence as he opens his hands in a gesture of fellowship. He says he is here to make a deal, and will help you in exchange for simple hospitality. This is the purpose, and he always fulfills his purpose. Glimmer is a bringer of joy and serenity, whose abilities go beyond mere charisma. He lifts the spirits and inspires others by telling jokes and spreading blissful thoughts. He may be very useful, but you also sense there's something that Glimmer is not telling you. Yep. So Glimmer is here. Gear-wise, we have that. I am going to make him drop his food. And we're going to disallow this food. And I'm doing that because he could potentially have a metal horror. And if that's the case, that'll be a problem. I also want to go into his schedule and make sure that we do not have him doctoring or cooking. He'll help grow stuff, though. You see, you know one trick that will help you in the long run? Always make underground electrical cables rather than above grounds. Yes, The underground cables, they cost 1 more steel than the above ground ones, but they can't be burned, they can't be attacked, and they can't do the bzzzt event. So it is like, you've got to be in a situation where steel is very desperate to be considering not using underground cable. Like, even then, I would still argue not using underground cable is still a mistake, and just doing without electricity makes more sense. Like, since underground cable came out, I have genuinely pretty much never built above ground cable. The only one I've seen as an exception is I've seen people have a room they can dump stuff in, and they have 1 tile of above ground cable there to trigger the event to set fire to that room as a random thing. Glimmer has become overwhelmed by horrible visions, rambling about things that only he can see. He'll snap out of it in a few hours. This happened because of poor mood due to lack of conquest. Okay, so I am going to tell this one to be something I will never use, because I never take slaves, let alone have them medical. So I'm putting this here because enemies will often target beds. So I'm deliberately trying to put it near the end of my defensive line to try and draw enemies to that point as much as possible. Yeah, even Naked Brutality Ice Sheet, I would probably still try and go for underground cable. Even though, like I said, it's going to be pretty hard to get that. Alright, so let's see. So we could take those packaged meals, and I'm going to sell them. Because like I said, we don't really know if we can trust them or not. Okay. So I've got a bunch of drugs laying around that wasn't an intention. We get a book on hydroponics. We get a book on shooting. A book on crafting. I do really like the books in the game. We can go down here and sell a giant mountain of chem fuel. Let's actually go in here, and for right now, get a bunch of the drugs in here, and let's go get ourselves an ally. So first, give me their money. You're not done yet. Talk to them again. Gift. And for the gift, take all that. Take all our Psi-T. Take all of our dye for now. Take our slightly worn clothes. I have a big pile of gold? When did I get a big pile of gold? Huh. Also, where's all my... Where's all my silver? It's weird, I'm not seeing my silver here. Like, I've got 1,700. Oh, it's up top here, that's right. That's fine. Honestly, yeah, that's probably fine for right now. Yeah, we're good there. And Kalari, if I could have you haul that back. Moriarty, haul this back. And Luxray, haul the last one back. Just to get all these books. Yeah, no, it's just, for some reason I was like looking for it down the list. I got just caught up in. I don't know where we got the big pile of gold from. That's my curiosity. Because we can potentially use that gold to keep advancing Kalaria's star towards the rank. Transporter down. Okay. Cool, so we have that going. So we're gonna keep the goodwill coming up. That's not a great position for you, but okay. Also, before we forget, yeah, what we'll do is, grab all of you except for Sench and Cookie. Run them over here to help with the shuttle. I apparently do not have enough beds. I don't have enough beds. Well, I can't do much about that yet. We got other projects. So I guess in the meantime, for a quick fix, so you're not sleeping outside. So I'm gonna hide everyone back here. And then see what this raid is gonna be. Should pop in any second now. Alright, so we got 3 pigmen. So we got a shotgun, we got an auto pistol. They are decent shooting. Alright, so let's have you all pop over here. Okay, you two jump on that. But we did get the Molotov out. Okay, all sorted. And we can go orders. Allow, and actually, do you have any meaningful injuries or just bruises? Just bruises? But honestly, you're consuming a meal, you're consuming a meal. Prioritize putting out the fire. Please don't stand in the fire just to eat your food. I know it's cold outside, but that's not how you deal with these things. Prioritize putting out the fire. Prioritize putting out the fire. You put out the fire. Okay. Because we can get ahead of that, we can get ourselves some more weapons. And then plus we'll get our component and all that. Cool. Yep, so only one of them got kind of burned a little bit, and that's fine. So that's some easy standings, and we got a bunch of food and all that. Cool. You got some reputation, and then you just got some bruises and all that to be treated. Alright, well that's actually cool that they have the thing for just putting the cooler there. I still need to figure out where I'm... Oh, they gave us cash. I still got to figure out where I'm going to be building our freezer. I think up here is going to ultimately be where it ends up, somewhere in that area. Just so it's nearby both the rec room and this. Meg cluster with EMI. Well, crap. It doesn't matter yet because I don't have my power online, but I'm about to. So we're gonna wait for these, like one of them to heal up the bruises, and then we'll send one of our ranged people and one of our melee over there to deal with it real fast. Flash storm to start more fires, cool. Disease flu, cool. Just stack up 3 events at the same time, it's fine. We should actually have... animal sleeping spots so we can treat the animals easier. All right, like I said, the moment we get one of our melee up, we're gonna go ahead and run them out real fast. It'll probably be Kalaria's Star will need to be one of the people. Probably Kalaria's Star and Moriarty would be the best ones to send. Because Lily needs to stay to keep dealing with all the plants, Scraps building, and Luxray's cooking. Alright. Just consider everything in home zone already. They're just walking around the fire and not just putting the whole thing out because they're busy just not dealing with it because it's not in the home zone. And then meanwhile, on the other end of this, I don't need anything outside my wall in the home zone because the exterior wall is stone, so it can't burn. The doors are also stone, so they don't burn. There's no reason for me to clean the dirt or to put out the fire on the outside perimeter. Okay. How are you doing so far as recovering? At the moment, purging your mod list because you have too many mods, 700, getting tired of long launch times. Yeah, well, 1.6 none of your mods are going to work with right away anyways. You're going to have to wait for them all to get updated. It'll automatically disable the mods. It's also supposed to improve performance of load times and all that specifically. But yeah, that's always been one of the reasons I kind of push back on, like, when people suggest tons and tons of mods. It's great that the modding scene is so strong and all that for the game. But at the same time, it's also definitely one of those ones that don't do that. Okay, so send caravan and a return trick, except so Kalaria's Star. No wait. Are you the one about to have a baby? No. All right, so Kalaria's Star is going, and then we were also going to send. Was it Moriarty? Moriarty is about to have a baby, so Moriarty is not going. I don't really want to send Glimmer, because we don't know what their deal is. Luxray's our cook. I guess you're going. That's like sending someone who's not sending someone who's pregnant? That's not sexist. Like, actively being in your second trimester and it literally impacting your ability to move around isn't being sexist. I'm not saying she can't do the job. Don't. That's one of those things to kind of be careful about trying to make jokes around that. Okay. Because you can definitely do it. But the fact is, I don't need her popping out a kid while we're actively out in the wilderness. It's not gonna be great for the kid. Yeah, no, I got the ear thing. It's like that's still be careful on those kind of jokes. They very, very quickly go from, all right, it's gone too far kind of thing. One of those ones to give a wide berth. Okay, and get another bedroom up. Okay, so you want a whole lot of herbal medicine. Sure. I will send Glimmer to do that. Because Glimmer's just helping out. Well, that's not what you want to see. Oh, you suck. Alright, well, I got 2 of my people deployed. They're too far away to help one way or the other. Oh man, that's gonna be a lot of them here. Oh, that is so many bolt action rifles. I was like, maybe they have 1 or 2. That is 4 bolt actions. Okay. So you're terrible with it. That's good news. You're terrible with it. That's good news. Lynx is good with theirs. That's bad news. You're bad at melee. That's good news. Okay, so Lynx is the only strong pawn in the group. I probably am going to be dragging our guest into this fight. I should have had them already in position and all that. So they're almost entirely at, like, long-range bolt action kind of situation. Alright. This is going to be bad. Because I want to keep the kid out of it. Okay, so they're all going that way. Let's try and make this work by going down and around. Cool. Get on there. My hope is that those other ones would have kept them busy. So you got tagged. You got tagged good too, which is not what I needed. Travelers harmed, so they have gone hostile. Alright, get on there. Melee Lynx. Lynx is a dangerous one. Get Lynx. Not. Travelers harmed. Don't honestly care. Melee Lynx. Luxray just got one-tapped. No, that wasn't a one-tap. Oh, no, it was a one-tap. You got brained. Well, that sucks. Great. And meanwhile, we got the other group over here. Wait. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Zoom in. Alright, so let's grab you two. Oh, you also suck. It's fine. I'm just going to shoot my way through the wall. Yes, that was the danger with that many people shooting, and having a range advantage. So you go ahead and do that. We've got all of this going on here. And none of the rest of that matters. So orders. Do all that. Oh, you're still over there bleeding? Who is my doctor still here? Did I send both my doctors? Of course I sent both my doctors. Did you get an actual injury? No, you're just bruised. Okay, so you go rescue them. So the problem is I walk in that red circle, then we will be, like, we'll wake up all the enemies. So I need to shoot from back here and deal with that. Area revealed. So you work on that. Meanwhile, where is Luxray's body? That's Luxray. Alright, so let's haul Luxray out of here. And haul the chain shotgun back. Why have you woken up? Get in here so hopefully they don't see us. Destroy this thing fast. So we can get out of here. Because they catch us this way, we're going to lose more people. The good news is they're not aggroed to me. Don't come up here. Don't come up here. Just stay down there. That's not what you want. Stay over on your side. Stay on your side. We could be friends. Go to the right. That's right. Stay on your side. Run like you stole it. Okay. Alright, looks like we're all in the clear. It was EM. It wasn't explosive damage, it was EM damage. So it would have stunned a mech. So meanwhile, all that. Okay. I'm pretty sure we got rid of all the Molotovs previously. Oh, you had a bad back. I sent some of the bad back into that fight. So eat your food. Re-equip your weapon. Can I make you cause that body to catch fire? Probably not. Not easily. I could probably burn that body with that thing by putting something next to it to attack the catch fire, like put a piece of wood there and hit it. I'm not going to worry about it right now. We're just going to chill for a moment. So yeah, so unfortunately Luxray did die. Which sucks, because Luxray was kind of our sub-in cook. So it means we're actually down a colonist from where we were. And it also does mean we're sitting with a minus 20 mood on here. Now, one good news we get is once these two get back, Claria Star can try to reassure Lily to deal with that. I should have sent the pack animals too. So that's biocoded, and that's biocoded, so don't bother with that. That was also biocoded. Alright, so, well, Rhetorical's about to get older, and then we can give you the chain shotgun. Okay, so Caravan's back. So once they ditch their stuff, we can let them patch up the people. So we need to console. Cool. So we just told them to get over it, and they're like, okay. Just give it to me now, I'm an adult. Well, right now you're an infant, so it physically won't let me give it to you. But the moment you're a toddler, we'll talk. Is it with ideology? We have all of the DLC turned on. Ideology, anomaly, biotech, the whole kit and caboodle. Now, unfortunately, this does mean you need to put scrap back on cooking. What kind of ideology? Right now, we're pretty bland, just a prolicizer. I'm not sure which direction we're going to end up going with the ideology. Just starting with prolicizer because it makes it easier to get stuff leveled up early on. And then we'll end up going, you know, guilty or whatever we decide to ultimately go with. And that body will disappear soon. That still sucks, because Luxray just straight up got domed. Yeah, it was that 1 second that Lynx got the shot off, that one guy's like, that one's dangerous. The moment Liar here went down because they got a bad back, that one shot just domed Luxray real fast. So that means we lost our crafter. So that's awesome. So you get to cosplay as a crafter now. Yes, so with the moral guide, you can choose to do console, and it has a chance of going into one person's negative need here and canceling one of them. So you see, it says my wife Luxray died, 28 days. They were consoled by Claria Star for the exact same amount, exact same time. So they can cancel one. But it's one per person. It's usually mostly only used on stuff like, you know, family member died, fiance, husband, lover died, that kind of stuff. Friend died. You know, something that sticks around for a good long while and is a really bad penalty is about the only time you use it. Really good and worth using in that case. Like, it's a really solid choice, but... You guys start getting moral guides? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, moral guide is huge. Because, like, it can cancel one negative mood thing. The reassure I almost never use. Convert can help you bring more people ideology. Preach health is the really big one here. That preach health makes people heal faster. That counts for disease as well. So if someone's struggling with malaria, you can use the preach health on them to help them build up immunities faster, and that'll save people a lot of times. How about the leader? I don't have a leader set right now. The big thing that the leader gets, in my opinion, is the combat boost, which is you can use a thing, and then for like, I think it's like 1 day or several hours during a day, that everyone gets a really big boost in their fighting. So when you have that fight that like looks really dodgy, you can use it. Honestly, if I would have had that, maybe we would have avoided losing Luxray. But I didn't set anyone to it because it's social matters for it. We got 0 social, 2 social, 2 social. You get the idea. I do have Glimmer here, who is not sure if they're going to stick around or not. They're a temporary joiner. So you've got Mining 3 as your highest stat. An 11-year-old child, and Mining 3 is the most you have to offer. Get the hell out of here. 17 shooting? Yeah, so this is a creepy joiner. It's an anomaly person that basically they give you a really strong person. They'll either have like special abilities or really high stats or whatever, but they might betray you, they might stay, they can potentially have a crumbling mind or failing organs, or they can have horrific things climb out of their body and attempt to kill you, where they contaminate your food to make more of themselves and all sorts of things. Basically, something bad is going on with this character we don't know what. So, that's the reason I've got them set off to the right, and I've not equipped them as well. Because we don't really know what to expect from them. And they can stay friendly, too. But it's up to like 30 days that before we can see what they're doing. And right now they're at 6 days. So it's kind of like a refugee, where they join, but they might betray you, except this one, the things they could do to betray you can actually be quite a bit worse. Oh, that's a terrible ideology. Okay. Also, I should check yours. Package survival meal we got set up. Alright, let's go for xenogenetics next. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna tell them to make package survival meals forever if they can. Bulk trade good. Alright, so at that point, we can allow them to make the geothermal generator. Now it's all enclosed. Do I have the components for it? Yeah, I do. Okay, so let's see here. You can take the Sci-T and the dye for now. We're still reading those books for the benefits from there. Take those clothes. And honestly, we don't care about the rest. Yeah. Okay. We got a lot of corpses out here we probably need to deal with. Now, this one should disappear off our list pretty soon. Let's see, you can cancel out bad memory. Can cancel out bad memory of having their role taken away from them? Yes. It's basically anything that's temporary and a negative mood. It can cancel. And I mean temporary isn't like timed. If it's something like you're in a range of something, it's got like a temporary like thing while you're standing in the range, stuff like that. So it'll be some, like, think of it like anything that's like a memory, like someone died, you know, was imprisoned, ate without table, anything like that it can cancel. And also, definitely gonna have to figure out different ways to deal with this, because I have noticed stuff stays, like, right at the door. And shooting. I think that'll only be a problem when they've got, like, sniper rifles and that kind of thing. Alright, and that'll be just to make it so it takes a little longer for them to get to me. And so Kalari is working on crafting clothes. Shuttle has arrived for you, so get the hell out of my colony. We unlocked beer brewing because we had the book. And then we got a lot of rep from them for the quest we just did, protecting that guy. So now I could delete that.
Thank you Dipple0Mancer for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Diplomancer, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream and all that good stuff, and you've enjoyed your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support. Alright. So if we just do that. Yeah, we'll keep trying to convert Glimmer. Because their ideology sucks. They're like, murder. That's our ideology. Just murder. If we had something like grenades or something that destroy the body just to be done with it. I mean, technically I could put chem fuel down there and blast it, but I'm not going to put that kind of effort into it. Unroofed, raining, outdoors in shallow water, deteriorating 20 points a day. So that'll destroy the body really fast. I'm also going to need to get more steel soon. Right, and we got the air conditioning and packaged survival meals. I'm not worried about brewing beer at all. You're... got a little bit longer till you age up. We got another baby on the way. As a Dip0Mancer? Alright. I saw it as a 0, I just didn't realize it was going to be pronounced that one. So, Dip0Mancer for a nickname so that in the future I knew to do it that way. Just make a joke how it's pronounced. It's Diplomancer. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Yep, because I just always make sure to pronounce people's stuff right. Okay, so get rid of that nickname. Alright. So you're sowing crops, you're researching. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You're sowing crops, you're cutting stone. So let's have you start hauling bodies. And meanwhile, go here, storage. And for under weapons, do not allow biocoded. Then go down here. Weapons do not allow non-biocoded. So that way they take all these weapons, they start chucking them in the water so they rot faster too. Okay, you need to eat and all that. Let's also go to assign, manage food possibles, lavish, meals. Do not eat the packaged meals. We want to save those. Alright, and with the next day, we will go ahead and do this. Sandstone stuff there and there. We can go in here, go floors. Sandstone floor. Working on the geothermal, we'll get that, get the lights on. Oh yeah, no, you're all good. Yeah, no, I was just making sure that, like, I was respecting the name and all that. So carve that little edge off there so we can make another bedroom here. And that'll have that space fully enclosed and ready. Yeah, you should be getting pretty close to aging up. You should be getting pretty close to no longer counting as an unburied colonist. Did they reduce that penalty? 'Cause I'm surprised no one's... I mean, -10's pretty reasonable for what it is. Okay, we got you. Still falling... I mean, okay, so we actually do have food. It's just sitting out here. Alright, so with that, we've got you all set up. So stop doing those. Disassemble them. Go ahead and get these out of here. Let's see, we got a bunch of bolt-action rifles. That's good news. A bunch of clothes that are in good shape. And honestly, not a whole lot I need. We'll just leave that the way it is. Okay, so with that, we're gonna go in here and get things started. So, wall lamp, wall lamp, wall lamp, wall lamp. In the meantime, getting all the lights on in all those places. Okay, so running all the stuff here to get power to everything. Because it is going to be a necessity for this whole place to get all online. But the first thing is get everything switched over. We definitely want to get this stove switched over to be electric. That'll be big. But the problem I'm going to run into is I don't have enough room for all of it at once. We probably do need to move the production room here. Which we could switch this to be the production room and move all that over, but I don't think that's strictly necessary. Yeah, we could actually go here. Add block to this. Add wood to this. Add steel to this. Honestly, add chunks to this. Add dye to it. Okay. So with that, we basically have everything there. So I'm going to do here is pretty much make ourselves a production room here. Honestly, what I could do is cancel that. Instead, I could tear down this wall and make this whole area into a production room is probably the better bet. So with that in mind, we'll want to put the light... So I can't cover the whole room from one spot, so we'll just double up. Okay, yeah, so we can get that whole room to be a production room. Yeah, so we can expand the production in there, which will be good. We got that going. We're starting to get our lights all wired up and turned on. What am I researching right now? Xenogenetics. We'll want to get the advanced lights. We are running with anomaly. So we'll definitely want to have the bigger things. Alright, so convert glimmer again. Slowly get them worked over to our side. Steel-wise, we're in pretty bad shape. So let's put a low priority on mining for anyone to do mining after that. That's probably not going to get done anytime soon unless we start running out of brick, which we are. But then I can start working on all that stuff like steel and all that. We got that down there. I'm doing fine, not great on the components, but that's okay. We got a bunch of steel inside the perimeter as well. So let them start mining that. I want to say we had a steel asteroid or steel meteor dropped at some point. Alright, so we've got another attack they're going to prepare. So we've got one shotgun, a revolver, 2 auto pistols. Looks like just the one group. Right now we're going to restrict everyone to the home zone. Okay, do they have anyone who's like really a concern? Solid shooting on Kin, decent shooting on Shears, decent shooting on the other Kin. Kel sucks. Jet is genuinely dangerous. So honestly, they actually got a lot of firepower going on. No real armor or anything between them. They do have Go Juice and Flake on a couple of them. Yeah, so that's gonna be another rough one. Like, we're working on getting our combat skills up there. Like, I'd love to get Sentient Cookie in some of these to start getting their skill up, but it's too dangerous having a child get in on that. In the meantime, you go grab a bolt action. We're gonna upgrade you. I've been having you rock the revolver you showed up with, but in this particular case, I do think I want to give you a bit of a better weapon because Glimmer is someone who started with like 17 shooting because they're what is it? A creepy or whatever. And there's fog. I honestly don't think the fog really favors one side or the other. Okay. So with this, get you all into position. Get her melee ready. Try to have them fight their way in. You gotta worry about you. You're gonna have your kid like any second now, and I'm really worried that we're gonna have the fight start. And then just middle of the fight, they're gonna... Where did the fourth... Oh, okay. They split up, but they're probably gonna arrive pretty close at the same time, so it doesn't do a whole lot. They're just gonna try and go on the benefit of us getting cover and them not. As they immediately hit trees along the side that we haven't dealt with. That's 2 people who got one-tapped. And I'm not happy about it. That's 2 raids back to back where people got one-tapped down. Okay, come on. Because one took a direct heart hit. Okay, do we care about other gear? We do not. Alright, so let's look at you. You got a bad hit, you got a bad hit. Alright, so that was our other doctor. We're not allowed to have those, apparently. And let me guess. Sure, when no one's a doctor, everyone's a doctor. Cool, man. In the meantime, you go ahead and grab that. Okay, we're waiting for Lily to get in there first, because Lily's the one... Okay, 1 second. Medical bed. Get in your bed. Because you're gonna die if I don't treat you soon. Tend to them, because they're bleeding out actively. Meanwhile, you tend to them in the meantime. Or you can collapse and I'll have to deal with the next one. Also terrible. I didn't see that you were in that bad a shape. Animal disease, plague. Why are you not? Oh, you'll never do doctoring. That's fair. I can't save both of them. At least I don't think I can. Okay, so you're already tending to them. Hurry up. If you get that torso one, you might save them. Come on. Oh, it's not gonna be... It's gonna be like a 10th of a second too late. Ah, okay. Well, this is bad. No, there's still people downed, still struggling. Oh, schedule, you are unrestricted now. Haul the corpse out of there so I don't get corpse sickness. Okay, so Moriarty's back up. You're resting. Go grab the rifle while you're here. Rhetorical is starving. Go feed Rhetorical. Meanwhile, Glimmer is still sitting here bleeding everywhere. Can anyone treat Glimmer? No. Well, Glimmer could treat Glimmer. That's who's gonna treat Glimmer. Glimmer's treating Glimmer, because that's literally the only one who can doctor right now. Wait. Did they move where self-tend is at? There it is. Alright. Insane ramblings. Cool. Alright, so we got our grower, who is also going to be our construction person, apparently. Cool, we got our... Basically, we don't have a cook anymore. We lost our cook. We have our grower, and we lost our construction person. And we lost both of our doctors. That was bad luck, because we had one person who got domed, and this is the thing that's upsetting. Their heart got destroyed with one shot from a shotgun while wearing marine armor. Which is some BS right there. They got one pumped with a shotgun through the marine armor. Where you go, game. What would you like me to do at this stage? Behind cover, mind you, as well. Behind maximum cover as well. But that's the nature of RNG. Sometimes RNG is just really kind of a jerk. It do be like that. Yes, it do. Sometimes RimWorld, because that's the second one. We had not sure if the corpse is still here. No, that's not the one. She actually got properly killed. Is Luxury Body still here? Should be, right? Yeah, so that was headshot. Got brained. So I got two people who got basically killed with a one-tap kind of hit. Back to back. Rage-wise. So everyone is pretty upsetty spaghetti. Do we have anyone with any social at all? Cool. Once everyone's back on their feet, alright, so Glimmer, haul that body out of here so it starts decaying faster. And also, I need to do something about this area here. I was trying to leave it alone for right now. But honestly, we've lost too many people to it. We'll just do that for now. I wanted to kind of leave it alone. We'll leave that open so I don't have to worry about the room or whatever. I wanted to leave it alone so I could make it wider and stuff later. But they kept running off to the side and getting tree cover, which didn't help our cause. Which I should know better, but... I'm kind of underestimating things because it's been a while. Oh, cool. Thank you for the medicine. I actually need that, so go give me that. So, we currently have 2 actual colonists, because Glimmer is not actually someone who's a permanent resident. I do think I'm going to make Glimmer grab the revolver again. And the reason I'm having Glimmer switch the revolver is I'm getting a little worried just with our luck that they're going to betray us. So nerfing their weapon a little bit might be in order. Meanwhile, you're going to get the moral guide, which is going to be terrible because they only have a social of 2. But if I don't have a moral guy, I can't do a lot of stuff, so... We're going to take our negligible amount. So right now you help out with that. No, you don't. We don't have food. All right. Yeah, we do got raw food down there, but Lily's still hurt, still recovering. So it's a hard call because like I'm basically counting as if Glimmer's not here. So Lily's gonna have to be bouncing back and forth between growing and constructing. Where Moriarty is going to start learning to cook, which is going to be freaking awful with the food poisoning. Oh good, we're gonna have a party. Hey Zelyard, how's it going? You can cook 2-minute noodles in just 10 minutes. That's about the skill level of our stuff right now. Yeah, I'll definitely say the defensive positions. We're gonna have to do a lot more to make that work. I'm hoping once we get these narrowed off, because that's the problem, is they're running to recover and they're finding it. Because I didn't enclose that. Which I know better, but I was trying to get that sorted out so I could get that to be a larger space, and I just needed to enclose it enough. Like, it doesn't need to be actually closed, just enough so they don't run to the trees to get cover real fast. That's gotten us in trouble. We should have killed them way faster than we ended up doing. Cool, the baby food is rotting away. You're about to age up. You're already consoled, right? Yeah. I'm just looking at this going, I have effectively 2 people to protect this place. And Lily, I want to say, was fine. Yeah, they have relatively good melee. And Moriarty, I want to say, actually has, like, really solid shooting. Like, properly solid. Senjin Cookie has not had an opportunity to deal with anything. So that's going to be a problem. Alright, so temporarily, let's bounce those up. And let you work on that, because Glimmer's helping with this. Why are you not... Oh, we probably have to go like this. Oh, right, basic meals don't have to be vegetarian or otherwise. But just someone needs to cook, and Moriarty's working on that. So there's going to be a lot of food poisoning coming up here. It sucks. The fact that I got that marine armor early on was a big win, and the fact that we got one tapped through the marine armor, I'm just pretty salty about that. Like, it's just the way the game is sometimes. But it's just like, of all the ones, it's like the one that was utterly decked. Everyone else is running around in t-shirts and all that. And it's the one that's actually decked out in armor that gets one pumped. Now, as a reminder, alright, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. But as a reminder, this week I'm going to have a little bit of a weird stream schedule. I've got family visiting from out of state and everything. My niece and nephew are going to be in town. So I'm going to have a lot of days off, more than I normally do. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. So like I know next Thursday and Friday I'm definitely not streaming. We might have some streams that start a little bit later, but do expect to be a fewer streams this week. It's just the way it is. We'll definitely be checking out... I still haven't decided if I want to continue with the Planet Crafter for the last part of the update or not. With all that. Moriarty is in labor. This is going to be great. We don't have a doctor, so good luck. Alright, so there's a 2% chance you die. A 10% chance the childbirth goes bad, but you don't die. Which means you're definitely already dead. Knowing my luck, gonna die during childbirth. And then I'll have one colonist left. You know, his partner's baby is having a birthday party tomorrow? So going to that? Yeah. So it's just a whole thing that, like, this upcoming week, it's not gonna be like a full week off, but it's gonna be pretty close. I just don't know exactly, because it depends on, you know, niece and nephew. Like, we might go out and do stuff, and then they get all, like, tuckered out and zone out, which point would probably have a stream that night. Versus, like, you never know when kids are gonna have a billion energy. So it's kind of hard to predict. Alright, so how's this going? Okay, so the labor has gone to debilitating. Alright, we had another healthy baby. Okay, who gets to be part of this cursed thing? Welcome, Canahawk, to the colony. And you didn't kill her? It was just like the bad trend of luck. I'm like, she's just gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. She's just gonna die. So the children are currently tied with the adults. Well, technically, for my actual colonists, the children outnumber the adults for my actual colonists, because Glimmer is a temporary one. That also means my cook is currently downed because they just had a kid. You're trying your best to keep up. Okay, so you're back up. And then you're going to get back to cooking here in a minute. Because both the other cooks died, and both the other doctors, like, both the doctors died. Where are you going? Oh, you're grabbing some steel for the conduit. That's fair. Trying to get this production room online and just making progress. So you're gonna go to your computer so you can save 35% off the gift sub with their My Money account. If it works out, then you'll be subbed. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I know there's like discounts for a whole bunch of stuff and all that. Yeah, I know Twitch has been doing like 35% off gifted subs and all that for the time being. I don't know all the details on it, but it's a cool promotion. I've been appreciating they've been doing more of that. And I had been getting ready to build another bedroom here because we needed it. We don't need it now. There's not an immediate need for more bedrooms. We have lost 3 colonists in like the last 2 raids. Okay, and you're getting the corpses out of here. Now, one thing we're running into is our wealth is still very high. For basically having 2 fighting quality adults and being at like 70,000, that's not good. Part of me wishes I had a bunch of food sitting around right now, just because if I did, then perhaps we could just like caravan to the ship to the stars now, and just kind of accept the game as being a troll, and just take this party over there. But I don't have the food to make it across. Not even close. I mean, maybe I could make it work. Most likely would be in a bad shape. You don't know why they don't just let you resub with your own account for the 35% off? Oh, you mean gifted sub? Yeah, I don't know. Self-subs versus gift subs, especially when you consider the fact that self-subs are seen as far higher value to Twitch than gifted subs, because if you self-sub, you're far more likely to keep your sub going, whereas a gifted sub, you're far less likely. So I don't know. I think the idea is to convince people to like get that many more subs because one person can buy a bunch. Promotions are what promotions are. Who knows? So no more kids are happening. Not for a while. Let's see. So apparently Lilypad has been trying to hit on Moriarty a lot unsuccessfully, and that's really hurt the mood and all that. What's the age range here? That's the problem. That's why they're like so far off. There's the age range is just way too big. Say no more than 2 adult males right now. So that way we do get a little bit of meat from the alpaca. Because I believe I need that for the packaged meals. So you need protein as well. Yeah, so Rhetorical should be aging up very soon. Becoming a toddler. We could also go down here, so furniture. I don't have room for an actual classroom. School desk. Sandstone. Okay. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, so we got you. Actually, Glimmer should do it. You have the highest social. Alright, so you still got the books to read. So you don't have much for me. We'll take the 3 packaged meals. And the medicine. You can have... all of the flake. And the ambrosia. And honestly, that'll do for what we can do. So haul that in. And haul this in. Because I'm going to try to build up a decent supply of packaged meals. And see what we can make happen. Right now, our wealth is not appropriate for the number of colonists we have. Okay. I wish I knew what your story is going to be. We're at 19 days, so just over 10 days, Glimmer will do whatever they're going to do. They're either going to betray us, or they're going to join, or something. I shouldn't say join. They'll either betray us, or they'll stick around. I'm hoping they stick around. If they betray us, or they just leave, I'm not really in a good position to deal with them. They've got a much higher shooting skill than I do. I could try to arrest them, but the problem is trying to take care of yet another person at the same time is going to be rough. Between having 2 infants, a toddler, and then a prisoner, with just 2 people to juggle with it, that's going to be a problem. Yes, corpses should disappear off my list as well soon. Nice, we got back-to-back conversion attempts knocking Glimmer down. So we might get the conversion here. Now, we certainly are in that situation where, for those who don't know behind the scenes, the storyteller, when you take losses, the game does kind of keep note of that, and it'll back off for a little while to give you a chance to recover. It's usually not enough to like fully bounce back, but enough that you can kind of get past that first negative hit. Lily and Maury's combo daycare and paternity. And dispensary to get through it. Yeah, that'll let lessons happen to keep the learning up. They're dispensing Psi T, by the way. I use the Psi T to help with like mood management and all that kind of stuff. I tend not to let the people use anything harder than that most of the time, even though stuff like Go Juice can be extremely powerful. Let's see, so you only get 35% off if you gift 5+. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. They've done that kind of promotion quite a bit lately. Alright, 6.5% certainty. There's 1 or 2 little talks, and then Glimmer's one of us, so far as the ideology goes. Still got 10 days to go before, like...
Thank you, Zeliad FTW, for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, Zeliard, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subscribed for 3 months, and I do appreciate that a whole lot. So thank you so much for the continued support. Yeah, so can't plant work, can't firefight. Has, like, jealous and all that, and it had to build for it, so that's not going to happen. I'm just waiting for this betrayal and then Glimmer to one pump someone. Make the colony full-on daycare. $1.6. Moriarty talks to Glimmer one more time, and that's a conversion. Considering right now, there's only 2 adults of the ideology. And there we go. We have converted Glimmer to our ideology. Cool. Transport pod Sugar. An archer named Sugar is crashing a transport pod nearby. They're suffering from paralytic abasia and unable to walk. They'll recover naturally after many days. There is also a chance for a lucky quick recovery. Paralytic abasia can also be cured by a special operation that requires a large amount of Glitter World medication. They are willing to contribute once he has recovered, but will not leave voluntarily. If you don't want Sugar, you can banish him. Send him into slavery or leave him to die. Okay. There's 71 with a bad back. It is such a shame that they died upon impact. Such a real shame that they died upon impact. Because like, oh good, RimWorld's gonna give me a colonist. Oh, 71 and halfway dead. Thanks, game. Really watching out for me on that one. Yeah, no, you definitely wouldn't want to do 5 gifted subs as your way of trying to get yourself a sub, because, you know, the odds would actually be pretty slim that it would hit you specifically. There's just too many people. So yeah, you're just better off, you know, subbing for yourself. Alright, so you got a little while till you age up, because your age up is at 7. Rhetorical should be becoming a toddler anytime now, and Kanahawk was just born. Let's see, why would RimWorld try to help? You thought the entire game was about trying to hinder you? I mean, it's been one of those days. Our colony was in great shape until 2 of our people got one-tapped, and then the last one legitimately just bled out because both our doctors went down and we were trying to patch everyone up. Cool. So, luxury bodies finally despawned. The other ones are going away. You born yesterday, anyone want to play poker? RimWorld lets you do a lot of things, but infants playing poker is not one of them yet. Don't worry, we'll get there. There is much we could still achieve. I wonder if realistically I would be able to caravan with the 2. Because one of them does have extremely high plants, which means they could forage really well. And for a good chunk of it, we would be in good biomes for foraging. Towards the end, we have to go up near the ice cap, and that would be no good. Okay, so packaged meals require cooking 8. Well, we are currently at cooking 3. Basically already there. Major break risk on you because your husband died and I can't do anything about it. Oh yeah, no, Joyous Presence is 3. For when people said it was 8 earlier, I thought it was 5, but it's only 3. But it's kind of one of those things, it's 3 on everyone, it requires no upkeep. So it's a good thing to have. Because most of the other things you can do to give people benefits are either stuck in a specific location or in a range, or like is something you apply to just one person. So being able to just broadly have everyone get it, you know, is just a really nice bonus. And I also believe they stack, considering, where is it? Oh no, maybe they don't stack. It says joyous presence, so that might not actually stack. So it doesn't look like you could cheese it by getting like 5 or 6 people all with joyous presence and then just having, you know, plus 15. Alright, let's make sure... Okay, so we do have all the clothes made. Now the problem Lily Pad has now is I don't have a crafter of any kind. Alright, here's the next raid. 3 people, all melee. I'm gonna prepare. That might work out for me, depending on where they stop. So the question is, how tough are you? Really strong melee. Okay, so Bell there is a real risk, but the other ones aren't too bad. Also zone, home zone. Don't. Make that a home zone, stop auto expanding. That'll be perfect. I could just ignore this threat. They're gonna bump into each other. Nicely done. Okay, so take that. I want your medicine. So you would join as a colonist. Small child. Small Neanderthal child. I don't think I need more children. Oh, actually. Because they join as a colonist, not as a slave. Done. Alright, new colonist here. So they are Neanderthal, so they are ultimately going to be a melee pawn. We don't have a weapon for them yet. But I will take that Gladius in the meantime. And we'll go schedule. You're restricted to the home zone. As long as the term for slaves. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where that came from. Okay, so we can go here. You've got that. We got Seo. And Seo here is our new child. That'll be Marcos, please. So they're ultimately going to become a melee pawn as a Neanderthal, but we don't have that. So you go ahead and haul the medicine back. Do all the packaged meals back. Oh, I have no idea what any of that was about. Okay, meanwhile, we need to start converting the small... Only 6.8%. Alright, hang on. Cancel that. Conversion ritual. Really bad expectation quality-wise, but we're gonna go ahead and do it anyways. I can't do that. I've only got 2 people I could send, like, between them, and one of them, like... The kids solidly outnumber the adults. Okay, masterful and reform ideology. Sure, we just nailed that one with a terrible... Like, we had something like a 40% chance of a good outcome, let alone a great one. Alright, so... We can go in here, we can add a meme. So, we could do human primacy for a production specialist, and that'd be fine. So we'll add the production specialist, and remove the clothing requirement, and that's it for this reform. Gotcha. I mean, to be fair, when you think about it, how many cultures, like, out there have a reputation of heavily drinking? I would imagine there's more of them that have that reputation than don't. Like, it's almost become a thing for more and more people to be like, you know, our group is the worst drinkers, that other group is the worst drinkers, like, so far as that. That's pretty typical, honestly. So I'm kind of hoping, since they're already 3, we'll be able to age them up to being able to chip in around here faster. It was probably not a good move to get yet another kid in here, but I'm kind of hurting on the whole front of people to help out. There's gonna be so many children running around here. We're unintentionally making the event where the person shows up with like 4 or 5 kids as a refugee thing. We're unintentionally creating that colony right now. Okay, we got 7 days for Glimmer to do whatever they're doing. Okay, and then pretty soon the other 2 bodies will go away and we'll lose the colonist left unburied debuff. There's so many books being read. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. You know, people saying like positive or negative people drinking. Yeah, so 2 days. Oh. Got our first round of food poisoning to go around the colony. It's gonna be a good time. Okay, meanwhile, let's go here. Storage. We want to go to clothing really fast. Do not allow tainted. Because if we strip them, the fire foam pack pops off. And that's something we can put to use. Okay, we got a manhunter pack of squirrels who are going to immediately murder these people, and I'm probably going to get kind of a reputation penalty type thing for it. All right, so You're gonna block the door. You three are gonna back them up. And Marcos, please just kind of do your thing, because I don't want you getting melee, even with squirrels. Honestly, they did pretty good. I think they got all but one of them. Oh, wait. Moriarty. I thought you were going to go inwards. Yeah, I mean, heck yeah. That worked out for me. Extreme break risk on you. Because your husband died, you're in intense pain due to food poisoning, you have malnutrition, your friend died, you slept in the code, you denied joining. Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure you'll get over it. Slaughterer. Well, have a good time. Preferably go after like save a male and a female. That way we can pick up the population again. Okay, well, it just killed one. That's not too bad. Cool, another body disappeared, so that leaves just one body left. Moriarty just got over food poisoning. Immediately gets food poisoning. Excellent. Alright. Oh, good, we actually got this room sorted out. Been artsing this whole time, they'll never get done. Don't care about that. Any production benches I actually want to build right now? Not the brewer, not the other stuff. Honestly, that's fine just the way it is. We can go floors. Sandstone. Get that all sorted out. And kind of just stuck waiting on practically kids to grow up. Because we got knocked down in half of our capabilities. So we gotta keep having our people work on cooking so they stop poisoning each other. Hopefully we can manage to get some other stuff going. Who's the one who's supposed to be cooking right now? Moriarty. Cool, Senju Cookie got food poisoning. Love it. Okay, you recovering? Cool. It's also sad that the person growing has no passion, they're like 5 skill in it, and that's because they've been doing all of the work. We've got a lily pad who can also is like actually a competent person for growing stuff, like really good at it. But I need someone working construction to get stuff worked on. Alright, so it's almost done. The good news, Rhetorical should age up any second now. Sentient Cookie's slowly getting there. Yeah, so I think there's gonna be some tinkering, like relearning the way to set up our defenses. That a lot of the ways we approached that before are gonna have to be tweaked. Because it used to be you got honestly a free opportunity or two to shoot at the enemies before they really responded, and it seems like in a lot of ways that might be gone. Just because they're willing to stop and fire versus like waiting till they take a hit or get to their cover or whatever. So that's gonna, I think that'll be good. And a part of the thing that'll be good is it'll mean the weapons, like the times it takes to go and aim your weapon, is going to be very relevant now. So, like weapons like the auto pistol SMGs, those ones that can like really quickly fire, are going to have a really big benefit over the guns that have like a really long aim time. Because it just means you're going to have to take the risk of being shot at first without having a chance to necessarily respond. So I'm curious how much it's going to change people's strategies. I think what it's going to do is it's going to take weapons like the chain shotgun, and it's going to make that way stronger, which is saying a lot considering how strong it was before, because that's a weapon that something pops in and you're going to get to fire first. And then if you have yourself kind of at the ideal range for a chain shotgun, someone running up with a bolt action or something is going to get shredded, which is already true. But it'll be curious. I feel like it's going to take this style of defense, and it's going to make it nowhere near as safe. Especially since one of the things we were warned with the Odyssey DLC. The Odyssey DLC, I think, is going to be a big thing with there, because like one of the new mechanoids will actually shoot through shields, and a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, they've also shortened the cooldown time on a lot of guns. I noticed that. And that was one of the things, is actually being like, oh man, the minigun might be super strong, but with the change in AI, I think the minigun is actually going to be in even worse shape. So even though it got strong buffed by the fact that the AI changed, for ranged enemies, it's going to make the minigun way worse. For melee enemies, the minigun's going to be way, way, way stronger, cutting its cooldown time by, I think it was like 25-30%. Is going to make it do way, way, way higher damage per second against melee, and be able to get stuff kicked off faster. But against range, if you're dealing with stuff like assault rifles. Yeah, trigger-happy shooting specialists will be good with the minigun, as always. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Because you're taking away the one main negative of the minigun, which is just how long it takes to get it aiming. Like, its accuracy being terrible is another thing, but honestly, with as many projectiles it puts out, that's always not been that big a deal. The bigger issue is it tears apart all your walls, and then you just have too many areas for the enemies to get in. Anyways, with that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time, so I'm going to be wrapping up here. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream. If you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how this whole thing works. I do not know if I will be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's normally a day off. This weekend I will probably not be streaming. As I mentioned before, I've got family visiting. So for this next week, my schedule is going to be a bit chaotic and a lot of days off. But after that, we'll be back to normal. But thank you again for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host plan. But thank you so much for tuning in. For everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. Yeah, so this will be